Chat, Nerdi, welcome to day 2, Sunday, Final day of the round of 16 bracket. It's earlier than yesterday. The sun is peeking through the blinds. My eye, I keep leaning back and forth, and it's like hitting my eye.
I know you mean. I feel like the light hasn't really hit over here yet. I mean, I'm like 2 hours behind, but yeah, it's like this.
There's no way from there. There's no way from there does it even like hit your setup.
I mean, I just like it only gets slowly brighter, is what I'm saying. Throughout the day. Yeah, I don't know, but it's good. I'm so excited to be here. It's gonna be a great morning. I think we're both a little sleepy, but that does not mean that we're gonna get energized by this Minecraft gameplay because it's gonna be that
exactly. Fun. Seed 1, looting 3, room portal. I've never been more
ready. I'm locked in, and hopefully you'll be energized because you are playing later today, so you better be focused.
I have 3 matches to get locked in. It'll be okay. We'll be good. There's the bracket transition. That's exactly what I want to see. First match of the day, Nerdy, like we said, Ral versus Darvy. Second match we're gonna be watching together. Mongey versus Tudorule. Third match of the day, commentated by Curry and Parker, is going to be Silverr, Aquacorde, and then the final match is me versus Infume. That'll round out our quarterfinals bracket, quarterfinal situation. We already got a ton of demon players in this quarterfinals, Nerdy. V-Strid, Hacks, Loki, Duke. What are your predictions for today? Are we going to see any upsets, do you think, in terms of seeding, in terms of these LCQ players, Tudorule potentially winning, or is it just going to be a standard Ral, Silverr, Infume, Mongey kind of day? What are your thoughts?
So my personal predictions were Ral, Silverr, Feinberg, and then Mongey. So maybe I'm picking mostly for the I'm not going for the upsets for the most part, except I am putting you through. I don't know. That's gonna be a very exciting match. I told Infume he was like, why are you not putting me through? And I said, yo, I would love to see you prove me wrong and eliminate that Feinberg guy, but for now, I'm gonna predict it. I'm gonna predict it the other way, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, who knows? Everyone was expecting EDCR to go through yesterday, and hey, look at that. V-Strid pulled through, so really anything can happen in playoffs, and I cannot wait to see what we have in store today.
Really anything can happen. I mean, Infume already served his time on that 1 seed curse last season, like we saw. So.
True.
I don't know. We'll see. But we got 3 matches to go through until that one. We got Ral versus Darvy first, Nerdy. Let's go to the player cards, see what these runners have in store for us. Look at their stats. Look at what they have shaping up. And honestly, a couple of these stats are pretty similar. My eyes always dart right away to that ranked average time. It's only 5 seconds apart. Ral's got a very significant win rate advantage, but it's not like these runners, like the sample size is good. Obviously, Ral's played 250 games, but you compare it to someone yesterday, V-Strid and EDCR, they played like 3,000 games combined, 3,500 maybe. Yep. So it's a little smaller, but it is a significant, he's up 13% on that win rate, and he's up 5-3 on their 1v1 matchup specifically.
Yeah, it's interesting. Ral used to be one of the biggest grinders we knew in all of ranked, and he's been playing still, but just maybe not putting as many reps into the game as he used to, but still qualifying for playoffs without that many games, right? So I think that's interesting. To me, the standout part of this game is that we have Darvy, who is his first playoffs, going against Ral, who's been in every single playoffs. So maybe similar stats in that way, but experience in the big games, I feel like Ral has a major advantage in that sense. The nerve control, things like that is something that I'd expect to give Ral a significant lead in this match. Now, obviously, anything can happen, right? We could see Ral feel like that means more pressure's on him. That means he can't lose to this person that's never been in playoffs, things like that. You don't want to lose to the underdog or whatever, right? But I do feel like mental wise overall, I do feel like Ral here has an edge. But you never know. Like we said, it could go either way.
It is only a best of 5. Doesn't matter how much experience you have in the last 2 years of rank. That's all there is to it. But I do agree with you that Ral has the massive advantage there, having played in every playoffs, having placed in the top 3 once, and obviously Darvy, this is his first playoffs. So We'll see how that ends up shaking out. Raul's got a better win rate here across the board, but again, you look at the averages, pretty similar. I mean, Darvy's got a better average time on both these ocean seeds, is what I'm noticing here. Raul having a better average time on the bottom 3 overworld, like land-based type seeds, lack of a better way to call them, but Darvy actually faster on the BT and the shipwreck, even though he still does have a worse win rate on all these seeds across the board.
It's gonna be interesting. I'd expect, just going off this, maybe we see a ban of Village from Darvy. Just that win rate difference is 26% is what I'm seeing. Also 34 seconds faster there. Everything else is a lot closer. So I think that definitely feels like a weakness to me, and so that's where I'd expect to see a potential ban from Darvy. But we will have to wait and find out.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that, down to 50%, almost like maybe 1 or 2 games away from being in the negative on that
Yep.
seed type compared to everything else, which is interesting. I mean, I don't think we've seen any other player's stats so far be this close to actually having a losing record on a seed type. So I think Darvy banning Village probably makes the most sense. And then we'll see Raul probably get rid of Buried Treasure, his slowest seed type, which is interesting. But he's out with the
instant.
Temple, opting to pick the Buried Treasure. Interesting, but again, it's not the craziest sample size with 250 seeds played in the season. And maybe Raul's been practicing BT this last week. Maybe he's been getting better at the spikes, getting better at finding the ravines. Maybe he just wants to make it a toss-up on this overworld. If we find the ravine, we win. If we don't find the ravine, we lose. Sometimes feels like that's how these ocean overworlds tend to go.
I mean, I don't know. Personally, I'm excited about this. This means we're going to see an RP. This means we're going to see a BT, obviously, this next seed, and then a shipwreck as well is exciting. I don't know. I like these seeds. They're fast. They're exciting. They give you lots of food. They're very consistent. Probably my favorite seed type to play. I think my favorite to watch is still RP, but I'm very excited to get into this gameplay.
Yeah, and I think we're going to be getting into the gameplay in just a second here. Runners are ready to go. Room is being spun up. Seed is being loaded. Nerdy, our first seed of the day. Can we get some 3-2s? Can we get some seed 5s? That's what I'm looking for today.
No, I'm with you, man. I mean, I feel like, man, we've really been.
Can we get 2 runners?
Can
we get them entering the end at the same time? I don't think we had like a single match yesterday where it's like, wow, these people need to push the 0 like really hard. Like maybe like low-key Beef Salad game 3, but even then Beef Salad was ahead by like 15 seconds. Like it wasn't.
Yep.
I don't know. Like.
Yeah, what's with that, man?
We gotta get some
regardless.
C5s.
Look at that. Absolutely fantastic BT, giving you 16 iron, 3 gold. You might even be able to make doors. You might even be able to make doors if you want to. But regardless,
if you make it gold axe, you could make doors, but I don't
think
these
are
gonna be making.
It's a little bit. It's a little bit of a stretch, but like, you know, sorry, I'm coping. I'm coping. I love seeing the door craft, but I expect. Yeah, we're not gonna see that. That's okay. They have a little bit of spare iron.
Darvy made an iron hoe. It doesn't matter because we have enough spare iron, but he did miscraft a hoe. Maybe that's a sign of nerves. I mean, I guess he's down 2 sticks. You could like it's easy to make a gold pick here. Sort of a small micro thing. Down 2 sticks means you're down 2 planks, means you're down potentially a bed if it comes down to it. And look at this. Raul's actually opting to kill a cow on the island.
No, I don't mind that play. Give me a little more food, you know what I mean? I think it was 4 salmon and 2 cod, so definitely a lot of food. But I mean, just getting 1 extra thing is the cow's right in front of him. He's got the flint and steel ready to go. I mean, I think it makes sense. It's a little bit of a safety play.
Not the best spot for the 2x1. Darvy's chosen a better spot with less sort of repair work have to be done. So he's going to be in the nether first here. But not by much, and especially since Raul got that cow, he's up on the food situation. And this is a far bastion. Wow.
Yeah, it looks like the basalt terrain is not ideal. It's not the ideal spawn here, but we're seeing some slightly different routing immediately. Raul going off to the left, whereas Darvy goes kind of towards the right side here. Not sure which is going to end up being faster. It looks like Darvy does have a lead so far. Looks like the boat
Darvy's actually committing back to the left, and now Raul much farther ahead on this terrain because this situation for Darvy didn't end up working out. But maybe this higher terrain, Raul hasn't committed as well to the higher terrain, and I think now Darvy has pulled ahead or almost equalized it here. having
Hard
hooked
to
farther
say.
right, this upper terrain has worked. Yeah, and Raul was ahead for a few seconds, but decided to bridge over instead of continuing to use the terrain. Darvy's going to be at the Bastion first.
There we
Very
go.
back and forth on that small segment of terrain. That was very interesting.
Yeah, no, the Bastion just lots of terrain to navigate and lots of different ways to do so. So very interesting to see the two runners
Ooh,
comparatively hit.
Raul,
But
2.5 hearts.
oh man, yeah.
Can't even break that one chest. And if that was a sword guy there instead of a crossbow guy, Raul could have straight up died, but he's kept himself alive, and that cow's definitely going to matter for him now, considering he took 7.5 hearts and the 3 stake that it dropped. Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice. I mean, it's kind of like the two runners are equalized in that way. You know, if you think about it, like Darvy didn't take very much damage, but now
Scared if he gets
food,
hit
so...
here. Oh my god, he's fine. Sometimes you get hit through the corner on this route, digging down,
yeah.
but he's alive. Raul is pyrang, even though he saw the fort, could potentially be chunk counting. I know that's something that's been talked about more and more recently, is trying to get the exact chunk of the spawner, right? Because you can use the chunk that you're in and how far away it is to know the exact like line, I guess I should say, not the exact full chunk, but at least the depth of the spawner. Takes a little bit more brain power. Obviously, it's easier to just go where you saw the fort, but if you know that the spawner is 18 chunks away, let's say, and then the fort's only 9 chunks away, you don't have to waste your time looking around to the left and to the right when you get in the fort. You know you still have 9 chunks forward left to go. You can pearl aggressively farther forward there. So it definitely is just a better thing to do. You get more information about the seed. It just takes more brain power. You have to think more like Raul is pyrang in this housing, and Darvy didn't, as far as I saw at least. You know, you just see the fort. So it's potentially a time loss on some seeds if it takes a lot of your brain power away. But it could be seed deciding, right? If it's a buried fort, you have so much info on the seed.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like both runners here pearling outside of the housing, getting to the fortress. Maybe like 1 pearl lead here for Raul. Though I will say the food situation, he's a little bit low on HP still, I guess is what I was trying to get at there. He's been playing the seed. I feel like he's been constantly on 2 hearts throughout this entire seed. But regardless, getting the blaze bed off, just a little bit ahead here, but definitely not by much.
Yeah, and these runners should have the same amount of trades. I don't think either of them left early off of this housing, and obviously, I mean, Raul missed the 1 single at the top, so maybe that could cascade into him being sort of a bed down, but there's 8 beds and 3 anchors worth of explosives, so this is almost ground zero territory for these runners. Raul's making a bow over a crossbow, 7 bed, 2 anchor, like very, very comfortable, and Darvy in the same situation here. The thing I'll note is Darvy hasn't blaze bedded the spawner yet. Not sure if he just didn't get the pre-craft off in the housing, but it doesn't seem that it really matters because he has 5 rods already. And Raul just now on his 5th.
I swear Raul started killing blazes first. Like I have no idea how Darvy caught up there.
Apparently Darvy played double spawner, swapped the spawner. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I was gonna say this earlier. I'm watching Darvy's screen less because he's on GUI 3. Is that a bad take? I can't see his hotbar in his inventory as well. Is that a bad take? I can just see Raul's screen better. Like I'm not watching Darvy as much. Like I'm sorry, I need to lock in. I need to lock in. I can't watch it.
Maybe I'll try and keep an eye on use my.
We gotta try to lock in on Darvy's screen.
Yeah, I'll try and focus on that. That's okay.
Not only is he on the right and your eyes read left to right, he's also on GUI 3 and I just can't see. GUI 3 is not based. All I'm saying, guys, there's legitimately no reason to use it over GUI 4 unless you're playing on a multiplayer server where UI elements get obstructed. That's just the truth. I'm not right about a lot of things, but that's something that I am right about. You can just up your sensitivity and it's just more visual clarity. So if you're on GUI 3, you're wrong. That's all I'm saying.
Look at this Feinberg. Darvy already in the stronghold. He just completely dominated that fortress split.
Must have been that double spawner into strays. Yeah, I don't love his spike though, I will say. Can't see what he's looking for on the pie on that bow tie. Raul on the wrong pie, so we'll see if he likes any spike there. But this is definitely culled. Darvy extending down these stairs here, and he finds it. Nice. Fights through the culling.
Let's check out the 0 now. It's very open. That's good to see.
He didn't overlap eating that salmon, but it's open, so it's not going to punish him here. And this is a very, very standard 0. I guess if it flies at 90, we could see some interesting situation if Ral pushes 95. Darvy's not alternating. Also, doesn't even have F3 up. He must just be counting the blocks that he's building up. That's a bit
Oh my
funny,
God.
but he's at 95, and I can't imagine he'll choke this from here with the amount of explosives we have. It's going to be Darvy taking seed 1 over Ral, and Ral chokes the 0 anyways. Maybe trying to push himself a little too hard, knowing he's behind there. I mean, both the runners in the end at the same time. We didn't see that a lot yesterday. That's what we asked for.
No, that is true. That is true. It's just that fortress mode was so interesting. I was thinking, like, you know, Ral got ahead, got the blaze bed off. I felt like he was playing well, and we didn't see Darvy get the blaze bed, so I was thinking, you know, oh man, Darvy's really behind. But at the end of the day, look at that. Saved a total of 32 seconds. And I mean, or sorry, 24 seconds in the fortress.
I mean, that's just the whole seed. Like, Ral saved 7 seconds getting to the stronghold, 4 seconds in the stronghold, but it's just the strays and that double spawner play. I just, like I said, I just wasn't watching Darvy's screen. It just felt like Ral was ahead in the fort, got the blaze wet off instantly. Like, how do you lose time? But plays 2 spawners and strays according to the chat, the viewers at home, and that's just sometimes the seed. You save 1 spawner cycle, 20, 30 seconds, that's it.
Absolutely crazy stuff. You know, Ral, I feel like did play decently well. I'd be curious to get like a full analysis on that just to see exactly what happened. But regardless, Darvy takes seed 1, the underdog taking the lead once again. Crazy, crazy turn of events here, Feinberg.
It is just seed 1 though. We do have potentially 4 more seeds to play. Did see Darvy potentially a little nervous on the crafting at the start, but he played that seed beautifully throughout. I mean, lost a little bit of time pearling to the fort. I think Ral pulled ahead there mainly because Darvy threw a lava pearl or 2. We'll see if he can clean that up. I mean, it's hard to say that Ral necessarily did anything wrong. Like, if he just didn't get the strays that Darvy did, like maybe Ral should have looked to play 2 spawners more, but Darvy's strays could have pulled him farther towards that second spawner. So sometimes it's just how the seeds go when they're that close, like 1 or 2 blazes, running a different direction in the stronghold for fun. Like, when the runners are this close, it's that micro that really determines the seeds, those small little RNG moments. Let's see what Ral has in store for us for seed 2. What are we picking? Are we going to the shipwreck or the ruin portal? There it is, Nerdi.
Yeah, nice. No, I this is interesting. I mean, you know me, I love my ruin portal. I love seeing these runners play them. Hopefully it's a completable one with, like, you know, some food available or something like that. It's not some terrible ruin portal you sometimes get, but regardless, these seeds can be very, very fast, very mechanical seeds. So I'm excited. We'll have to see. I mean, I think the question here, in my opinion, I don't know what you think, Feinberg, but you know, the mental for Ral, I think is going to be the challenge. I mean, we've seen runners go down a seed. Every single runner has gone down a seed, right? The question is, can you come back from that? Can you lock in these moments? I think is really what matters. So I don't know. It's always difficult being behind, but I think at the end of the day, everyone's been there, and we've seen so many runners come back. So you never know what happens. Like you said, Feinberg, it's only seed 1.
Exactly, and it's not like Ral was behind by like a minute. It was literally
right.
5 seconds on the end enter, and he choked the 0, maybe just, you know, pushing himself a little too hard, but not like a brutal loss. I feel like you can just
and
sort of
here we go.
it up.
Speaking, look at this. Darvy has to full reset the seed.
Fell in the
lava. Yep, he fell in lava.
The nerves maybe getting to him. I can't say that's definitely something I've done before, but you don't want to have that happen in playoffs. And I was going to mention that Darvy's ahead by finding this exposed stone on the wall. We saw Ral dig down and punch a couple dirt with his fist. So Darvy was ahead. And now obviously he's just behind.
Yeah, crazy stuff there. Now Darvy.
And maybe he wouldn't have died to the lava, but I think it's smart to reset the seed anyways, because there's no food in the room portal. Yep. And I don't really know if there's any food. Like, Ral's killed 1 cow. That is it. That's all he's entering with. And honestly, on a seed like this, I might be motivated to enter with no food, because you can go up this hill. I guess the singular cow is pretty close, but sometimes if there's just no close food, it's worth it on some seeds to just enter. You can hunger reset on blind or in the fort. And so if you're entering the nether on 3 hearts with no food, like, that's, you basically lost the seed already. So having the hunger reset, not only 10 hearts, but the saturation to heal up to 12 or 13 matters a lot. So it makes sense why Darvy reset, but it does just put him behind in the Nether, heading towards this what looks to be a treasure bastion on Ral's screen.
And that's exactly the confidence boost that I think Ral needs here. Just feeling like you gapped your opponent. Maybe they made a mistake, right? So that is a strong start here for Ral, I'd say. We'll have to see how he routes this bastion. Needs, of course, to get that iron pick in these chests. We're going to see them mine through the wall right here. Nothing
Only
yet. Maybe the
4
second wall.
nuggets. It's going to be on that double chest then.
Yep.
Guaranteed in these rank chests. So you're going to open this without distracting the pig. Drops the gold chest plate he picked up. Beautiful play. And gets the iron to craft the pickaxe. Darvy will be encountering this chest very shortly.
Now going to
Ral's done a good job not taking that much damage, but all the small fall damages adding up. Very important that these runners do have the 2 stake that they have here.
Yep. And got... Oh, no, the block on the way there for a second for Ral, but he is able to pivot a little bit. Now getting the piglins in the hole. Meanwhile, I feel like Darvy maybe has caught up a little bit. I don't know. It's hard to say, but I do feel like Darvy is a little bit
Yeah, I mean,
closer
from
than
the reset, you would think being 20-25 seconds, I feel like he's only maybe 10 seconds behind here on actually mining the gold blocks. Ral just towered up out of this corner at 302. Let's see Darvy going to be towering up out of this corner at, yeah, like 312. So
Yep.
314, maybe 10, 12 seconds behind. Definitely saved time. Whether it was just better routing to the bastion, better terrain, maybe beelining the iron pick chest, or iron chest, not pickaxe specifically, a little faster, or just slightly more cleaner micro all around. But Darvy is closing that gap. But I'm curious, Nerdi, where the fort is. I don't know. I don't think it was on the screen for either runner, but I haven't seen either of them look for it yet. In sort of the wide macro on top of the treasure, that's what you'd expect these runners to do, to be looking around. But do we even have enough obby, right? Like, are we going to get 20? Are we going to go down to lower treasure and break that spawner? How are these runners going to play the seed? Could just end up winning or losing the seed for some of these runners, or one of these runners on the spot.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, we'll have to see if they do choose to do that. I mean, I'm seeing 12 obby for Ral and... Sorry,
Ral's got 18. Ral's got 22
yeah.
obby. Let's see. He's
just gonna
purling
pearl.
forward.
So
Does he see it?
I
mean, he's not opening his cords at all. He doesn't want to go left.
I mean, yeah, it looks like there's the fort right there. So
maybe
he must have seen it.
Let's see if Darvy saw it though as well. He's not only is he waiting for 20 obby, maybe just down a pig or two from how he routed the bastion, or sort of how they just ran around. But Darvy also committing this way. Maybe both runners won the 50. Maybe they both saw it. Really unclear. I never saw it on their screens, but obviously they have better visual clarity than we do. Either way, both of them at this fortress. Ral ahead. I'm watching Darvy's screen for the strays, and I'm not seeing them Nerdy. So I'd like to say that Ral is going to keep his lead, potentially, to the stronghold, or is at least in a good spot to do so.
I mean, this is basically the situation we saw last time, right? Ral blaze betting a little bit earlier, is a little bit ahead, but I mean, I don't know. Now I'm second guessing it. Is Darvy going to catch up in this end game? I think that's going to be the question. I also want to keep an eye out on the explosive count. I'm not exactly sure how many there are, but I think it's less than 5 beds, and then I don't know how many anchors. So it could potentially be a little bit sketchy in that way. But I'm not entirely
I actually just don't know. I tried to look at Darvy's inventory and I can't tell.
Yeah, so
Ral's 3 beds and 2 anchors, but he doesn't have glowstone to charge the second anchor. He needs to mine glowstone to get a 5th explosive. So surely Darvy's in a very similar spot. Ral does have half of a gold pick that he's been slowly mending at the spawner. So could help on this terrain to cords. Ral has 4 beds.
Yeah, that's so creative. I was wondering what was going on there. I didn't clock that.
Yeah, apparently Ral has 4 beds. It's just impossible to read the inventory sometimes. So 5 explosives and then potentially 6 if he finds some glowstone. No sheep in the overworld here that he's going to be going for.
So do you think the blaze bet is worth it on 6 explosives for these runners?
I think it is because there's very few. I mean, okay, for me specifically, I'm worse at 0 than probably everybody else in the bracket. But I think if you're good at 0, even the side setups with like 5 explosives, you can get close enough to chase down the dragon with crossbow, right? Like if you do 80% of the damage, it's sometimes fine. And the time that the blaze bed saves on like a seed like this where you have no strays, you rack up, like, just so impactful. Does Ral only have 11?
I'm not sure, but that's a 0i. I think he does.
Okay.
What the?
Wow.
What? I was gonna say Raul is so far ahead. I didn't realize he was only on 11 though. And that might just give Darvy the lead. I was wondering how Raul caught up so much time, but it must have just been that.
I don't know if he did that on purpose. You know, sometimes. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see. I mean, that is one of those things where it is a risk.
How many blazes does he have to kill to get it? 2 more.
I feel like it was probably on accident. Is my guess. I feel like runners usually wouldn't go for that if they're ahead, right?
And it's front cage for Darvy, so not a difficult 0 by any means with 6 explosives.
Can you make it work?
I mean, if the arrow goes through the dragon, we could see interesting situation. Maybe that looked pretty low, but he saved the KB. And that's going to be Darvy taking a 2-0 lead.
That's crazy.
Wow.
The 2-0 lead to the underdog. I mean, once again, it's very similar to that match yesterday we saw where the less experienced player, or I guess not less experienced, but the
experienced playoffs player, you should say.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It is. I mean, anything can happen in playoffs. You know, Raul obviously a very experienced player, but just forgetting the one I guess forgetting to pick up that 7th rod ultimately punishes him. And there we have it. Darvy enters the end 24 seconds faster, despite finding the stronghold 36 seconds slower. But again, that's with 11 eyes. So definitely an interesting match. Sub 9 for Darvy. He's playing very well today, and that's sub 9 with that mistake at the very beginning, having to full reset the seed, losing 15 seconds to enter the nether. So I think that should be a confidence booster for your Darvy. You just got to win 1 of the next 3, right? But that being said, we've seen reverse sweeps happen in the past. It's definitely not game over yet. And if Raul can win 1, if he can win another, then it's the momentum might shift in Raul's favor, right? So it's definitely not over yet, but a very strong start here for Darvy, taking the 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at those splits, Darvy lost 15 seconds to resetting the overworld, so it was a big, significant mistake, especially if you compare that to their splits on last seed. Darvy was only ahead entering the end by 5 seconds, so that, in the context of last seed, very important. But on this seed, Raul ended up losing a minute to having to go back and get a 7th rod, so Raul ended up making the bigger nerves mistake. That's a good way to phrase it. And now he's 2-0 down in the best of 5. Needs to win 3 seeds in a row to keep himself in playoffs, keep himself moving on to next weekend. And it sounds like we are throwing it into Fulham, actually, to analyze last seed. Maybe Raul missed a rod, maybe something like that. But we're going to throw it over to Fulham to analyze some clips that obviously Nerdi and I missed. And we'll be back here for seed 3 in a second. Back here for seed 3.
Well, what a surprising turn of events. Getting that 11 eyes only in the portal room. Welcome back to playoffs round of 16. It is 7 Raul versus Darvy in our first match of the day. Raul is 2 seeds behind our fan favorite. Those who assumed Raul would be able to sweep our newcomer to playoffs, Darvy, may have to eat their words with Darvy being 2 seeds to the good here. And I'm not quite sure as to why Raul has decided to go for this. Now, of course, anything can happen in these sort of tournaments formats. There can be a lot of nerves, but depending on different takes, I'm not able to psychoanalyze these players based on just their Minecraft gameplay, and we don't even get their audio or microphone to be able to dictate if they made a decision during the seed. But one thing that I think could have played a factor in this is the fact that we do see a hunger reset here in the overworld as Raul does pearl towards the pigs here and sets his bed up and does a hunger reset. But one thing that I wanted to notice was as he opened his inventory, he doesn't have any more fire res potions. He's only got one. So the fact that that first eye he leaves, I believe it may have broken. I couldn't quite tell from the frame rate here. It does seem as though the eye does break. Nothing fell back down to the ground. Maybe because of the lack of fire res, he's decided to take a bit of a gamble to leave one rod early. But I really, really wouldn't say that it would be the right play a lot of the time. Now, of course, I think about 70% of the time there is going to be at least one eye in the end portal, hence it not being punishing. But 70% of the time to save maybe what is 5 to 10 seconds to kill 1 or 2 extra blazes versus 30% of the time entirely losing 2 or 3 minutes. The expected value of that has to be negative. I would never be doing this play, especially in a playoffs format where you know you were ahead into the fortress. However, Raul did know he was ahead into the fortress last time, and Darvy was able to make up time on that first seed by playing 2 spawners tactically. So maybe Raul's in his own head about these sort of things. Maybe it is a nerves sort of thing. Maybe it's a self-doubt sort of thing. We don't know, but you're going to have to rally behind Raul because we're going to need to see a reverse sweep for him to stay in this playoffs here. Otherwise, Darvy is going to take an underdog victory into the next round. Let's stick around. Let's find out. And I'm going to send it back to Feinberg and Nerdi right now.
I think the only thing there that I actually noticed by watching that clip back myself is Raw had no extra fire res in his inventory. Maybe something that just, hard to notice in the moment. But maybe that's what he was worried about necessarily is running out of that fire res, and if the coordinates are over a lava lake, it's really hard to get there. But either way, I don't think you play for 11 no matter what. I don't think it was intentional, but he's just got to shake it off, Nerdy. Again, like Fulham said, he's ahead into the fortress, ahead. Doesn't make sense to go for that when you're ahead. I mean, we saw Loki 2 seasons ago play for a one-eye, but that was seed 7 of grand finals, and he was behind by 10 seconds, and he's playing Dugile. And so you look at those situations and you try to compare them, and it makes a lot more sense for Loki to send that there than for Raul to send it here in this situation. So let's see if Raul can bounce back. I think we're playing a shipwreck seed here for C3.
And there we have it. I mean, we've seen shipwrecks before. I think shipwrecks are always interesting because, I don't know, they kind of remind me of, it's just weird because the food situation is so hit or miss with them. You can get shipwrecks with 15 rotten flesh, and you can get shipwrecks with 15 carrots. So it really can go either way. And, like we've said before, obviously the food situation can impact nerves. It can impact the way that you play. It can impact all that thing. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye on. Also, things like how many iron do you get? Can you craft shears? Things like that. So shipwrecks are definitely pretty hit or miss, but I do like that they still have that potential to be quite fast.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw Dug miss some wheat in a shipwreck, so maybe it's the seed type with the most potential to miss food. I don't expect either of these runners to miss wheat in this chest, especially since Duke said he saw it and just decided to not go back. But we'll see. It's a shipwreck off the Ghost's Island here, and it's upside down notably, so not going to see maybe an EDCR type play that we saw yesterday of just getting in the shipwreck, mining the logs, and sending the ravine from there. And this is only 23 rotten flesh.
I was gonna say immediately.
Not the food situation.
Yeah, it's not what you like to see, but I mean, at the end of the day, you can still make this work. So we expect them to probably get stone axe here, craft the shears, and yeah, let's see there. Raul with just a slight advantage here. There is a pig you could theoretically go for, but no, I don't think it's worth.
How much you have no flint? I mean, it's possible you could just the raw pork, if it's there, it is technically more food than nothing, but it's so insignificant that I haven't even looked at the values, like the hunger values for raw pork up. I feel like it's just so bad.
You just stick with the rotten flesh. Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. But we do have both runners here on similar pace. I think Raul just taking a slight advantage on this island. as he is
They're gonna be leaving it early.
now. Maybe like a couple seconds there.
And both these
then
runners,
choosing to go for early flint.
yeah, they're heading the same direction, is the notable thing. We're not going to get lost here. There's some kelp now that's visible for both runners. They probably saw this while swaying over. Not something that I caught on the quality of these
Ooh, and look at that.
streams.
Ral misses the boat, and that actually now I think gives Darvy just a slight edge, or maybe they're at like very similar paces. And in either case, this is going to be a close match, I think, Feinberg. As now Darvy enters a little bit faster, and it just came down to that boat.
Seems like we're on the Bastion. Got an instant spike for Darvy. Ral heading the same way as well. And they both find this little crack in the terrain, heading to the bridge. But Darvy actually stopping here at the chests for some reason. And so Ral's going to take this lead back, heading to the Chalice. And I wonder if these runners will kill the Hoglin for some good food quality. 22 flesh. Ral's already at 6 hearts. If the fortress is far, having that fast heal on the pearls is very important. It seems to be only 10 chunks away, but maybe if the overlaps are there, I was thinking maybe Ral could kill the Hoglin sort of at the Chalice. Sometimes it just aggroes you while you're mining the gold blocks, and it's a perfect overlap. But it doesn't seem that way for Ral, and I'm scared for Ral, honestly. 5 hearts as he's trying to overlap this pie. Down to 3 hearts now. He's got the direction of the spawner. So has Darvy just now. But again, I'm scared for Ral's health situation. I think he built this DK 1 block off as well from the normal route. I'm just still worried. Stray, the Hoglin walks up the stairs. Piglins walk up the stairs.
Yep.
These leaves catch on fire,
risky.
and maybe he doesn't even die, but he just takes a fire tick and he's dead. Like, I'm scared, but he gets to the trading hole on 2 hearts.
Oh, it's scaring me. It's scaring me too, Feinberg. It's scaring me too. But Ral seems like he's maybe got it under control here. But this one piglin, oh my goodness, there's another piglin.
Oh my god.
Ral is he's playing with our hearts here.
And they're just so stupid sometimes that they just won't see that gold for a second. Like that thing right there, like.
Oh my god. 1.5 hearts here for Ral. I don't think there's
exactly
any
what I
more
was worried
pigs.
about.
Should be safe, but I don't know. It's still scary regardless here. As we see Darvy now looking like he's going to go potentially throw a pearl hang here towards the fortress. I'm not sure if they saw it.
They
I didn't
both
see it.
pied at the, like, as they were running towards the triple, they both pied from the Chalice, and it was this way, like, sort of, if the bridge was like an arrow, it's pointing.
Yeah. No, I like that. That's a good way of thinking about it.
Heading out to the Chalice here and pearl hanging backwards is what Darvy's doing, and Ral is opting now to kill this Hoglin because he is on, like, 1 heart. I mean, he's on 4 right now, but got to 1 heart in the Bastion. And we need some sort of fast heal, right? Like, we could throw 1 pearl before we die, if we're in Ral's situation. Darvy actually killing a stray Hoglin at the triple, so nice. Random Hoglin from the Crimson. He's got 3 more at the back of his screen here if he wants to kill those also. But that stray Hoglin's going to save him some time on the overlap. But this stray Hoglin, Darvy on 1 heart now. His 2RD Pearling Nerdy spawns so many Hoglins in this Crimson that it is actually detrimental
Darvy's got
to his situation.
He's scaring me, man. I thought for a second Darvy didn't realize he was on 2 hearts, or 2.5 hearts pearling there, but he does catch it. He does make sure he gets the heal off before that pearl lands. So good stuff there from Darvy. But once again, we see Ral entering the fort a few seconds ahead. But so far, that has not been enough.
Third time in 3 seeds, Ral's entered the fort ahead, and in the last 2 seeds, it has not led to him entering the end first. We haven't seen him, choke a 0 as the reason why he lost. Just the post-blind play has not been there from Ral. Needs to lock in on this seed, otherwise he's out of playoffs. As Darvy playing the same spawner on 2 hearts now, eating his last pork chop. Ral still has a pork chop here for that fast heal, maybe to Cords, and Darvy getting the blaze bed off right now as well. I think both runners lost a cycle, just a fast second spawn, so don't think it's that big of a deal that Darvy blaze bedded late here. We'll see how the rod counts end up shaking out as we get further and further into this fort split.
Now, killing all the blazes here. I'm trying to keep a close eye here on the rod count. Yeah, because in the past, Darvy's just kind of snuck ahead of Ral there. But
Ral's
I
got
think
6.
Ral looks like he's
Darby
on
has
6.
5. So Darby has to wait for an extra cycle. Maybe Ral got 1 extra spawn from a blaze bed being cleared out slightly better. But Ral's
the
got his
overlaps that are
pre-crafts.
happening for Darvy. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be close for sure. I mean, Darvy does have to go back and kill maybe one more, couple more. I'm not exactly sure. But regardless, these runners are very, very close still.
Darby gets the 1 eye measurement. Ral has to throw 2. That's a significant time difference on this seed. Can Ral pick up both these eyes with 1 pearl? It's a shallow ocean. Can he get there? Yes, he does. And he's on 4 hearts, notably Darvy. Oh, he gets hit by a blaze. That's a big difference maker here, but they're both heading to cords at the same spot in the fort at the exact same time, Nerdi. Could not possibly be closer. And Ral does have a port shop left on this fast shield. Darvy doesn't, so Ral can be a little more aggressive on these pearls. Not sure if it's going to end up mattering here. But he's just literally 2 seconds ahead to this warped island that they're pearling to. Both runners heading to cords from here. And Darby, 2.5. Look, he has to wait for this heal, and Ral doesn't. That's a big separator right now. Saving him just a couple more seconds, and Ral might need this in the stronghold nav. But Darby's found better terrain.
Yeah, Darvy
Stayed
once
up
again
on the
making
island,
time.
and now he's pulled ahead into the stronghold if the measurement's there, and it is. I like the spike that he got to the left. Is he going to commit to that? Where's Ral going to get a spike? Nowhere yet, but he's also committing left. Both these runners have to hunger reset. Darby's there. Ral aggressively pearling. This is going to come down to the 0.
I think Darby has a slight lead. Darby has a very slight lead. It's only a couple seconds, but we'll have to see. Not exactly sure if stream delay.
Full rotation though, and he pearls into an Enderman. And then he overshoots his pearl.
Ral gets the good pearl. Ral's fine on the pearl.
Good recovery from Darby, but can he get to 95? Darby is, but Ral's gonna get to 99 here. So that entire rotation for Darby now gone. Oh my goodness, I don't know.
I don't know who's winning.
Darby missed his. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ral here gets a double that off, but it's not gonna kill the dragon.
The 3 rotation. That's gotta be it. Darby's gotta win the seed off of that. Ral doesn't hit the 3+2. And unless there's a big,
it's kind of a slow dragon.
I think it has to be Darby, I think.
I think this might be Ral. This might be Ral. It's gonna be close. No,
oh my god, like
oh
1
my
second.
God.
Oh my god.
I swear it was so. I swear the dragon took a while to kill for Darvy there. I was not sold. You were sold.
I didn't think it'd be that close. I mean, Ral was just a rotation down there, even though he pushed higher. And look, the 3-second difference on the enter. I didn't think Ral could have brought it back.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, that is unbelievable. What a crazy seed. Darvy taking the win, just barely taking the 3-0 against Ral. And once again, entering the fortress 14 seconds slower, but his end games, just absolutely fantastic end games from Darvy throughout the day. And that's ultimately what gave him this 3-0 victory against Ral.
And we don't have the split on the screen, Nerdy, but it was a lot closer than I thought. 0.3 seconds, just 6 ticks between the dragon death animations. Maybe it's because the last rotation for Ral is pushing towards the fountain. Like it's sort of looping directly towards 0-0. I don't know how to explain that. I just thought that because he's 1 rotation down, it would cancel out entirely. But sometimes the death animations are just weird. Like we saw last season, Duke versus Loki. Duke got a faster death in the 1 and 8, and it won him a seed in grand finals. Sometimes the dragon's just weird with the movement. Maybe I just don't understand it enough.
That is
I thought it was so clearly Darvy with the 3+2 there.
Yeah, well, I think he killed the dragon way faster. But what I was looking at was the dragon kind of does like those circles on the middle. Yeah, so it was just weird. I don't know. That was a crazy seed. That's one of that might be the best seed that I've personally commentated over this entire tournament. I mean, that was crazy.
I think that might be the best seed of the tournament so far, just because it was the first seed that really came down to the 0.
Yeah,
and it obviously was not as far apart as I thought it was on those dragon deaths. It is unfortunate that Ral is out 3-0. Been in every playoffs, can't make the run this time. But Darvy played great. Let's actually talk to Darvy. We do have a winner's interview here. See his thoughts on that match, see what his expectations were going in, and now his expectations for next weekend. Bringing Darvy in the booth in just a second here.
Darvy, welcome. Congrats on the win. How are you feeling after that 3-0 victory against Ral?
Wait, before we talk, is that echoing?
No, your mic's
you're
good. You're good.
Okay, sorry, there's a green tackle around my mic. Yeah, that's a crazy score. Like, I didn't expect a 3-0 at all, and I did not expect, like, I didn't play Minecraft for a week. I was away the entire time. I came back 5 hours ago. I derusted, and then my power cable exploded. I'm not even joking. Okay, I can't speak. My power cable to my computer just fucking sorry.
You're
What
good.
was it? It made a giant sound, and then it was black, and then I had to get a new one, and I was really scared for my computer that it would happen again in the game, but it didn't, and I just played the game. Sorry, I'm speaking so quick. There's so many things going through my head, but
No, that was awesome.
I'll break down like how I dealt with I guess my nerves, because this is my first playoffs, and
Yep.
I'm against someone who's been in every single playoffs. So the way I dealt with that is like okay, instead of facing 7 Rao, I was facing 7 Bowl, who was gold 3. And it kind of helped. I can't lie, because the 7 Bowl, like, I swear that's an emote or something. And so that sort of dealt with something, and then I was just saying to myself, I've got nothing to lose. Just play the game. This is my first one. This is just for experience. Let's see what happens in season 9, where I hopefully get top 8, and then like it's actually more competitive for me. So the seeds wise, the seed 2, I fell in the lava. Did you remember?
Oh yeah, that was. I was gonna ask about that. Yeah, that was unfortunate.
That was insane. That's never happened in my life. That was so funny. I was just laughing for like 30 seconds. It's like, because I didn't take it seriously. Because I knew if I took this game seriously, I would get nervous. And I think that's what happened to people like EDCR. I remember I was speaking to him before the game, and I was like, listen, you're rank 1, but it's V-Strid. You can turn your brain off. You know you're the best player in the game right now. Turn your brain off and you'll still make time. And he still got very nervous because of all the expectations. So
Mhm.
for me to cancel all the expectations, go in the sea just laughing and just play my game, and I came out with a 3-0, I don't know how I did it.
No, I think that's a fantastic mental. I was wondering if like, that death would make things worse, but it almost sounds like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, it almost sounds like the death like made you less nervous because then it decreased the expectations. Is that fair, or would you say the death like made you feel bad?
I didn't think it changed anything. I was just playing the game. I just wanted to see
That's awesome.
I just wanted to see what the seed had.
That's the god mental, I think. That's fantastic. How did you feel in that last seed? I mean, it was super, super close. Were you nervous going for the 0, or do you think your mental was still like, yeah, whatever, I don't really care?
I had flashbacks of the Dougal failing the Pearl on the front cage against Loki. And I knew I had to go a lower height but do a better crossbow. I don't know what happened to Ral. He pushed 99, right?
He pushed
pushed
99.
99,
He
yeah.
killed. He ended up killing the dragon a couple seconds slower than you, just about entering the end slower and then missing a rotation, or not missing a rotation. Sorry, but
He did a
having
4+2. His 3+2 was like maybe 10, 15
Wait.
damage off.
Did
So
he double bed on the first rotation? Do you remember?
I think he did double bed on the first rotation, and then I'm pretty sure it was crossbow, so he didn't have time to recharge it for the second one,
Yeah.
and it's just like
Yep.
a bad angle or something. I think.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm cutting you off here. I'm just.
No, you're good. You're good.
But I know exactly why that happened, and I've told people to fix it for months, and he actually got punished for it. So that's crazy. But
wow.
Yeah, so he was just a rotation behind, and his death animation, like Nerdi was saying, was like faster. I think you won by like half a second, or like
I can't believe
That was
that.
crazy. It was
something.
super,
Even though
super
you
close.
killed the dragon lower and like a couple seconds faster, it was just like random death animation.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's insane.
I mean, you locked in on that backup pearl. I mean, because you pearled into an Enderman and then you missed the pearl.
Bro, he
And I was
teleported
like, oh my
into
God.
me. Like,
I
that's
know.
crazy.
That's
It
unlucky.
was so fun though. Like, even if I lost at seed, I wouldn't care. I'll just play again. Like, I'm 2-0 up. I can just do what I want and see what happens. But
I
yeah, that
love
was a
it. I love the
great
mindset.
best of 5.
Yeah,
So
what are
you're
your,
gonna be.
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah,
Nerdy.
I was gonna say you're gonna be going against Silverr or Aquacorde next weekend. How are you feeling about that?
Silver's definitely scary. I've never faced Silverr in my life, and
Wow.
but I watch him, and he's like, he has such linear perfection, but when he messes up, it's really bad. Is what I find. Aquacorde doesn't like barely ever messes up, but he's like a bit slower mechanically. So I think if I faced Aquacorde, I'd be much better off. I'd be having to pray for some RNG or something against Silver.
Very good. Well, congrats on the win. I mean, I'm super impressed by your mindset, especially considering this is your first playoffs. To me, like I was thinking, Raul's been in, like you said, Raul's been in every playoffs. This is your first playoffs. I was expecting the mental for you to be like that to be very intimidating, but it sounds like you handled it super, super well. So, congrats on the win, and very excited to have you back next weekend.
Thank you very much. I'll see you on Saturday then.
See you next weekend.
Goodbye.
Alright, see ya. Bye bye.
It's the 7 bowl strats, Nerdy. That honestly might be, if you had me take 100 guesses, I don't think that would have been up there. I don't know what emote he's talking about, but it obviously worked. I mean, he pulled the 3-0 out, and I
No, I mean,
mean,
I think that mindset is so interesting to me. I really respect that. I feel like when you have the mindset of like not caring, it is the ultimate mindset.
mhm.
I don't know. I mean, nerves are just such a real thing, and I feel like in these moments we see so many elite level runners choke under the pressure, or not necessarily choke, but play significantly worse under the pressure. Um,
Uncharacteristic mistakes, stuff like that.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, exactly. And so I feel like um, I don't know. It's super impressive to see someone in their first playoffs to me have a mindset like that, be able to just go in and play despite thousands of people watching, the highest stakes match possible, and feel like it's just you're going against some gold one player.
I also really liked. I think it's a confidence mindset as well. Um, in a way, I remember Darvy saying how he's using this sort of just as like a warm up and sort of getting experience before season 9 playoffs and getting top 8. So I think he has the confidence in himself to know that he's still improving, still getting better at the game, right? As opposed to maybe like, you know, it's not like trying to call anyone out in particular, like no, nothing against Raul specifically, because I mean, if anything, I'm calling out myself in particular the most. But when you've been in playoffs or around playoffs for so long, or just around the community for so long, it's easy to get sort of stagnant in the improvement,
Mhm.
and sort of think you've hit the plateaus. And it seems like Darby, I mean, it's his first playoffs, it's his first time being up in the leaderboard, that he's maybe still got this like improvement drive mindset. Maybe thinks his plateau is still so higher up, like he's not even close to hitting that. And so I think it's a confidence mindset here that he went into this game with, knowing that this is experience. Doesn't matter how I do. Next season is going to be my season. Let's just see what happens. And I mean, he got the 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, I know he's been training a ton, and I think he's specifically been training. I mean, you mentioned talking to EDCR. I know he's been
Yeah.
training with EDCR, so those two definitely are some scary, potential rising players. And honestly, maybe I say rising as if Darby. I mean, hey, if he has that mindset, if he just doesn't care and he keeps going, I mean, who knows? He could take a win, which would be absolutely crazy. But regardless, I think moving on past the round of 16 in your first playoffs, even if he gets eliminated 3-0 next weekend, I feel like that's still a super big accomplishment. Especially considering I know he also won midseason showdown. So Darby is on a
Yeah,
roll.
true. Got 25 points there. And it's interesting. It's always exciting if you can talk about someone who's in playoffs, who's already in the top 16 players in the world, and say that their peak is still rising, that there's still so
Yeah.
much for them to do, right? Because that's something that a lot of the time you'd say about someone maybe in the top 100 or the top 50 that could qualify next season. But when you're already at this such a high level of play and you're still getting better, Darby could be a name to reckon with, not only this season, but next season and beyond. Very, very exciting stuff that we saw in this best of 5. Let's start over the bracket before we get into a quick intermission, see what game we have up next, see what matches we have up next for you guys today. It's going to be Mongey versus Tudorule. Winner of that game up against Dougal next weekend. That's going to be
Jeez.
fun to watch.
Yeah. No, I mean, this upcoming match I'm definitely excited about. Then later, of course, we do have Silverr and Aquacorde going against Darvy, who we just saw take the win there. And next we have, of course, you Feinberg against Infume. And then the winner of that plays Loki. So this is a very exciting bracket that we have cooking up here, and I cannot wait to see what we have in store for us.
It's be 3 great matches to round out this final round of 16 day Nerdy. I'm very excited. to get into the next match we're going to commentate. And I'm very excited to watch and play in the last two as well. But that's all I have for you guys right now. We're going to throw it over to a quick intermission, get that Mongey versus Tudorule game set up. We're going to show you guys hacking noises, teaching us about fortresses once again. And we'll be back in a few minutes with our second match of the day.
Hi, I'm Hax, and I'm going to be teaching you about the fortress. Okay, first of all, there's two parts to the fortress. There's the good side, which is characterized by this open area and the spawners, and then there's the bad side, which is more enclosed and only has chests. And because the bad side doesn't have any spawners and only has chests, speedrunners will almost always try to get to the good side. And most of the time, if it's more open like this, you can just see the good side and speedrunners will pearl and then start playing the spawner. But sometimes it's fully enclosed and you will have to just figure out how to get to the good side with no information. And there's a few indicators in the bad side that help. First of all, there's this netherwart room with the staircase. Whenever you see this, speedrunners will always go the opposite direction and that'll lead you towards the good side. There's two other indicators. Here, there's this balcony similar to the staircase room. You always go opposite the balcony, and then when you see these stairs, you always go up the stairs. Here's another balcony, so you go opposite, and then ideally if you follow the bad side well enough, you'll end up in this middle lava room. And this is always like the transition between good and bad side. There will always be the good side on one side, and then the bad side on the other side. Okay, next thing is spawners. What you'll see speedrunners always do is they will always clear out the spawner to make sure there's more space for blazes to spawn. And this can be done with either a pickaxe or with beds or with TNT. If speedrunners use a bed to clear out the space called a blaze bed, there will be a lot of fire and you'll always see people clear out the fire. This is because fire will eat the spawns and blazes can't spawn in the fire because these emit light level. So speedrunners will always clear out the fire. However, soul fire is fine. For whatever reason, soul fire just doesn't emit enough light, so blazes can still spawn and people don't care as much about soul fire. That's also why people try to use soul sand for these edges so that blazes, first of all, don't fall off, but also they're slightly slowed down so it's easier to kill them. And also, if they shoot fireballs, there's soul fire, so you won't have to clear it out as much. Okay, next thing is blaze beds and TNT. There's two main types of spawners people will run into, either buried or exposed. For buried, there's a few main variations people do. If you only have one bed, you'll see people place a block on top of the spawner, break this block here, and then do a blaze bed, and that's like the best way to do it. Just to like clear out as much space as possible. If they have TNT, such as in a temple seed, you're most likely going to see people do something like this with the TNT in order to clear it out, or they'll do a donut and put TNT all around it to clear it on buried. For open is generally slightly faster than exposed just due to the fact that there's less blocks on the side, and you can do this for your blaze bed setup. Or you'll see, if you only have TNT, you'll see people do like this as well. Or if you only have two TNT, some people will do this. And then sometimes there's some weird setups where you can use a mix of a combo of a TNT and a bed. So there's a lot of different blaze bed variations, but all of them have the same goal of just trying to clear out as much space as possible to free up spawns for blazes. In terms of other strategies in the fortress, something you'll see is people turning down their render distance to 5 chunks, or maybe even lower, sometimes to 6, sometimes to 4. This is to try and increase spawn rates of mobs and fortresses. The intended goal is to get as many blazes as possible in order to leave as fast as possible. Obviously, there is the negative potential of getting a bunch of wither skeletons, but ideally in biomes like Basalt, in Warped, or Soul Sand Valley, you're going to get more blaze spawns than other mobs. Like, it's less taken up by zombie pigs or piglins, so you will sometimes see people lower their render distance to 5 to only place stray blazes. Another micro strategy you might see speedrunners do is they'll use an axe and a sword. Most people just use an axe and it's pretty fast, but especially for stray blazes where you are on a timer like at a spawner, you have to kill these blazes as fast as possible. So you'll see some runners use an axe and then switch to a sword, and that'll save a lot of time killing each blaze. And it can, when you're killing like multiple blazes, like if you get average rates, you'll have to kill like around 12 blazes for 6 rods. Getting like a 1 second time save on each blaze kill with an iron sword adds up a lot. Wither skeletons are a big nuisance in fortresses. You'll see speedrunners deal with them in different ways. A lot of people like to do this, where they stack up 3 blocks on the good side and then just punch them off. Other potential methods that people use is if they have fire charges or flint and steel, you can just punch them off. When you're in the bad side, you can't as easily just pillar up a few blocks. You have to kind of make your own thing. You make like this little L shape on the side, and the wither skeletons will try to get up here. They just naturally pathfind up, and you can also just punch them off. And those are like the ideal methods to deal with wither skeletons.
Welcome back, gamers. Welcome back, Nerdy. We're here for match 2 out of 4 today. Mongey versus Tudorule. Nerdy, what was your prediction for this match? Was it... Because I think you got your first prediction wrong, unfortunately, today.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I was wrong. I did not expect Darvy to make it through, but that's okay. Still excited to see him, of course. Big Mongey versus Tudorule. I think, if I remember right, I mean, I don't remember the exact score. I had Mongey going through, I think 3-2, I think was my prediction.
I think if there's any match so far to go to a game 5, I hate to jinx anything, and I know there's been a lot of 3-0s in a row at this point. But I think this is the match to go the distance. Both these runners feel like they are very similar in play style. Mongey, very consistent player. Maybe doesn't have the top speed that people like Hax and Loki and Doog get to, but a very, very consistent player. We've seen him do very well in playoffs the last couple seasons. And Tudorule, in a similar vein, not as much of a playoffs household name as Mongey is, but has the no reset world record. So plays a lot for consistency in that regards. They just seem like they're the same sort of archetype of player.
Yeah,
For lack of a better word. And so can work out to make this match very close. I would hope so, at least. I want to see a game 5 just for my sake, just for the content's sake, for everyone's sake. And I mean, look at the stats, Nerdy. Very, very similar. Maybe the most similar stats we've seen in any matchup all day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the biggest standout here for me is the forfeit rate of Tudorule. It doesn't show, but I think that is the reason, the primary reason. He has 12% forfeit rate last season, and I think that's the main reason why we see a 3%, 4% difference in their win percentage. Is just those few games that he forfeits, right? I mean, it's hard to say exactly. Of course, he might lose all 12% of those games, but at the end of the day, I do feel like we see Mongey with a 0% forfeit rate. So that is the biggest thing that stands out to me between these two runners. That's the biggest difference. Other than that, they seem like very similar style players. Like you said, very similar archetypes, very similar average times, very similar ranked PBs, very similar RSG PBs. So this is definitely going to be a close match. I would like to hope. Obviously, we've said that about a lot of matches. Hasn't always been the case, but I do agree with you, Feinberg. If any game's going to go to a game 5, I think it's going to be this one.
I mean, you look at the average time, only 4 seconds apart, and like you said too, if Tudorule wasn't forfeiting those games, like I know Mongey has a 0% forfeit rate, or if not, very close to that. Let me actually double check that. Yeah, 0.0. I know sometimes people will crash potentially, and
Right.
it counts as a loss. But that average time, basically the exact same. Win-loss, Mongey's only up by 2, basically 50%. Win percentage, basically the same. Both of these runners did very well in the Simply Nether Regionals Reloaded events. Neither of them winning, but getting out of the first 2 rounds for both of them. And notably, Nerdy, I was looking at historical playoffs data. Tudorule, this is his 3rd playoffs. And Nerdy, the 2 times that he's lost in playoffs so far has only been to Beef Salad. And if you know about the bracket, Beef Salad is no longer with us.
True.
Yesterday. So Tudorule's kryptonite is gone. What does that mean for his run in the bracket this season?
Yeah, maybe it's the Tudorule season. You never know. But I don't know. This is going to be interesting for sure. Let's look at those win rates on. Interesting. Look at this. That's so interesting to me. So very similar, for some reason, low win percentage on BT for both of them. I don't know. I mean, that's so interesting. It seems like they have similar strengths and weaknesses. I guess maybe the biggest difference here being the shipwreck and the village. But that I don't know why that stands out to me as an obvious weakness for Mongey, and then also that is the lowest win percentage for Tudorule. So maybe both runners are going to ban BT. We will have to see.
I mean, if you order these seeds by slowest to fastest for both these runners, it's the same order. Room Portal's both their best seed types. BT's the second best. Temple's the third. Shipwreck 4th, and Village 5th. Like these stats are very similar. These win rates not as ordered. Tudorule's win rates looking a bit different from Mongey's in that Shipwreck Temple Village sort of area. But these are very, very similar stats. Definitely the most similar that we've seen, not only on the player cards, but on the seed stats card as well. I'm excited to see this hopefully not be a 3-0. Maybe
I
asking
agree.
for a 3-2 is too much. I just want to see
3-1.
4
A
seeds.
3-1. Yeah, we want 4 seeds. I don't know. Maybe at least Feinberg, you can make this. You can make the change here. Put us into a game 5. All right. If you're up, if you're up and you're about to win, you can just lose a seed. Okay, Feinberg. That's what I want to see.
I don't think that's allowed.
Okay, that might not be allowed. That might not be allowed. But regardless, RP Shipwreck bans, very interesting. Again, that was the lowest win percentage there for, or no, the BT,
was the lowest
win
win percentage, but it's both of their second fastest seeds.
Yeah, so it's definitely interesting. I love to see it. I love BTs, as you know. Rune Portal ban, I'm a little bit sad to see, but regardless, we're going to have a Desert Temple and a Village seed after this, so definitely going to be interesting to see how these two runners approach these different seed types.
We just got to get into the game and see how they handle it. I'd expect that, both these runners, I feel like, have similar mechanical ceilings and similar decision-making abilities. Like, again, I don't know how many different times I can say the same thing with different wording. I just feel like both these runners are so evenly matched. I feel like this is the most even round of 16 match that we have, even though you look at the seeds and it's the 6 seed versus the 15 seeds. It feels so close. We'll see if we get that level of cinema getting into these games as these runners look for the BT. Getting into our best of 5 Nerdy. 1 TNT, 13 iron. We're going to make a pressure plate, full iron tools. It's beautiful.
One thing very goofy, it always stands out to me every time, Feinberg, is the timers here for Tudorule. I don't know how that doesn't distract him at all, but I guess, to each their own.
No, I really don't get it. I don't think I'll ever get it. I guess if you're someone who looks at the timer a lot, it's closer to the center of your screen, but it feels so random. Like it feels so random. Why?
Yeah, it feels like
why are they separated?
Yeah.
We're playing ranked. Why are there 2? You only need 1. It feels so random and out there, but he's rocking with the timer setup and it works for him. We act like it's like the craziest gameplay difference, but the craziest gameplay difference for now, Nerdy, is that Tudorule hasn't found the ravine, went the wrong way off the island. So this is a big time difference here.
And that right there is, we've talked about this many times. I don't think this has happened yet in this playoffs, but yeah, this can happen on these kind of seeds where one player sees the ravine, the other doesn't. Tudorule maybe now finding it. See, it looks like that might be.
I don't think this is the same ravine, but it is gonna work. So he's not completely out of the seed yet, but it's so impactful, in my opinion, to know that you're ahead.
Yep.
Like Mongey's gonna get to this chalice. I mean, obviously he knows that he's ahead, but he knows he's ahead by such a significant amount that you don't necessarily need to push every second of mechanics, right? Like obviously you can get punished if like it's an SSV fort and Tudorule hits like 10 strays. Like there are ways that someone can get incredibly lucky in a seed, or the stronghold is really bad and it kind of ends up just being a toss up. But in most seeds, I would say if you're making the perfect play, which is still hard to do, like the perfect decision every time, the like textbook correct play, you can't lose that much time to getting unlucky, right? Like, I mean, there's very rare situations. EDCR's gassed treasure situation last seed, but my point is when you're so ahead like this, 30, 40 seconds into the bastion, if not even more, being able to just go at 95% speed instead of 100 or even, trying to go 110% in playoffs, it's so impactful to the consistency and
Yep.
the confidence and just everything like that matters so much knowing that you're ahead.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Gives you that momentum, gives you that confidence boost here. We do see that finally Tudorule has mined the entire chalice. Meanwhile, Mongey has all of the pigs trading already. We'll have to see. Did you see the fortress? I don't think I saw the fortress, so we'll definitely have to keep an eye out for that. But regardless, Tudorule here finally getting the pigs over towards this triple chest using the DK route. So it's going to be interesting to see if Tudorule can claw back any of this time or not.
Mongey
Building
gets the
the fort in a
pie
slightly
out.
different position.
They did not see the fort. He's crafted 2 beds for the double blaze bed potentially. Like that play from Mongey here. Tudorule using auto funnel hole here. So slightly different trading spots. Maybe the pearls are better in this location of the rampart for Tudorule. That's unfortunately not how it works, but that's what you hope for if you're a Tudorule fan. But what you're not hoping for is the skeleton that has shot a piglin and now
wow,
is
and it's
in
in
his
there.
trading hole. It's really annoying to have a skeleton in these because it doesn't actually hit the piglins in the hole. It's dying because it hit a piglin outside the hole, but when the skeleton's in that 1x1, the arrow doesn't hit the piglins that is inside, it'll just keep shooting you. Very annoying situation. But
Yep.
Tudorule
We do
handles
see
it pretty
the
well.
double bed here coming out from Mongey. So just once again, just maintaining that lead, using the Iron Sword to kill all these blazes just a hair faster. And I mean, yeah, I think Mongey's just playing the seed well. No major mistakes. If he continues this could be a pretty clean first seed here for Big Mongey.
Gets that fire out on top of the spawner. Double blaze bed clears out so much of these blocks. He has to do such little repair work. He might as well just start his pre-crafts now. 6 beds, 2 anchors, 8 explosives in total. We have some gold for a gold pick. We're going to be able to make a bow here. It's beautiful pre-crafts. And Tudorule just now finding the fort. I think he took some bad suboptimal terrain here as well. So his lead, or his Mongey's lead, I should say, getting extended just a little bit more, I think. At least apparently, what is apparent to me watching here.
Yep. And now going to be measuring already, while Tudorule, I don't think, has killed a single blaze.
He gets that one eye 1500 distance. Not sure what the food situation is like. We have 1 apple, so probably can get to the cords without having a hunger reset, but we'll need a hunger reset in the stronghold. Not a big deal. Tudorule on 1 cod. Maybe that's it. And he hasn't even found the fortress yet. Tudo's still been looking, or not the fortress, excuse me, the spawner. Tudo's still been looking for the spawner here.
Yep.
For the last, I want to say, almost a minute at this point. And he's now digging under a bridge for maybe just 1 stray. I think he's trying to hear a blaze, but I don't know how the spawner could be this low. Yeah, he's now he's in the bad part of the fort on just 1 stray. And that was his first mob kill of the fort. He hasn't found, this is his first stray that he found as Mongey's in the stronghold.
Yeah, Mongey just knows that he does not need to go for anything risky here. I mean, you just have such an advantage, like you said, Feinberg. You can play this seed so safely from here on out. Maybe not going for that crazy 0, maybe whatever.
Going for a wormhole in the stronghold off of the preemptive spike, trying to see if that's the way to the portal room, but he's not getting a clear secondary spike here.
Looking around
and
here.
he's just going to go back the way he wormholed. Maybe a little bit confused on exactly how deep we are in the stronghold. Hard to room track, count how deep you are if you don't really know how you got there. But yeah, I don't love any of the spikes that he's been getting.
Yeah, I was going to say. Maybe
he's got a big lead, but
hope for Tudorule.
Yeah, it's not insurmountable. He does still have to beat the seed. As Mongey finds now lower terrain here, but it's just a library.
Not good.
I mean, slowly and slowly, he's going to be clearing out the entire stronghold, though. There's only so many ways to go, and it is just straight down mid. I don't know. I thought that was the portal room. It really looked like the staircase to me on that. Okay, so he doesn't find the portal room yet. But Tudo still just has so much to do
Yep. And
to beat the
like we said,
seed.
Mongey's cleared out a lot of this stronghold already, so we'll have to see if he can find it.
There
there it
is the
is.
portal room. Finally. Don't need a Hunger Reset as we just did in that 5-way. And we have 8 explosives through the 0. We have a gold pick, even though it's not needed.
Check out the 0.
Front 94, front 97.
Okay, front 97. Should be pretty hittable here for Mongey. We'll have to see if he can make it work, though. Oh,
Ooh.
messes up the anchor placement.
But he's got a full rotation. It's so
But
much
he's
time to
killing.
get here. And with 6
Double bed
beds
off.
and a bow, doesn't matter that it's a
Beautiful stuff.
little bit shaky on the damage. He gets it done. And that's seed
3
1.
plus 3. And he gets it
Mongey.
off. Fantastic stuff from Mongey there. Closing out this first seed with pretty substantial gap, I'd say. Tudorule not even entering the stronghold.
And I mean, I think part of that is the overworld, obviously not finding the ravine, but we'll look at the splits when they come in here. I think it was a little bit everywhere. I don't know if Tudorule gained time on any split.
Yeah, you're
7
totally
seconds, 7 seconds into the Bastion was the one split. I was going to say that if anything, it'd be the terrain after the bridge, but I thought he played that bridge a bit slower and then obviously couldn't find the spawner for over a minute. So that ravine situation wasn't even his worst time loss in the seed.
Yep.
And that's something that you look at as something that just decides the seed on the spot. When
Yeah, no,
you
absolutely.
lose 45 seconds, like that is seed defining a majority of the time. And it wasn't even his worst time loss.
Yeah, I do feel like these seeds are frustrating, man. When you lose to just not ultimately like not being able to find stuff is what this came down to, right? Not being able to find the spawner, not being able to find the ravine. I think that's really what this came down to, and that is a very frustrating feeling. Like you feel it's like sort of hard to grasp. Like how much of this is my fault? Is this unlucky? Whatever, right? It's like it's sort of it is tilting in that way. So maybe that could be a factor here moving on if that's going to contribute to tilt, contribute to a negative mindset here for Tudorule. On the other hand, I feel like if you're Mongey, that's a confidence booster, right? You just absolutely crush that seed. Presumably, you don't even necessarily know if your opponent died or anything like that. There's nothing blatant, right? And so I feel like if you're big Mongey here, you're feeling great. You feel like you just crushed the seed. You just need to do that 2 more times.
Yeah, I think it's almost more tilting. I think it's a great point that you bring up to make those decision-making mistakes, sort of like exploration mistakes. I don't know the best word to say, but like you said, you just can't find stuff. I think that's way more tilting than like, oh, I mean, maybe dying on a 0 or something when you're ahead is maybe more tilting because you're so close. But like if you die in the Bastion, I feel like it's pretty easy to shake it off. You die in the fort to like a 2 magma cubes or 3 wither skeletons or 2 skeletons in a blaze. Like sometimes it's pretty easy to shake that off. But those like sort of brain RNG plays, like you just kind of run the wrong way in the fort. It almost feels like you didn't have a chance to play the seed. Like you didn't have a chance to win. A lot of the times it feels out of your control, even if there are things that you could have done better. Like maybe Tudo didn't look on the island enough. Maybe Mongey spent the extra couple seconds really trying to look. Maybe Mongey spent an extra few seconds at the fort really trying to analyze. I mean, it's hard to know for sure what the situation was for those sort of brain RNG moments, but it feels so tilting to lose to those. We'll see if Tudo can bounce back with his mental and at least make this a close second seed. Try to avoid those decision differences on the desert temple, Nerdy. Can't miss the ocean, can't miss the magma ravine on this one. I guess you can miss the lava pool. It's possible.
I was gonna say, I feel like I agree you can't, it's harder to miss the enter, but there's still like a lot of things and decisions that you have to make, right? You have to find your flint. You have to decide if you want to go, or maybe if you can't find that, maybe you have to go for a wood light, things like that. So there's definitely still decisions to be had, things to find and whatnot in the Desert Temple overworlds. We'll have to see if that plays a role in this seed or not.
I mean, yeah, it's not the freest overworld. I mean, I think the only free overworld in terms of enter is just Ruin Portal. Like, just because it's right there. And we haven't seen anybody miss the Ruin Portal in playoffs so far. I think that would be impressive.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate. Yeah, if you.
But on every other C type, we've seen people miss the enter on Desert Temple, miss the enter on Village. I'd be shocked if these runners miss the enter on this seed, considering the lava pool is in the same chunk they spawned in.
And just looking
Both
for
runners heading
Flint
this
now. Maybe you go over towards that water. We'll have to find out how these runners
is-
route this, but
Interesting though, because the lava pool was right there, you could just woodlight on the trees right next to the lava pool. The river sort of pulls you more into the desert, but there's flint at the bottom of the temple.
don't need to think about it.
Gravel, I should say. Mongey picks up flint there. Not sure if Tudo did. Most likely. So yes, we don't have to think about that situation. Don't have some woodlight RNG potentially.
And Tudor is taking a bit of an early lead here. Not sure exactly how, but able to somehow with the micro get ahead.
Mongey just had to pick up the flint. Didn't get the item RNG. And trying to blow up 2 trees here. Let's see how much wood he gets from this TNT. He got 10. That's perfect. Only needs 1 TNT. Not only is it just faster to not have to run around and blow up 2 trees, it is also just better for the block pickup, right? Like it's faster because you're not moving around as much with the TNT explosions, and it's faster because you don't have to pick up 2 different wood stacks. But Tudo, like you said, Nerdi, pretty significant lead. I think he found a little bit of a closer water pool as well with that flint pickup advantage in the bottom of the temple. He's in first by solid 5 seconds. Much different than last seed.
That's the confidence boost I feel like I like to see from Tudorule, right? Like you play the seed well, you feel like, okay, this is a new seed. The last seed does not affect this one in any way, and you just lock in and get that early lead on the Desert Temple here. But I will say, I feel like Mongey has caught up a lot of time just by terrain nav, just playing a little bit more aggressively maybe.
And he's got a gas. Oh, hit! But he saved
man.
himself. Corner hit there.
Is this going to be another situation at EDCR we saw yesterday? Doesn't look
I mean,
like
if he
it,
was
but
watching, the 2RD is still active. He's keeping this 2RD on probably until the trades get in the hole.
so sad.
The piglins
So
get in the
sad
hole, I should say.
that happened yesterday, but hopefully that will not happen ever again.
And he's finally upped his render. Learned from EDCR's unfortunate situation yesterday. So the lead, I guess, a little bit back towards Tudo. Maybe not because of the gas, but because of the damage situation on the bridge of treasure for Mongey. And look at this. Wow, Tudorule just blew up the gold in the middle of the treasure. I've never seen anybody do that. Lit a TNT, overlapped, mining the right side gold. I love that play.
Yeah, no, great overlap there by Tudo. I've never seen that. I'm not sure if that's like a heads up play or if that's like something he's practiced, but great to see stuff that we've never seen before, Feinberg.
I mean, that was beautiful. It's just, I think that just must save you a couple seconds.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a
100%.
single person ever do that. I mean, obviously, maybe Tudo's done that a lot, and I just haven't been watching. It seems such an innate behavior. I feel like he had practiced that. Also, I feel like that's something that you wouldn't go for in
Yeah, that's
playoffs.
fair. No, I was gonna. Yeah, I realized as I was saying, like that would be kind of an interesting heads up play to take a risk like that. But regardless,
Not like it should be a risky play, but like lighting a TNT.
I've just never seen it. Yeah, I don't know.
Like definitely up there on the risk factor. Even though if you just sort of think about it for a second, it really shouldn't be any. It shouldn't make any problems, but.
Regardless,
Beautiful
here,
play
we've got
from Tudo.
18 obby here, I believe, if I saw that correctly. So potentially having to go to a lower treasure here, or maybe home portaling. I don't know.
I mean, Tudo is still looking for this fort. I know you said that Tudo had a lot of confidence entering this nether first, and I was going to mention, I feel like it all gets completely shut. As soon as you see treasure, and as soon as you don't see the fortress, I feel like, oh my god, I don't know what I'm doing. And look at this situation, Nerdi. Mongey has the fort on his screen. He threw the pro to the left. Tudo threw straight. Tudo's going to find this fort in a second, but Mongey's now fully ahead.
Wow.
And when the food is this bad, when it's a Desert Temple seed, it's such a double-edged sword of a mistake. There's got to be a better way to say that.
Are you sure Tudo went the right way? I mean, I was watching Mongey.
It seemed like he recovered into heading the right direction, but I don't think so.
I don't know if he went the right direction. I think he went a different direction. I think it's going to be the same situation as last seed,
Yeah.
where Tudo just can't find things.
And I don't know if Mongey saw the fort off of spawn or if he just decided to go for a different quadrant. I am not sure if Mongey saw it on the way because Tudo couldn't see it at the top of the bash, and we know that. Obviously, he would have went there if he saw it. So Mongey must have seen it on the way. I think the only notable thing, Nerdy, that could change this seed back in Tudo's favor, if you're a Tudo enjoyer, Mongey has 14 pearls.
Ooh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, excellent point there.
He didn't split his pearls.
Oh no, that's a big mistake there from Mongey. And that
So if this is a far stronghold and he's gonna have to use a pearl, or if this breaks, if it's a 0-eye, 14 pearls in the fort is not what you want to see for a potential 0 cycle in the slightest. Tudo finally finds the fort.
Yeah, and that's
He just went the wrong way, the wrong
situation.
quadrants. And he's now so behind into the fort here. But again, this pearl situation, it is only 1,000 blocks away in the overworld, which is 125 in the nether. So Mongey might try to get here without throwing any pearls. But if it's a 0-eye, he's going to have 2 for the 0. If it's buried, that's GG, basically. Buried back, fully GG. Buried front, you might not be able to get there before it flies. A lot of setups, you might not be able to get there. And he's not throwing any pearls to cords. Unfortunately for Tudo fans, it's great terrain to get there. Mongey at cords right now as Tudo just now working on getting his first couple of rods. It's just, again, Nerdy, like you said, these decision-making plays, these information plays that Tudo is slipping on in this match. And it might cost him a second seed.
Absolutely possible. We'll have to see. The 0 is kind of the last bit of hope that Tudo has. If it's like
maybe the stronghold, it's a little ugly with the mine shaft, but I think Mongey got a great spike here, top left. How do we get here though? Oh, and there it is.
There it is immediately, and it's a 1-eye, so 3 pearls there for Mongey.
Should be hittable.
Definitely potential. Lots of potential here for 0.
It is an open terrain end, so the potential is there. He didn't get the gap eat overlap off, but it's okay. Can eat it on this pearl. This is 94. Gonna go to 99 here. Gets there in time. Can't misplace this anchor though, like he did last seed, but he gets it off.
Good stuff.
And we have 8 explosives. So as long as we keep this dragon up, seems like he's a little worried about it though.
Sketchy here.
But this still should be fine if he doesn't get hit off the tower.
Oh, no.
Has to finish with the chase down, but he gets it done.
That was scary. That was scary for Mongey a little bit, but he does manage to get it off with 5 explosions and some crystals there at the end. Beautiful stuff from Mongey, getting a sub 9. And yeah, like we said, it once again, this seed just came down to Tudorule not being able to find things. And that's a bit unfortunate, but Mongey lights some TNT. And
blow up in the overworld there.
That was awesome. And that will do it for seed number 2.
It's just the exploration, like the splits. It's a minute and a half on finding the fort. Tudo just heading the wrong way.
And I will say, 4 seconds in that one split as well is interesting to me. Going to the Bastion, just enter Nether to go into the Bastion. I feel like that Bastion was really close. Like Mongey saved a lot of time in a very short split, so definitely interesting. Tudorule, I think he had a great overworld. I think he played the overworld very well. So it's definitely not like he's playing horrible today or something, but just can't find things overall. Hopefully that will not be an issue in the upcoming seeds.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be if you're a Tudo fan. He has to win 3 in a row. Nerdy, unfortunately, in every single match we've been in this situation, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm remembering wrong, I think the low-key beef salad game yesterday started as a 2-0 and then led into a 2-1 into a 3-1. I think every single match so far has had someone win the first 2 seeds in a row. We have not had a 1-1 start. Potentially going to be our 5th 3-0 in a row over the bracket. I'm just hoping for a game 4. I'm like,
I want to commentate a game 4. You know what I mean? That'll be awesome. It's okay though.
We're just completely overwhelmed with these 3-0s. Let's throw it into looking at what seed we're playing. I think it's Village, if I remember correctly. The last seed type not banned. Similar to Temple in the fact that you have to find this overworld lava pool, surface lava pool. I don't think, I mean, maybe we'll spawn on the chunk with the lava pool again, but maybe could see a bit of a difference in finding the lava pool on this seed. But that's not the only decision-making thing. Again, like, Tudo, you still need to find the fort, still need to find the bastion, the terrain of the bastion, and he's been slipping on that today. And unfortunately, it's one of those mistakes that has the biggest, well, I guess every mistake has the potential to be devastating, but going the complete wrong way to the fort is much worse than, you know, miscrafting or throwing one bad pearl potentially. Like, he lost 100 seconds to going the wrong way there. And the mistake was still evident in the fort as his food situation was worse. It's just, it's something, it just can't happen in this seed at all. Tudo needs to
100%.
find the structures, needs to make it a close game. And I think if he can do that, you know, he's still been playing well mechanically. He hasn't been dying on this seeds.
Right. No, 100%.
Especially when, you know, having to use all the food, use all the pearls to get to that fortress. Mechanically, he's been there. I mean, Mongey didn't split his pearls last seed. So if anything, Mongey's been the one not there mechanically. It's just the decision-making is so important, and it's been lacking for Tudo. He needs to fix it on this seed. He has no more time left to get it done.
Absolutely. His tournament life is indeed on the line here. Now, both runners going to be killing the golem with the iron sword. Oh, taking
Speaking of
some damage
mechanical
there from
mistakes,
Tudo.
builds up too close to that grass block.
Yeah.
Golem can't hit him there.
Like, you cursed him there a little bit, Feinberg, but regardless, getting the bed here. I wonder if they're going to get carrots, maybe, or if they're going to look for hay bales. I didn't see any hay
food
bales
in
but
this
it should be
chest.
somewhere
Just
around.
2 apples. I think we are going to be
and
getting
there's the carrots. So some good stuff there from Tudorule. Maybe a little bit ahead. I can't exactly tell. We'll have to find out here. No, has to still get these logs. So both runners should be on pretty similar pace here, as we now see them probably looking for their flint or how they want to enter the nether here.
Yeah, both heading towards this ocean to get gravel, and Tudo sees the lava pool to his right. Mongey heading more left here. Not sure if he saw the lava pool and is sort of just going out of his way for the gravel here, or if he didn't see the lava pool. Was like, obviously they're flat on the surface, but was pretty flat terrain. And
I don't
Mongey
think
didn't
he saw
have
it.
the fire spread. Did he see something else
Oh
over
no,
here?
he saw
He
a
did.
different lava
Yeah,
pool, I think.
different
Yeah,
lava
okay,
pool.
okay. I was worried there for a second.
Tudo ahead by a little bit on this enter. He just needs to keep that time save. He needs to keep this lead.
Yeah, and I
It's the
think he can
Bastion spike.
absolutely do it. I mean, like we've said, it's not that he's just like a way slower speedrunner or something like that. I mean, statistically, he is very, very neck and neck with Mongey. I think the question is, can he just find the things? Can he find the things? And so far, I'm not seeing the fortress.
I think it might be to the right. I'm interested in this terrain decision from Tudo.
Interesting.
He's
Yeah,
building
we
a
see
lot
Mongey
more
diagonal.
left here. Mongey going a lot straighter, going for a boat clutch there and hits it. Would have been certain death if he missed that. But this terrain decision from Mongey, just deciding to commit to the diagonal bridge. And maybe, Nerdy, maybe it was a little bit of the worst play, but it was the lack of hesitation, I think, that has now pulled Mongey ahead into this bastion. He just sent the bridge. Maybe Tudo saved 3 or 4 blocks, but he fought for 5-10 seconds on it. Had to kill a crossbow piglin as well, which didn't help with the pace. But he's now ahead into our chalice, into our bridge bastion on C3.
Yep.
Maybe the
We
last
saw this
bastion.
last seed as well. We saw the last seed as well. It was the terrain nav to the bastion that Mongey caught up all the time save that Tudo had in the overworld. So that's very interesting to see once again from Big Mongey. Can he find this fortress faster as well? We'll have to see. And did you see the fortress? You said that you thought it was one way. Did you see
I
it?
thought I saw it, but I think it ended up just being like artifacting, shadows, fog, whatever you want to call it, because I think Mongey messed with his pie chart or Tudo, one of them did at least. And what I saw was very apparent. So I don't think the runners saw it, but maybe it was to the right and we're just pyring for chunk counting potential.
We'll
Not
have to
entirely
find
sure. Like, I think it's just in front of them right now. I did just see it on Mongey's screen 100%. So maybe just pyring for chunk counting potential strategy. Tudo dropped on by a pig, has a gas as well, dropped on by more pigs. Heading to 2RD. Trying to save these pigs from the bottom of the bridge here. Did they aggro on the gas or no? It doesn't seem like they did.
Perhaps
But
the
he
golden
does
crit
have
there.
to... Oh, he's just blocking off those pigs.
An
When he
excellent
has
food
his
situation for
inventory
both runners.
full... Is he just leaving? He is. Tudo hasn't even
Oh,
checked his
interesting.
trades yet. Now he has.
There we
He's
go.
extended his lead to the fortress even more, it seems.
Yeah, but luckily Tudo is going the right direction this time, so it's not going to be a massive lead like we saw on the last seed.
But where is this spawner? This is a situation, Nerdy. Look at this buried fort where chunk counting could matter, but Mongey finds it pretty quickly. Is Tudo
no.
going to have the same fate here? I think it was just
Come on,
down
Tudo.
this hallway to the right.
Yep,
There it is. Same
okay,
forts.
okay.
Same
So
spawner.
not having an issue there. I should have been more careful there. Forgot that, of course, he has to find the blaze spawner too. So luckily this is the closest they've been in the blaze spawner, I believe. So that is definitely good to see. We have a close match on our hands.
Tudo almost placed Obby on the top of his spawner. I think it was his nether brick spot. He almost obbied the top of his spawner. I don't know if he needed that obby or it just would have gotten in the way. But Mongey double blaze better here, so I think his rates are going to be a little better, not even including the one stray on his screen right now. So it's not looking good for Tudo, unfortunately. But there's still a lot of Minecraft seed left to play, Nerdy. Still a lot of difference making in the terrain to the stronghold, measuring eyes. Seen people lose a lot of time on that split in previous matches this season.
Stronghold
Still
as
a
well.
lot to go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots to go wrong for Mongey if you are a Tudorule fan. Also, yeah, lots of beds here, so definitely 0 should not be an issue. But I will say, it looks like Tudorule, I mean, 6 beds is plenty.
He made 3 golden apples as well. Left the trades just a little bit earlier than Mongey did, but he had less pigs, I think, was the problem. So similar time spent in the bastion. There's the measurement. One eye for Mongey. That eye breaking is good for Tudo because if he has to throw 2, which he doesn't, then there's not really time lost for having to pick it back up. Especially on ocean seeds, that can be very annoying. You know, having to pick up 2 eyes. Maybe they drop a bit spread apart. You can't get them with the pearl.
Now Mongey gets the last rod. It's going to be pearling out here. Oh, wait,
just a pearling. Just a pearling. It's okay.
Thought that I just didn't realize he had 5.
2 more rods. Tudo pearling in the exact same spot. Are these going to be the 2 rods for Mongey? There's 1. Not the second yet. There it is on the 3rd blaze. Good news for Tudo again because Mongey was 1 stray up. So that's an important distinction there. Tudo might be able to leave off of this spawner cycle.
And then not using that iron sword that he was given in the blacksmith.
Wow, he's not. He's 1 rod behind. So maybe Mongey had 2 strays or just 1 extra spawn from the double blaze bed. So Tudo's going to be able to leave off of this cycle, but he's far behind into the stronghold, far enough to where if Mongey instant-nows and hits a 0, it's a 3-0.
Let's see here. Looks for the spike here. Not loving anything yet. That looks okay to me.
That's okay, but I liked bottom left as well, but he just sees it in this ocean, visible.
He's dancing. He's dancing on his way to the portal room here. Bob in the head.
I mean, he has 1-0 cycle left to move on to next weekend. It's a 4-eye.
And Mongey closed this out. Back.
I mean, we just have so many explosives. It's back cage should be such a free 0 for a runner of playoffs caliber.
And there we have the anchor placement. Can Mongey close out this series against Tudorule?
Arrow hits the
potentially
dragon.
taking Another 3-0.
There it is.
Wow.
It's our
incredible.
5th 3-0 in a row, Nerdy. I don't know if anyone could have expected this, regardless of your bracket predictions, regardless of who you've wanted to win. 5 sweeps in a row, only saved by Beef Salad winning 1 seed against Loki. Like, what is
Incredible.
happening this season? Like,
Big consistency there from Mongey. I mean, I don't know. That's very interesting. I do feel like most people were expecting this to be closer. That was Tudorule's best seed, I guess, as far as pace. And Mongey still won by 20 seconds entering the end. So definitely interesting to see. I don't think any of us were expecting this much of a gap, but very well played to Mongey at the end of the day.
yeah, and you look at the splits as well. Like, even in this seed, Tudo ahead by 7 seconds and then loses the entire lead just on the terrain to the Bastion. Mongey saving 10 seconds. And then just, I mean, maybe the gas, maybe the stray pigs making Tudo's fort a little slower, but every split, except for the stronghold nav, Tudo just losing some time. The double blaze bet helping Mongey out on this seed by a lot.
Yep.
Let's bring him in the
Absolutely.
booth. Talk about that 3-0 win, get a winner interview from Mongey here before we get into the next 2 matches, the last 2 matches of the day.
Big Mongey, welcome to the booth. Congrats on the 3-0 win. How are you feeling after that
you.
series?
First and foremost, I'd like to apologize for 3-0ing. I joined the waiting room and Couriway was like, "Can you take an hour to do the interview?" I'm really sorry. I should have
It's okay, man.
should have
It's
thrown
okay.
one of those seats. But I'm feeling really good. I don't know. I feel like I didn't do anything like majorly wrong. There were like some small things, like I lost both the overworlds, but like I think other than that, I played really well.
No, I think you did. You did it
Um,
very well. I feel like the main thing that we noticed was that you were able to just find things that Tudorule wasn't. Did you notice that? Did you feel like you were notably ahead, or were you not really paying attention to your opponent?
no, I noticed. I'm actually really confused. What actually happened on those first 2 seeds? Did you just like
Yeah, so for the
not find
first
the
seed, he
fort?
couldn't find the lava ravine, and then he couldn't find the blaze spawner. And then in the second seed,
Uh-huh.
he couldn't find the fortress. He just like went the wrong direction.
Okay,
Hey,
interesting.
did you catch the fortress on the way to the treasure on seed 2? Because Tudo spent probably 15, 20 seconds at the very top trying to wide macro, couldn't find it, and then I'm pretty sure checked all 4 quadrants before he finally found the fort. Just ended up going the wrong way. Did you catch that on the way? On something that we saw?
I didn't catch it on the way. I whited a lot at the top, but I didn't see it until after I left on like the flat terrain at the top of the treasure. I whited again to the right and I saw it barely.
That's that was a great match to watch. I mean, I feel like you played very consistent. How were your nerves in that match? Do you feel like you seemed very, to me, you seemed very composed, like you said, not making a lot of mistakes. Did you feel confident in that match?
The confidence definitely built up as like I realized the lead I have like more and more, but it's like so weird because nerves are like they're I didn't make any like mistakes off of nerves, but I'm just playing slower mechanically. Like I'm doing so many safer things. Like on my 0, I feel like the first 2 zeros were not like a 0 I'd hit in a ranked match, but like overall, I think my nerves are like the same every tourney. I don't know. It's just I play a little bit slower on the mechanics, and then the rest is the same. I don't know.
No, I think you look great today. I think you're definitely a formidable opponent. Speaking of your opponents, next weekend you're going to be going against Dougal. How are you feeling going into that match? What are you looking? Yeah, what are you feeling for next weekend?
Honestly, I don't know why, but like over like these past few days, I've just had this insane confidence boost where I think I can just do it. Like I think
Let's
I can
go.
just do it, and
Yes,
it won't be
yes.
like I'm not like, oh no, I'm facing Dougal. Like I want to play him. I actually really want to play him. I'm so excited
That's
to
what I
play
like
him
to hear. No,
for the
that's a
third time
base
as well.
mindset. No, that's awesome.
Especially after season 6, it was so close. It was like down to the 0 on game 5. Like I can definitely run it back. I've improved so much since then. I feel like I wanna play him so bad. I'm
No,
excited.
100%. I said this before, but I've been watching a lot of your practice. I've been seeing you win a lot of private rooms. I've been seeing you crush it. So I definitely think you have what it takes. I'm looking forward to that match 100%. Yeah, I guess thank you so much. We're very excited to have you next weekend. And good luck.
Thank you.
Very, very exciting stuff. Just double check those playoffs records. They met in season 4 in round 1. Mongey won 2-1. They met in season 6 in the semis. Duke won 3-2. So they're even on series. They're even on seeds. Not only just series, but the seeds as well. So the match next weekend will not only determine who's up on the seed count, who's up on the series count, and who's up on their way to win season 8 playoffs potentially. Let's look at the bracket and see how it's been shaping out with these first 2 3-0s that we've had today. 2 matches left to go. Silverr versus Aquacorde up next. Infume versus me as the last match of the day.
It's exciting. It's exciting. I'm really looking forward to these next 2 matches. I feel like these 2 are 2 of the most exciting matches of the day. Well, I mean, I guess there's only 4 matches, but I'm really excited for these next 2 matches. I'm not, fortunately, not commentating these next 2, but that is okay. I'm gonna be watching and I'm gonna be locked in.
I mean, Nerdy, we are an hour ahead of schedule because we did have 2 3-0s in a row.
Yep.
I didn't play any ranked yesterday. I played a lot of Dynaball. Can we get a show match going?
A show match?
Can we get a show match going?
I'm down.
I feel like I shouldn't play in it though. Now that I'm thinking about it, because I'm in the bracket and I feel like it's a little. I feel like we could get a show match going between. But then, it doesn't make as much sense for the storylines for me to hop into it because like I'm playing later. You know what I mean? I feel like we have an hour. We have an hour. I feel we gotta get something going, right? We gotta get something going because yes, we can start early. I feel like everyone's here, and yes, we do. We'll just be transparent. We'll be transparent. We looked at the times from last season. Like it was not this bad last season. There's only so much you can do when there's 5 3-0s in a row, right? Like there's only so much we can do. And yes, starting early is fine, but it feels bad. Like, let's say you live 12-hour time zone difference. You're like, oh my God, I'm going to wake up at 1 a.m. Or like, wake up, maybe, whatever. I'm going to wake up at 1 a.m. Like, I usually go to bed at 8 p.m. I'm going to wake up at 1 a.m., watch Silverr versus Aquacorde. You pull up the stream, and it's already over. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels, it feels bad. We don't want to do that to the viewers. We have to run a show match. I think we have to run a show match.
All right, I'm down. What are we thinking for the show match?
I don't know. I was excited to play, but I thought about it for more than 1 second, and I feel like it doesn't make sense in terms of bracket optics. I am playing later today. We could have Parker versus Curry. That's not a bad idea.
I'm down for whatever we want.
Could have Nerdi versus Curry and have Curry play with no calc. Maybe that would be close. Apparently Parker's showering. We could do Nerdy Fulham. Fulham wants to commentate, which would work if we do Nerdy Curry. I don't know. We'll figure it out. This is an idea that no one talked about until because we've like obviously talked about in production, like, oh, we should do a show match. Oh, we should do a show match.
Would Curry Fulham be close? I honestly don't know if I don't know how that would go. I don't really care. I'm down for whatever. I'll play. I'll commentate. Whatever's good.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever too. I don't mind sitting out in the booth. I mean, I need to eat lunch and like warm up anyways. I don't know if Curry Fulham would be close because Curry doesn't know how to use calc, and Fulham's been kind of on it recently. I don't know. We got to figure it out. We got to figure out. We have to figure out some show match here. We're talking about it in the production channel. We'll see. Would it be a no reset seed? Will we pull a random rank seed?
Axe versus Nerdy. Yeah, no, that's not happening. That was a one-time thing, and Axe got his freelo from me, and that's the end of it. All right? We're not having that happen again. That's never happening again.
Okay, maybe let's do Curry versus Nerdy. Curry's on no calc. Fulham takes your spot in the booth.
I'm down.
Thoughts? You're down?
Sure. I mean, whatever works, man. I don't care.
Launch the instance, little gup.
Do I have to stream?
How are we going to get your gameplay if you don't stream?
Well, sorry. I mean, do you want me? Is it better? It's better if I go live on Twitch than if I go.
Yeah, you don't do Discord screen share. It's not gonna work. You have to go live on Twitch.
All right. We're going live on Twitch. We're going live on Twitch. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Okay. Well, I think I need to turn my camera off. So I don't know what we want to do. Oh, I guess I can just do my gameplay. Okay, no, I can get this to work. This is gonna be beautiful. Oh, Feinberg's thing died. I was wondering why he was being so quiet. So I guess we're gonna go to an intermission quickly. We're gonna get this all set up, and hopefully Feinberg will be back. But yeah, chat. Excited for this. Stay tuned. We're gonna do a quick show match until we get into our next match, which is Silverr versus Aquacorde. So stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Dugile, and I have the privilege to teach you all about strongholds. Before I get into too much detail though, I want to quickly make sure we're all on the same page. When you throw an Eye of Ender, it doesn't actually point towards the portal room. It points to the starter staircase, which is where we usually enter the stronghold, and the stronghold is basically a maze where we're trying to find the portal room. The current meta is to use the pie chart to locate the silverfish spawner that always generates in the portal room. This strategy, first developed by AdLlama, is called preemptive, and it gives us a rough idea of which direction to go from starter. Runners put a lot of time into learning their spikes for every combination of mob spawners and chests and entities, and there are a bunch of different spikes that we need to know to identify where the portal room is, but for the most part, if you see a big orange spike, that usually means you're looking at the portal room. When it comes to getting a good reading, entities are basically the worst thing ever, so runners will do several things to make sure there are as few entities being rendered as possible. First, we lower our render distance to 8 and turn entity distance all the way down to 50%. These settings are optimal to load the least amount of mobs and also minimize the amount of mobs that spawn near you. After that, we lower our FOV or use a macro to shrink our game, or some combination of the two. This helps us block out more entities while also giving us a more accurate angle when we do get a spike. In some strongholds, we won't get a spike at all on our initial scan. This is called culling, and it happens because the chunk the portal room isn't being rendered. When this happens, you'll see runners crossing chunk borders and digging into hidden rooms, both of which can get the portal room to render and allow us to get the spike. While nabbing the stronghold, it's important that we keep track of how deep we are. The portal room can be no less than 6 rooms deep, and there's technically no limit to how deep it can be, but once you get past 8 or 9 rooms, it's unlikely the portal room will be in that direction, and it becomes less likely the deeper you go. Something unique about the portal room is that it's never corrupted by caves or ravines. Other rooms can get fully removed, but the portal room always stays intact. This means that if you see a perfectly box-shaped room in a cave, it's very likely you're looking at the portal room. Something else runners have to be aware of is ocean exposed strongholds. We can tell if a stronghold is ocean exposed if there are water particles dripping from the ceiling, or sometimes there's just a hole in the wall that makes it really obvious. Ocean exposed strongholds are great if the portal room is exposed, but they can also really suck if it isn't exposed because there are no caves above you, so mob spawns are way more concentrated inside the stronghold than normal. You'll often see runners setting their spawn and intentionally dying to reset their health. This is called a death reset, and it's especially common in the stronghold because we want to enter the end on full health if we're planning to zero cycle. There's still so many more small things that go into stronghold nav, but there's only so much I can cover in this short segment.
really fun. Hello,
Wow.
hello everybody. Welcome to your new commentary duo, myself and Fulham. Lewis, how you
Hi,
doing?
I'm
How
never
you
usually
feeling?
in this booth. I'm
Uh-huh.
I'm very excited. I'm actually quite nervous, dude. I haven't done full scale commentary like this for a tournament in I don't know, in a little while, but I feel so excited, man. We've got the privilege of watching two absolute titans, the unstoppable force of Couriway versus the immovable object of Nerdi. I'm so excited to see what these guys are gonna do. Recrap, take us through the
Yes.
rules. Let's talk about the ground rules here in this best of one, I think.
I think it is a best of one. Do we have rules? I don't really know what's happening. I was like, I'm gonna go shower real quick, and then I come back and people are talking about like a like an intermission match, and then fine, I was gonna commentate for a second, but he's dealing with some internet issues. I think it's just like a normal ranked private room. Do we know?
As
We have
far as I know,
intel?
we're just doing ranked private room, so ranked seed. I don't think this one's going to be one that's been seed found. We're not doing no picks bans. We've not got any of the cool stats to show up. We're not seeing everyone's peak elo and RSGPB and things like that. But I do know that Curry's not going to be using Calc, and Nerdy will be.
Mhm.
So hopefully that levels the playing field somewhat. Obviously, no guarantees on that, but as far as I know, Curry should be able to still hold a good enough pace even without using a calculator. I don't know. You got any
Yeah.
predictions for this match?
I feel like I'm gonna have to go with Nerdy just because I feel like he's really been like grinding and improving recently, and he's just got like the home field advantage, right? He plays ranked.
Mhm.
Curry doesn't. I think like Curry just has this enormous like backlog of gameplay. Like he's like I don't know, done like 7 like the most completions of all time. You know what I mean? But like ranked specific, I know he's done a ton of coaching. Like he coached me, so he clearly knows his stuff. But I just like the calculator difference. I think I'll probably lean Nerdy. What about you?
That's good. I'm glad that you said that because I have to say that Couriway has some experience in ranked show matches before. You know,
True.
he's played one of these before, best of one format, no calc. Now, of course, obviously, it was a little bit of a Mickey Mouse era. You know, very, very, very wish-washy win, but he did get to take the win. I'm not sure if it was deserved, but those who don't know, who weren't around in season 3, there was a Fulham versus Couriway show match back in the day. But I think if we did that again, it might be a little bit mismatched. You know, one of us would clearly be the victor in that seed.
Mhm,
But I'm gonna have to
course,
back
of
Curry
course.
here, just to at least keep everything interesting within the booth.
Yeah, exactly.
And I truly have no idea what is going on. As to, I believe we've been told that we're going straight from commentary directly into the match itself, which means there's no seed pick bans, no analysis of any average times. I know that Curry's average time for this split of the 100K is quite good. I guess that's
Yeah,
something.
what is it? Do we know? We do have some stats. Like I can pull up Nerdy's thing right now. 14-13 average in season 9. He's played 32 matches. Got a couple completions in there. What about
I'll pull
Curry?
up the
Do we know Curry's
100K
stats?
no reset tracker.
Oh yes.
Let's have a look. Oh, the average time in the last 1,000 seeds is around 23 minutes. That's on a random seed though, not a ranked
Oh.
seed. So
Yeah,
I
true.
mean that's
true.
it
And when
depends on
Curry
whether you
was
think
playing, wait, this is kind of funny. When Curry was playing 6 seasons ago, his average was 14-12. Nerdy's current average is 14-13.
Oh wow.
So like if we're just going off of like pure ranked stats, like even Curry from so long ago, I know he's like improved a lot. You know, I think he's changed up stuff with his zeros, his hotkeys. I think he just like fully hotkeys now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if the stats are looking great for Nerdy. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I feel like you could, but hey, anything can happen, right? Obviously, Curry
True.
guaranteed now is going to have things like spawning above the surface with his first portal. That doesn't happen in random seeds, but it guaranteed happens in ranked, which is always very helpful. But occasionally that could cause a little bit of an issue, maybe, because Nerdy's so used to it, and Curry may kind of force height or force terrain in the nether that he may not be used to. Or, in fact, he may start digging through walls and things like that. He's so used to that sort of stuff. Maybe falls back into the no reset method, whereas Nerdy knows some of the ranked meta a little bit better. You know, that the ravine has to be X chunks away from the shipwreck, for example,
Mhm.
whereas Curry's not used to that sort of thing. It could be an experience-based thing, or it could genuinely be a skill gap. It's something that you're not going to see every day, and it's something that we're going to use to fill some time in the broadcast right now while we've got some 3-0s early on in the day.
Yeah, we have like, how is it a 3-0 every single one except like the low-key beef salad match? Is that how it's gone?
I believe that's the
Yeah.
case. Yes.
Dang, that's
I
insane.
believe that
That's
is the
insane.
case. So
So we're just
I mean,
stalling.
it's been pretty one-sided so far. It's not even like the fan favorite has won every time. You know, we've had underdogs taking 3-0s from people that we assumed would win.
Yeah.
And we're getting
Oh,
sent straight over.
here we
Wow,
go.
beautiful.
Oh, look at this good sportsmanship. Bad luck, Curry. Okay,
Oh.
period.
Here we go.
Were the runners
Looks like a
informed
Desert Temple
of
seed.
seed pick before? I guess it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be having those seed pick bans, but we know that it's a BT. I don't think either of them knew who what kind of seed this was going to be.
Yeah, so do you think a Desert Temple, do you think that favors Curry more or Nerdi?
I would say probably yes. I would say
Probably Curry.
because he's probably dealt with so much like random stuff in seeds before, and I feel like Desert Temple inherently has the most randomness within finding lava pools, finding food, having a messy inventory. However, potentially he may not be used to having so much TNT in his inventory. Obviously, Nerdi may know some better blaze setups for TNT versus Curry, but as far as I know, these guys are both, you know, very, very strong players.
Oh, look at Curry! He's doing
double
TNT launch,
TNT.
TNT cannon! Oh my gosh.
That
This is so awesome.
okay.
This
He's
is
showing off
awesome.
for the crowd here. I
Yeah.
love that.
Curry's got
Grabs
his
the wood
tech
as well.
down, you know?
That's
Nerdi-
beautiful. That is
Nerdy's
beautiful.
got 15 locks though. Was that from a single tree or did Nerdy also do that? That's
I
like a lot
believe
of
he
lock.
did. I believe he did 2 explosions.
Oh, okay,
but
okay.
not with the TNT cannon in between. The factions boy in me is very, very happy right now to see TNT cannons being used in speedruns. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful sight to see. Neither of these guys having very obvious food though. Looks as though Curry might be going to the same place that Nerdy is for his gravel. So even with the cool tech, maybe a tiny bit behind here, with maybe a slightly cleaner inventory, having made tools, of course, as well. So they're probably roughly neck and neck, but with different parts of the speedrun done as of this moment. But still, lacking food for both players.
Yeah, not a crazy amount of variation we're seeing here. I don't see any animals. Not sure if we saw a lava pool. That's like the only thing we're missing right now. Should be a pretty solid enter. Nerdy.
Now, it's who feels
Crystal
comfortable
Savannah.
on low food. I feel like this is a very, very, you know, it's a pretty risky ranked seed. Nerdy really trying to force some food here and not finding really any mobs or a lava pool, but does spot one in the savannah. Different lava pools. Not going to make a difference in the ranked mod. But yeah, no, Nerdy going to enter in on Just Rotten Flesh. Same with Curry. I would say neither of them are going to be particularly confident about this, given the fact that Curry usually would be entering with a lot of food on a no reset run.
I
And
think that's
Nerdy
a fantastic
probably-
point. Like, you know, the meta's been changing to like being comfortable entering on low food, but like Curry, he's always grabbing way more food than he needs. You know, he's playing no reset stuff, but you know, here he's kind of sending it. He knows like the ranked meta. He's ahead by 30 seconds maybe. But they're both like
I'd
not
say
finding
so,
great
but
terrain.
This is awful terrain. This ranked seed was definitely
did we
not
check
checked.
this ranked seed?
Almost certainly
Like,
not.
where are we going?
We do have a Hoglin here, and this is a play that I would undoubtedly expect Curry to make here. Kill the Hoglin, grab some food, at least get things back to stable, because I think he feels confident in the fact that he's the better runner. So he wants less risk. And it looks as though Nerdy is going to be doing something similar here, killing another stray Hoglin as well.
Yeah, just in a slightly different spot, but it's just maybe it's just time loss here. You know, Nerdy's still in the back rooms, not finding anything. Curry now in a stables. Looks like we have a good gap on this side, probably playing triple the gap. It's not looking great for the Nerdy fans. You know, my prediction, Nerdy, we gotta make some moves
fantastic.
here.
Where are we going, Nerdy? Let's make some advancement here. Let's try and find where this bastion is. I assume we've scanned. I assume we're going in the correct direction.
Yeah,
Bear
I
in
think it
mind-
opens up a little bit here. Oh yeah, he's just like fully in open terrain here. You know, he can kill that other Hoglin if he wanted
He's not too
to.
far behind,
but I think
then,
he's
I would
good.
say.
Yeah, not terribly far behind, especially in a seed like this. We're probably not going to be seeing any 8-minute completions. It'll probably be a little bit longer of a seed than some of our other matches, so maybe more time to make up. But Curry is just raw ahead by quite a bit. Nerdi taking some more damage here.
Definitely
He's got
so.
the rotten flesh, not terrible, but he's like just so high full. Like why
Yeah.
102? Still
Why
not seen the Bastion?
Not in the Bastion yet, and we're at 4.5 minutes here. We do see the Bastion. 5 minutes in, we're going to be entering this. Oh, we're getting shot. That was a little bit risky there. Don't
Oh,
like
and he's
this.
on
Don't
2
know-
hearts. Do not die, Nerdy. If
We don't
anything,
have a boat.
if one person
That
dies,
was the
have the other
problem.
person die at least. No what?
Oh, true. We Nerdy not having a boat. I think he kind of got himself stun locked on that cliff edge there, and then had to deal with the piglin just behind. It was something that we missed from the overworld, just not crafting a boat. Maybe not used to it on these overworld land overworld seeds.
Yeah, makes sense.
Head towards the middle rampart when we saw that the left-hand side was a triple, while Curry is in the gap, comfortably trading.
Just maybe a little bit more hesitation from Nerdy here. Meanwhile, Curry just cooking, maybe clearing up his inventory a little bit here. I think we have, what, 6 obbies so far before any trades. We've got our 5 obby chest. Probably going to be
Oh, he
fine.
didn't pick up all the gold blocks. That's a little bit of a fumble there from Curry. Left the
Oh,
gold
really?
blocks in the hole with all of his junk after throwing everything out. So now has to re-throw all of his junk out after picking back up the gold blocks. Little bit of a fumble there. You know, maybe the nerves getting to him in such a high intensity pressure situation.
Yeah, who do you think is more nervous here?
I don't think either of them are nervous at all.
No,
Maybe a little
I
bit.
feel
Maybe
like
there's-
I would
maybe
be
there's little
nervous in
bit
a
of nerves.
situation like this, you know?
There's a little bit of pressure, but it's only really the pressure you put on yourself. And I don't know
Yeah.
which of these runners puts more pressure upon themselves. Why does Nerdy have a stone pick in the inventory? This is
I have no idea. He's toggling to the... Maybe just didn't realize he had an iron pick. Maybe like forgot, assumed he didn't have
maybe?
enough. Not entirely sure. You know, I liked Curry's route better on this triplet. He opened up a gap. Nerdy seems to be confused. Thought he was on the right side rather than left, so he's not going to have as many pigs. Stumbling a little bit, lower health. Meanwhile, Curry is now just out. You know, he's drank his
Nerdy's
fire
dead.
res. No,
Nerdy
no.
standing a little bit too close to the hole, waiting and trying to grab those gold blocks, but getting shot through the 1 block gap that you leave. Piglin's aggroed behind him, gets shot, did not avoid it. It's an unfortunate scenario. It's an unfortunate situation, but while Couriway is in the fortress, there's always a chance that something could go very wrong for Curry here. A 2.4k blind, you know, can definitely swing things back towards Nerdy's favor. Things like that. You know, Nerdy's going to hit the stronghold 99 times out of 100, assuming that we don't mismeasure on our eye measurements here.
That's a
And it
fantastic
doesn't
point.
look like... Yeah, Nerdy's not going to reset the seed either. He's going to go back to his items. I quite like that play.
Yeah, where exactly did he die? Did he get some pigs in a hole? I assume he'd crafted some gold blocks into gold, so maybe he's getting a couple trades as he's running to the bastion. I'm not exactly sure how
I don't
his
think
stuff
there's
went.
any pigs in the hole. I think he was
Okay.
midway through his gap route, having
They were, like,
blocked
all
off
at
the
the top
stairs
still?
behind him. Yeah, I believe they were all at the top.
Okay, just got shot.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one for him to get back to as well. I mean, no gold on, of course, no gold armor. Going to have to navigate his way through a lot of pigs. Curry keeping over 2 stacks of iron nuggets in the inventory at this current moment in time. Maybe expecting a ground zero difference potentially. That would help if it's a non-zeroable seed for both of these runners. It is a bit of a messy inventory. I'll definitely say that much. There's things to be desired from the Couriway inventory here.
Yeah, he's got time to clear things out. We're only at 1 rod here. Oh, some more spawning. I always like throwing out my gravel in situations like this and just replacing it with netherrack just so I get some like higher quality blocks.
Yeah, I like that. That's a smart play because obviously the no gravity blocks is going to be helpful there. But his inventory, at least hotbar, looks pretty consistent. I think this is how he usually plays. We've got the gravel and soul sand. We've got the eyes. Everything is prepped, and surprisingly enough, he doesn't spawn on the surface. A rare
Yeah,
ranked
slightly
moment.
caved. You know, kind of fitting. Probably he's probably used to it though. Not gonna bat an eye. And Nerdy, let's see how Nerdy handles this bastion. Is he gonna go for a chest to get some gold armor? He's got an angry
try and get
pig
gold
here.
armor.
Yeah, looks like he's going up back behind. maybe checking these triples. No, because he's already looted those. Just looks a little flustered, honestly. That's been the story of
I
Nerdi.
think I would
Checking
be in this
test,
situation too. That's
good.
helpful to find.
That's very good.
I'd honestly be taking the raw pork chop here as well, just to get some health up at this moment in time. He does have a lot of rotten flesh, and I do think that I know that Nerdi and Fine actually spoke in the booth in one of the recent games about the difference in saturation between rotten flesh and uncooked pork chops. It's such a rarity to see, but we've actually seen the possibility of that twice in one day. Could be something that we need to know of in the future.
Yeah, it looks like
And Chad is freaking out over the angle change, something that we didn't even
Wait,
really
what happened?
notice,
What
but
was
also
the angle
something
yeah.
that we don't really pay attention to.
What was it?
It was
people?
a big
What was
angle
it?
change, it seems.
Is that like
People
a
are
10-degree
saying
angle
4
change?
degree,
Oh, wow.
5 degree.
That's gonna be like, what, like a couple hundred blocks? Like 200 blocks away or something?
I believe so. Assuming he did his
Wow.
axis correctly, it's going to be like 220 blocks or something along those lines. Prepping the iron bars up. How many beds do we have? Is that 47 wool? That is 47
I think that was 47 wool. Oh,
I think
look
we'll
at
be
us
okay on the ground zero. I think 13 explosives is going to be comfortable, even for, even for Curry here. Someone who's clearly not dealt with ground zero ever. I think, you know what? Do you think, have you ever done ground zero before, Recrap?
I have indeed.
Not the perfect person to ask then. I don't think I've ever completed a ground zero, but with 13
really?
explosives, I feel like I
Yeah,
could just
he
give it a
should be
go.
fine. I think Curry is probably confident with like 9 or 8. I'm not sure. Like 7 is
Yeah.
a solid ground zero. People like stopped doing them a ton in rank just because 0 has gotten so good to the point where like it's hardly ever useful, and then like Half-Bow is so good. It's like I don't prep for it a ton these days, but like a season or two ago, I was hitting quite a few ground zeros. I think Curry hits it a lot though, honestly, in his new resets.
Definitely. He's probably hit the most ground zeros out of probably any player, in my opinion. He's
yeah, that's
definitely
actually kind of fair. Will he hit
like,
the stronghold though?
with it
Is the
being
question.
out of the meta.
How was his math? You know, it was a
He's
close
building
thing, but if you
low
mess
as
up your
well.
math, yeah, he's going for I Spy. I'm hopeful. No I Spy. In a random
Ooh, No I
cave?
spy here.
Does he
Checking
see
the
it?
cave though?
Question
Just
mark.
a lot of question marks. He was really confident there.
Yeah. You know, this is maybe something where I guess Curry doesn't rely on chat to do math for him, right?
I know that they do occasionally
Uh-huh.
do math for him, but I don't think he relies on it. No.
Okay.
He was
Yeah,
really
gotcha.
confident about this, but he's
He
gonna have to
was.
check again. It depends. You know, things like eye breaks could go wrong for him here.
That's a very good
It
point.
could cause a lot of turmoil.
And even though Nerdy's
are deep.
behind, like Nerdi is going to be faster in the end game because he's using a calculator. You know, he doesn't have to spend time doing the math, walking further in between eye throws, missing like Curry has here. And so even though Nerdy's only in the stronghold, you know, if you have a lights out end game, you can go from fort to finish in like 3 minutes. I'm not sure what Nerdy's fastest is, but Curry's still just digging up. In a desert? Maybe placing soul sand so that the sand falls on you and you don't take suffocation. Oh yeah, look at
I like that. There we go. Very smart play. Nerdy heading towards the fortress now, at least. Not ready to block clutch. If that pearl fell into a ravine, we could have seen a second death.
And do we know how many
Would've been a big
eyes
problem.
Curry got? I assume probably 7, just for like safety.
I would hope
don't
that he got
imagine
more
would have
rods.
set it on 6.
And the eye goes down. He was
Oh, okay.
literally 1 or
Wow.
2 chunks away. He's worried about
That's
that cactus, and it came up close. It did come up close to that cactus. That would have been a
Yeah.
nightmare situation.
Yeah, a little bit of a camera shake there. Nerdy's in the fortress now. I wasn't really paying attention to the rates. Like the line for Nerdy is hopefully Curry gets stuck in stronghold a little bit. Maybe he doesn't go for a 0. You know, there's definitely potential. Like Nerdy is not out of it, but it is looking kind of bad.
It's looking tough for Nerdy. And by the way, we've already exceeded the longest ranked playoff seed this season before either runner hit the stronghold in this one. So, you know, it really does show how, you know,
And there
these
it
two
is.
runners are not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but how insane our top 16 runners truly are.
Oh, 100%. And we're about
Here
to
we go.
see Curry's skill on the 0. It's buried. Buried 57.
7.
Let's see what tower it is. Could be a little bit tricky. Nice pearl
Double
clip.
pearl
It's
clip,
back.
nice.
Is he even going to send it? I think in this case, you see the Nerdy's still in the fortress. For the content, maybe you send it. But no, he doesn't, and he's probably going to be setting up for ground 0 here, guaranteeing a victory. I think he's going to be very confident with this.
Dude,
It
I
should
think
be a
he's
like that.
I think he really wanted this. I think he really wants this win. I think it's something
Oh, I
that,
think so too.
Curry really wanted, and it looks like the ground 0 is going to come out as Nerdi gets his first rod. You've got to be feeling confident at this point.
And he's got the bet off. He's got it aligned, you know, not using any crazy macros to line it up. So a little bit more tricky for Curry, but he should be fine here. This is going to be his first bed, kind of setting the height for the dragon for the rest of the beds.
Wow.
Not crazy damage, but he has plenty of beds. I can't imagine he would throw this. Dragon's at half health, a little bit more. Meanwhile, Nerdy still getting blaze rods and 1 or 2 more beds. And Curry, oh, a little
There's
bit sketchy
game.
there, but Curry.
Not sure about that
Curry-
last one, yeah.
Do not,
Oh,
Curry,
do
do
not do
not
it.
blow yourself up after all of. Oh my gosh! But it doesn't matter because he went through the portal. Dude, he's showboating a little
this
bit
guy.
there.
What a great game.
GG.
What a beautiful set of splits we can see
I
here.
feel like that was possibly the worst game we'll see in all the playoffs. I mean, it's okay though.
Quite possibly. But I mean, it makes sense. You know, we're still learning. You know, we're talking about the top 16 players in the world. But that was a great match, guys. Thanks for playing.
Dude,
That was a beautiful
Nerdy,
throw
what
match.
happened? No, I gotta know what happened.
I mean, I just didn't have food, so I just died in the bastion. I took too much damage.
It's a tough day. It's a tough day at the office. It's
Okay,
okay.
It's okay.
It's a tough day at the office.
Dude,
You know,
did you?
do,
What,
Curry? I can't
Thank
believe you
you.
missed.
I don't know. How do I miss a 4.8 angle change and there's nothing in
Uh-huh.
that ravine? Like, can someone tell me how there's just no stronghold in that ravine? Actually, absurd.
You were only 1 or
Did
2 chunks away, correct?
Dude. Yeah, I was like 1 chunk off. I was like
Mhm,
1 chunk
yeah.
off. Did you see the cactus play that I made? That
Yeah.
was beautiful.
Oh,
I had to
I brought it
mine the
up.
cactus because it was on 8-8. So it would have broke my eye, and I saved it by like 0.2 seconds. Like, I'm actually a beast. No one in this tournament is thinking about that play except for me. So I'm gonna keep that on my head.
wait, did you
and now
need
I'm
to
2-0
save it?
in
How many
show
rods
matches.
did you have?
I
You
know I
didn't
had
set it on
6. I left
did
on
you?
I left on 6.
Did you
It was
actually?
4 yeah, it was
Wow.
4.8. I'm like, oh,
yeah,
I'm
I
hitting
thought
stronghold.
there
It's
was bigger
4.8.
line
Like,
did.
like I was like, I'm just hitting stronghold. This is free. And then somehow I missed, and I just wasted like a minute plus doing that.
I mean, hey, it wasn't
yeah.
1 eye, so even if it did hit the cactus, it would have been fine. But nonetheless, it was still a very impressive play.
it was cool.
Unfortunate situation.
Full,
No, it was
how
a
was
great
the
play.
booth? Did you like the booth?
I did. You kept the seat warm. It's really nice. Thank you, bro.
Thank you. Well, I
Yeah,
haven't
right.
been in the
It was
seat at all
awesome.
today, but thank you so much. I appreciate
Oh,
it.
okay. Well, I guess Feinberg or Nerdy kept the seat warm for me. Okay, my fault.
That's very nice.
Yeah, it was very fun. I really enjoyed it. I also understand how difficult it is to watch both people at once because, like, everyone was freaking out over the angle change while we were worrying about Nerdy dying, and it's like, oh, I know I've got 4 eyes, but I can't actually use them all separately and take them all into my brain. So definitely something that the clips can help me go. You know, if I miss something in the mid-match analysis, at least I can clip it and go and check it once or twice.
That's true.
Um,
That is true.
I've been told that there's no intermission video for this bit, so we've done our yapping, and I had a great time in the booth. Thank you, Rakrap, for being here with me. We're gonna
You're
send
welcome.
it to a short intermission. I don't know how short is, and then we're going to be back with our next match, and I'm going to magically transform into a Couriway, who's going to be joining Rakrap in the booth.
I'm
So
flying
we
to
will
the
see
UK,
you all
everyone. I'm
shortly.
flying to the UK. It's perfect. I'm ready to go.
All right, we'll see you all soon.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MCSR ranked playoffs. I am Couriway. I am joined with Rekrap. Rekrap, what's been your favorite thing so far on day 2 of ranked playoffs?
Day 2, I think it's got to be the Darvy match. I really liked, like I wasn't expecting that. I loved hearing Darvy in the interview. I loved his mental, the 7
Yeah.
bowl. Like that was so funny. You know, if he's playing other people, there's potential. You got like you could be playing high key. You know,
Oh.
there's a lot
I
of
like that.
potential for funny nicknames there.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
that was a blast to see him play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great to see, you know, people who haven't played in playoffs before do really well. And we've seen that so far with Darvy today, and that's really cool to see. This upcoming match, though, not 2 people new to playoffs. We have 2 veterans. This is Aquacorde's 3rd time playing in ranked playoffs. This is Silverr's, I want to say, 6th or 7th. I think it's 7th, actually. I think he's only missed 1 season. So incredible consistency from both of these runners. A very high quality matchup. This is a matchup in the best of 16. I know a lot of people were kind of picking as like their number one, like, oh my God, I have to watch this game. And I mean, you can see the stats here, Parker. You can see why. Silverr, Aquacorde, 2 incredibly skilled players. What jumps out to you from here?
The average rank time, I'm surprised that Silverr's is like it's just 45 seconds faster than Aquacorde's. That's the thing that really jumps out to me.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like, I think there's so many things here that are really interesting. I think the thing that jumped out to me, 18-7 in season 8, that is a wide margin of victory towards Silverr. And obviously, Silverr did pick Aquacorde, so feels very confident in this matchup. But Aquacorde currently right now is rank number 1 in season 9. Obviously, it's very early, but he's above people like Dugile. He's above people like EDCR. So the fact that Aquacorde has gotten to rank 1, very consistent, very confident gameplay from Aquacorde as of recently. Silverr, I know, very methodical player, feels very good about his gameplay right now as well. Has been practicing with Dugile a lot on stream. So, I mean, these are 2 people, Parker, who I feel like are really locked in and absolutely feel like either player can win this game.
Yeah, I think those are great points. They both sound very locked in. I'm not sure how much Silverr's been playing in like ranked or like on the ladder, but he has been grinding out matches with Dugile, like you said. I've seen a lot of those streams. But Aquacorde, like being number 1, like clearly he's playing a lot, you know? And so
yeah, absolutely.
That'll
So
be good.
I'm
That'll be good.
I absolutely agree with you. Let's take a look at their seed stats, their individual seed stats here. So we have a sub 10 average for BT for Silverr. I mean, Silverr actually has quite a lot of sub 10 averages now that I'm looking at it. Like, only one that's not is Shipwreck. But Parker, I mean, Silverr with a 60% win rate across every single seed type. Aquacorde only has that distinction on 2. Is there anything specific here that really stands out to you at a first glance?
Not anything crazy. I mean, the village average completion is like a full minute slower than Silverr. You know, Aquacorde just has slightly worse stats, I think, pretty much all around, maybe on every single stat. So a little bit scary there. But,
Yeah,
you know, he's still a top level player.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that's the thing. Like, there's this, like, I mean, Silverr, as we've said, Aquacorde's made 3 playoffs. Silverr's made 7. I mean, this is what it looks like when you've made 7 playoffs, right? You're at that level. I mean, we saw Dugile and Loki yesterday have like 80% win rates in some seed types, and Silverr's not scratching that on any of these. But I think the thing that stands out to me is very consistent across the board, near 70% win rate on 3 separate seed types, and 62% on Shipwreck. Obviously, nothing to scoff at all. But I mean, you get a ban. You get a ban if you're Silverr. Like, why would you not just ban Shipwreck? It's the only one that's not sub 10. It's the only one that's not above 65%. Like, that's got to be something where that could be something on the table for Silverr. And on the side of Aquacorde, it's a little bit, I like that you bring up the village average because the win rate is so similar, but the average time is so different. And I find that really interesting.
Yeah, I think if I'm Aquacorde, I'm probably a little bit scared about Village, maybe Ruin Portal 2. That's also just a minute slower than Silverr's average, you know? Maybe it was like No, I think we had a pretty good amount of matches, so I don't think it'd be anything crazy there. But a full minute, especially on Rune Portal, when that's like one of the fastest seeds, maybe that's a little scary too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think Aquacorde a very consistent player, Silverr as well. So I'm really just excited to see how the pace cranks. And Silverr picking Buried Treasure, a seed type with a near 70% win rate for him. Aquacorde actually decided to ban Shipwreck, and that's going to make Silver's ban Village. So very interesting on the bans. Not what I would have expected at all, but leaves the door open for some fun seed types after this BT. We got Ruin Portal and Desert Temple on the board, which is very exciting. And Buried Treasure is something both of these runners can be very confident with, and I'm very excited. I feel like Buried Treasure is a nice like burst seed type to get out of the way. You know what I mean? Like it's just consistent. It's something everyone kind of knows what to do. Like you're getting your food. You don't have as much like variation. I think it's a pretty good seed type to start with if you're Silverr.
I agree, especially with these legacy players that have been around for a while. You know, if you're a huge RSG fan, which I know both have played, like BT is just what you're playing 100% of the time, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure we'll hop into things pretty soon. Obviously, we have been a little bit ahead of schedule, but thankfully, I think we were a little bit back on schedule after the show match. I don't know who won, Parker, but I heard they were incredibly tall and good at commentating.
Yeah,
But
they were a fantastic player, fantastic commentator. The match was pure cinema. It was great.
it was a beautiful match, and we're about to have another beautiful match here as we're getting into Silverr versus Aquacorde. 3 seconds on the clock. We got the good luck cat in the bottom left for Silverr. Still has that overlay on. It's actually beautiful. I always love that he forgets to turn that off.
I love that.
Here we go.
I'm such a fan of cat emotes.
I know it is. It's a good
That's, like,
guys.
the
Type your favorite
best.
cat emote right now for Parker. We
Oh
both
yes, I
runners
actually got to pull up the stream then.
getting the BT pretty quickly. TNT is nice. 10 iron, 2 gold. The only thing here, Parker, trees very far. We've actually seen this in season 9. I believe, I'm not sure if you've seen this. I believe some seed filter changes have happened to make it so more seeds are kind of in the pool. So there's farther trees now on Shipwreck and Buried Treasure seeds. So we're seeing that here in season 9.
That makes a lot
Or
of
in
sense,
season 8
even
playoffs,
from
excuse
personal
me.
experience. Yeah, there have been quite a few, and I think in the past, like we've seen, like hardly any of these. These maybe have been seeds in the past where people are like, automatically, I'm just gonna seed change, you know. So maybe one player is more comfortable with it than the other, but both are just crafting right here. Should be fine.
Yeah, very solid. I mean, both players, Silverr already actually leaving the island very quickly. Again, we're probably seeing that raw time save that we saw on the stats before. That's what's giving Silverr this little bit of an edge here and has the ravine. Aquacorde does have it as well. Also has a dolphin, so saving a little bit of time over Silverr, even though Silverr also got a dolphin towards the end there, but able to make up a little bit of time. But Silverr should be entering the nether here about maybe even 10 seconds or so faster than Aquacorde, as I believe the dolphin messed up the flint grab a little bit there.
Yeah, I think it was just slight mechanics. You know, I don't think Aquacorde made any crazy mistakes. Maybe a little bit of funkiness with the dolphin, but you know that little bit of time loss. I think I can't remember who was talking about it earlier in the broadcast, but like Silverr just has like when he's on, he's on. You know, sometimes his mistakes can be punishing, but he's won playoffs before. You know,
Yeah,
he's
absolutely. I
got
mean,
skills.
he's the first person to win playoffs. I mean, that Darvy was saying that before. Like, absolutely. I mean, the thing that's so interesting about these runners at the top level is we do see like the different types of play styles come out. I actually think Aquacorde and Silverr do approach the game in a very similar way, have very similar play styles, and that's what I think makes this matchup so fascinating to me. As we see, I like the terrain that Aquacorde has taken a lot more and makes up all the time he had lost on Silverr and then some to going to the left here instead of trying to fight with the terrain, and is going to start a manhunt housing route at the bottom while Silverr is going to be doing top-down housing. Parker, what do you think is going to end up being the difference here with these two runners?
I mean, obviously, Manhunt is just going to be faster here for Aquacorde. He's going to get to the trades sooner. But I think the consistency play, it is just going to be slightly better for Silverr. I mean, he's checked both chests. I didn't see if we got any obby. You know, if there's obby at the top and not at the bottom, that could be really punishing for Aquacorde. But if you're Silverr, it's a bit scary because you know you are just raw behind.
Yeah, I really like the point that you make with Silverr checking the top chest, because the thing that's nice about this terrain is if Silverr does need to check like the middle chest or something to get obby, that's like just completely on the way. And an easy pearl from the bottom there to get to the fortress that we saw. So I like Silverr's situation a little bit more, but I do like the nature of how this play worked out for Aquacorde because it allowed him to catch up all that time on Silverr to where now they are mining the gold blocks at the same time. And as long as one of them doesn't get incredibly unlucky, this pace should be pretty similar throughout at least entering the fortress.
Yeah, and I'm curious. I wonder if they would have made different decisions. Maybe Aquacorde made the decision to play Manhunt because he knew he entered slightly slower, and he's like, I can't give this Silver guy even a handful of seconds. If I'm behind, maybe I got to make some slightly different plays. But it looks
Yeah.
like both are going to be doing a double bed pre-craft.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool to see.
I like that. And I'm looking at the obby count. It looks like Aquacorde actually is able to just go, and so is Silverr. And both runners. This is an incredibly fast seed,
Wow.
Parker. Silverr does need obby, potentially only Pearl Hanger, or maybe just wants to check trades. But Aquacorde's just out. Like, Aquacorde is fully out, and Silverr is still in the Bastion. This is a sub-4 fortress for Aquacorde.
Yeah, I thought for a second that it wouldn't be as bad for Silverr, but again, he did have to check those trades. Maybe he makes up a little bit of time here with some better pearls, maybe some less hesitation. Aquacorde just is at the spawner, though. Silverr probably looking like 1 pearl behind.
Yeah,
So not a
looking for
crazy
it.
difference, but on a fast seed like this, that little difference could be the whole seed.
I mean, absolutely. We're also seeing, again, a little bit of difference in playstyle. We've seen this throughout the tournament so far this weekend. The strays for Aquacorde, that's not even what I was going to mention. I was going to mention the Iron Sword. We're also seeing strays on the side of Silverr now as well. So strays on both sides. Iron Sword only for 1. And I don't know how many rods Silver's on, but Aquacorde already at 3 and hasn't even done anything with the spawner. Actually continuing to keep the render very low while heading back to it. And gets more strays, Parker. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Yeah, this is a great fort for strays. Even though it's not like a Soul Sand Valley or anything, it's just over this massive lava lake. So all of the spawns are going to be concentrated on the fort. And we can see here, both runners really kind of forcing out the strays. Silverr now at the spawner, though. And if the rates are bad, spawner is better. But if the rates are quick, strays are better. And Aquacorde has his 6 rods. He's going to be blinding. Meanwhile, Silverr is on 3.
I mean, that is crazy. It is very, very rare, especially at a high level in ranked, where you're going to see top runners go for more traditional, like, strays compared to the spawner. Like, everyone's going to go for the spawner most of the time. But Aquacorde, recognizing the situation, maybe recognizing that this fort is just so open, like you're saying, can play itself into better strays, and it ends up paying off so huge for him, and has a measurement. 1 eye works. The eye did break, so we're going to need 1 more rod. And a situation like that is bad with strays, because now we have to find 1 more, and we're not at a spawner.
Yeah, this is where it can really come in punishing. He's got 1 blaze here, so if this drops, he should be fine. But it doesn't, and now all of a sudden, Aquacorde is kind of in a tricky situation where maybe he was ahead, but sometimes if you don't get the rates, it is just bad. This is where the decision making comes into play. A little bit of luck comes into play. Does he get the rod? And he does.
Yeah. So Aquacorde is out. I believe Aquacorde has 4 explosives. I'm not sure how many Silverr has. This seems like a very low explosive seed. Silverr, every time opening his inventory, I only see 2. And also low on fire res. Do we even have another fire res? He's not using it. Doesn't have one. This is a very awkward moment for Silverr. Like, not having any explosives, not having fire res, leaving now. But I mean, Parker, this is looking really bad for Silverr on the seed, as Aquacorde's just digging down to cords.
I totally agree. And maybe that low explosive count is another incentive for something like a strays play, where, you don't have to use an explosive on the spawner. Maybe that's something he was heads up thinking about. And Silverr, I think, managing well without all of the fire res, maybe keeping higher terrain here. You got to be a little bit more careful not to fall into lava. I think he did well managing the blazes there, though. But it might not matter, as Aquacorde could find the portal room any second.
Yeah, I mean, Aquacorde didn't spawn in starter, though, and is also just, like, kind of wormholing around here, looping around, finds out how to get back to starter, so we're there now. But, I mean, this has just been time for Silverr to catch up. And the problem is, as we see a very interesting preemptive here, with the hitbox preemptive or not the hitbox, excuse me, like, being inside the, I don't know what you would call it, Parker. Maybe you can save me here. Like, the surrounding of, like, the area when you're, like, highlighting a block. You know what I'm talking about? Standing
like the
inside
block
that
outline?
of the torch. Yes, the block outline.
Oh,
Thank you.
in the
And is able to
torch.
use that preemptive hover hitbox. Thank you. That's the term that I'm looking for. As Silverr gets an Endermite, that doesn't matter. Aquacorde entering the end sub 8, but only 4 explosives. Are we going to see a potential 0 attempt? Where did the throw go, Parker?
It just goes nowhere. There must just be a massive hole somewhere.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
So,
And that's so bad. Maybe opening the door slightly for Silverr. I know he built up quite a bit for glowstone, but I'm not sure on the explosive count. It looks like he has 1. Like, How many
maybe
explosives
potential,
does
like-
Silverr have? Like
Silverr
two,
might be going for
three?
like a 3-bed or 3 explosive full bow potentially. That's what I think is happening. I believe the spawner is here. Yeah, it is. So there's the Silverr
entering.
spawner. There's the end portal. And I mean, this is realistically just a perch race. Neither player can just go for 0. No, the thing is, I don't know how many arrows Silverr has. I saw 9. I'm not sure if he has another stack. He doesn't. So Silverr has
Wow.
3
No way,
beds,
Oh, it's so
9
bad for Silverr.
anchors. Or 3 bed or 3 explosive, excuse me, 9 arrow situation. That's going to be incredibly tough because you can't take out all of the crystals. This end is just so awkward for each runner as well. And Aquacorde still, after everything through the seed, is still in a position to win handily. And that could be the Dragon Purge, Parker. And it is.
And it is.
Oh my god,
Oh
but
my
takes
gosh,
damage in the
but takes some
Dragon's Breath.
damage.
Should be okay. I mean, actually, maybe not. Oh my god.
No, I
Does
think
take
so.
no damage from the first explosive, so is going to be fine here.
Wow,
But
one
if
half heart.
Aquacorde took damage from that first anchor, that would have killed him. That could have absolutely killed him. Gets very lucky with the armor and like pseudo damage rolls throughout the seed to only be able to clutch it out on 1 heart in a very interesting and awkward to have to play first seed.
2 great adjectives. Very interesting, very awkward. You know, we saw a couple different decision-making things with like using a blaze bed here. Silverr had to like go like up to like Y100 for some glowstone. It just straight. And then the end island too. I forgot about the end island.
No, the end island
totally
was
loses a pearl.
absolutely ridiculous. Having to just waste a pearl entirely there, and then having the second pearl land on the ledge, and then having to throw a third. All of that are just reasons that Aquacorde was only on half a heart. Like, isn't really in that situation if we don't have to deal with the weird end island thing going on there. But thankfully, able to clutch it out, able to win the seed, and you could see just every split after the fortress, like able to clutch out more and more time over Silverr. And I think that's just because he had to worry about so much less somehow getting the 4 explosives that Silverr could not.
Yeah, 100%. And I love to see, like, even with all of the awkwardness, you know, both players didn't die. Still a very high quality match, still a sub 10. You know, so we'll see how the next ones go. You know, no like crazy mental boom, I think, for either player. Maybe Silver's kicking himself a little bit for using his blaze bed, maybe not keeping track of explosives. But I think both are probably going to be pretty locked in for this next match.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, like, if you're Silverr in that type of situation, I feel like you got to look at it in the sense of like, that is so awkward. Like, you can't expect the next seed to go that way. You have to be confident in your game plan. I know Silverr is the type of person to be like that. And if you're Aquacorde, you got to be feeling like, wow, so many things like went wrong for him from his perspective and was still able to clutch out, win. Like, eye break on the strays, like weird end island and everything. Can't go for the 0 when you're ahead and still ends up winning. So I feel like if you're both sides of this, there's a way you can spin it to feel good going into the second seed.
100%. You know, and maybe they got funny nicknames for each other. I still can't get over that. Calling it like bronze runs versus like Aquacorde, you know? Like,
Yeah. No, you never know. Like, this is gonna be. I hope this is a thing that continues on throughout the rest of the next weekend and this weekend. Second pick gonna be Desert Temple. That is something where you might have to worry a little bit more about food potentially, depending on the seed. But players are definitely not going to worry about blocks. Not going to have to waste any explosives for blaze bedding because we're going to have the TNT. So definitely a seed type where hopefully you're not going to be in a weird kind of leaving moment, leaving the Bastion with like 4 explosives or 2 explosives in Silver's case. Seed.
Yeah, hopefully. You know, never say never though, you know? There's always a bit of randomness in these games, and so that's what we come here to see. We're not watching SSG, we're watching random seeds, you know, even though they're a little bit filtered.
No, that's absolutely true. We'll be hopping into the second seed momentarily here. And I actually find this pick quite interesting from Silverr because we did see on the last seed type, or on like when we were looking at the stats before this match started, we did see that Silverr has a minute faster on Rune Portal. So maybe this is just like the aura pick from Silverr in the sense of like, there's not really a seed pick ever for seed 3. So you're going to have to win Desert Temple anyway. Just get it out of the way, tie it 1-1, and then you can go into seed 3 with a really nice seed type for you.
Yeah, I think that's a phenomenal point. We got a pretty good Desert Temple here, you know, lots of wood opportunity. I saw a river. I didn't see a lava pool though. Maybe that's the only awkward thing we're still going to need to be looking for.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, both runners handling this pretty quickly. 7 iron, so nothing crazy. No like iron tools for these runners. I mean, we do get 5 gold. Curious to see how these runners handle that. Again, I would be pretty surprised to see gold tools here, especially when we have TNT. I think it's just nice to have in case you get 19 obby or something. But yeah, not seeing a lava pool on the side of Aquacorde, not really seeing anything on the side of Silverr screen either. Aquacorde seems to be really looking for really anything, just to really get an idea of the terrain and be able to know where, like, okay, we're going to a lava pool, so that's going to be good. But haven't seen anything on either side still, and that could be something where whichever runner sees the lava pool first could have a huge advantage on this.
Oh, 100%. You know, maybe even you're thinking about toggling hard mode potentially. Maybe a lava
Oh,
pool's
there's a
like
ruined portal.
in the. Oh, but there's a ruin portal for Silverr. Yeah, you're right. And I think it's completable. Hard to like tell with this.
Yeah, and I don't think
It's probably
Aquacorde saw
fine.
this, Parker, because I mean, Silverr doesn't end up getting it in the chest. But if you see a ruined portal, you're not gonna TNT Flint like Aquacorde just did. So I don't think Aquacorde saw this, but does have a lava pool, thankfully. And Silverr is actually going to be building a really awkward setup here because he knew by using F3 that there was a piece of crying obsidian there hidden. And I think this is just so awkward of a portal build where Aquacorde's actually going to make up time and is going to be entering the nether slightly faster as Silverr doesn't have Flint.
Oh my. Yeah, it looked so promising for Silverr. I mean, when you see a ruin portal, you're thinking hippie or like yippee. That's like great, but it's just so awkward here. He gets an extra gold block, so maybe potentially that's good for him, but it is just so much slower. Aquacorde like on the way to Bastion.
Gravel too, so it's so slow mining it compared to the TNT that Aquacorde used, and it's just becomes so awkward. Now, what Bastion is this? Is going to be a housing for Aquacorde. I missed it because I was looking at Silverr screen, but I don't think we've seen a fortress yet. We're going to see a pretty straightforward top down here from Aquacorde. Very open terrain, utilizing the gold to distract the piglin, check the chest, get armor. And if I'm a Silverr fan, I'm definitely very worried with how this seed has been played so far, because you do not want to go down 0-2 to Aquacorde, as we've seen going down 0-2 in this tournament in general has kind of seemed to be a death sentence for everyone so far.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. You know, we've had one match where it's not an 0-3. And so if we're going by that logic, like very low chances for Silverr here. But I believe in the dream. I want to see us go to a match 5. That would be awesome. Let's try and get one of those script writers.
Mods, can we like figure out how to go to like a match 9 or something to make up for the other games that have gone through those so far? Like, we just gotta figure out something for that. Silverr now starting the route. Gonna get as many pigs as Aquacorde. Like, it's gonna be pretty similar here. Not much difference in the two top-down routes. And I'm just a little bit worried in the sense of like, how is Silverr gonna make up this time? Because this is like a 20-second deficit right now. And if this seed is as linear as it looks, like maybe the fortress has a little bit more decision-making than I think at the moment. But with how open the terrain is, Parker, I think it's gonna be really tough to make up this much time without some incredible gameplay from Silverr.
I totally agree. And you got the golden apples too, so it's not like pearling is going to be a huge issue. I mean, Silverr, even with like the golden apples to use during pearling, like he is just on a worse food, like health situation, a little bit lower than Aquacorde, so maybe you can't pearl as aggressively. Not looking great for Silverr.
It's definitely tough. I mean, Aquacorde's basically done with trades, has 27 obby, a billion fire res, enough pearls, like maybe wants a little bit more pearls. The string situation looks much more comfortable than last seed as well. Is going to be leaving on 26 pearls, which is more than enough. And we're going to be pie charting now for the fort. Not this way, potentially could leave through the back of housing. Not going to go that way, checking this way first, which would be a little bit awkward because of the way the quadrants work. And it is going to be behind, I think. So Aquacorde needs to find a way to get to terrain there. I do not love the way Aquacorde's leaving here. Great pearl, though, to actually block clutch that. And now has some really open terrain after a phenomenal pearl. While Silverr is now trying to leave and is going to be pie charting. Or no, already pie charted and is just leaving. So, wow. Okay, this is... Silverr made up a little bit of time, but I don't know if it's enough.
I agree. Just a little bit of time, you know, leaving slightly lower, maybe in a little bit of a direction. But Aquacorde just got so much good height there that I think it probably doesn't lend itself to losing time. You know, neither... it looks like Aquacorde just sees the fort now.
Just sees it, yeah. Just sees it. Silverr, I don't think has seen it yet, but I could be wrong. No, lowering, actually re-pie charting. Very rare circumstance for ranked playoffs. Gets the pie chart, is going to know where the fort is now. But again, strays for Aquacorde. 3 free blazes that Silverr might not end up getting in this fortress that could end up saving a lot of time.
Yeah, Silver gets one stray, but decides not to go for it, probably trying to force spawner a little bit more. You know, Aquacorde's not at the spawner yet, so Silver can get to the spawner first. There's potential for him to win the fort split, but it's not looking great. Both players still just spamming Gravel, running as fast as
Yeah,
their little
that
arms
does
will
actually
carry
look quite
them.
silly. Getting to 2 spawners, and they're different spawners, Parker. So, although unlikely, this is the variance that Silver needed to kind of get back into this game. Different spawners, took a while for Aquacorde to find the spawner, and even though entered the fort first and got a couple strays, getting spawned on by the Blazes doesn't help here. Silver having a little bit more linearity in the second half of the seed, so has kind of really brought himself back into this game. I wouldn't know. I don't think he's in the lead per se right now. I mean, Aquacorde has more rods, but definitely closer than it was entering the Bastion.
And the terrain opened up a lot when Silver exploded his beds. You know, it was looking kind of bad for him second portal chords wise, just because there was like only the fortress to run back into. But now he's exposed a little bit of the terrain. We are going to potentially have different strongholds. So there's like, again, like you were saying, the variance that may be what Silver needs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Aquacorde 12 rods or 12 eyes already, though. So is Silver. They're both pre-crafted.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Parker, they're basically neck and neck all of a sudden now. And Silver has gone to what was looking like maybe a 25-second deficit to actually blinding before Aquacorde here. And the pace is dead even.
Even with the strays the Aquacorde got, you know, in that sort of situation when you both have the rods, like your pre-crafting speed really matters. And it looks like Silver had a pretty clean crafting split.
Yeah, but it has to throw a second eye, and it's 2,300 blocks for Silver. I mean, it's far for Aquacorde as well. I can't tell exactly what the number is, but it definitely starts with a 2. So that is going to be really tough for both runners. I would assume the spawners are close enough because the blind is so far for both, where the terrain is going to be somewhat similar for both. Yeah, Silver actually purling up to where Aquacorde just was and hesitating a long time to decide to finally throw this pearl. And because of that, Aquacorde's in such a better position. And Silver is now digging through a wall like Y95 while Aquacorde is really utilizing this cave terrain here.
Yeah, not great. If you're digging sideways, you don't want to be at Y100. There's very rarely terrain there. But Aquacorde, you know, not in a great spot either. Mining a whole bunch of nether brick, just trying to force his way through this fortress. Not sure if there was any better terrain here. I think
also has
Silver's
gold
now in the fortress too.
Silver's in the bad part of the 4. They both got it there, but the difference is Aquacorde has like 17 gold pickaxes and Silver has 0. Has to boat through here while Aquacorde can just mine through this like it's butter and is basically going to be at cords already and still have the gapple to regen and pearl even more aggressively in this endgame. Silver is just going to be stuck mining through this. The C counter in the top left for him is good. It's a high 400 number. That means there's open terrain. There it is. But I mean, Aquacorde's right here.
Yeah, it looks like Silver opened up to the same terrain as Aquacorde, but just raw later. Like Aquacorde has the lead here. You know, it can switch up. We've seen some ugly strongholds before, but Silver, I don't like the food situation as much. You know, he's on one heart.
He's in lava. This is gonna be really awkward to get out of this, but I don't love how Aquacorde has managed this as well because we have so many gold pickaxes, and instead of deciding to just mine through the wall, we built up so much. And now we're at Y96, and sure, the terrain's like a little bit more open here, but not by a lot. We still have to use the gold pickaxes anyway. And now we have to dig down like 50 blocks, and we're somehow still not even at cords. And somehow, I actually think Silver's gotten to cords first. They're on the same spot. They're both digging down on the same exact spot. The difference, again, the gold pickaxes for Aquacorde keeping him barely in this, but both players are going to have to hunger reset. Both players are in the same situation on the nav, and it's going to be placing Obsidian at nearly the exact same time, Parker.
Wow. That was, I mean, this seed has been, how well can you navigate to the stronghold? Both doing slightly different things, but entering, this is what we want to see. Very close match, both preempting at the same time. Silver maybe got a spike that he likes.
For Silver. They're both digging through the same area. Nothing. Both players, it's like we're watching the same screen twice. It's just a mirror. They're going for the same thing. They're both re-preempting. Is this going to... And Aquacorde is committed to another direction before Silver. Is this spiral staircase exactly what he needs? It's a library. Is there a spawner? Yes, there is. And there's the portal room for Aquacorde. Playing this very safe. Not a lot of pearls, so he's going to hunger reset with the Silverfish. Silver doesn't have to, but is still going to be in the end slower. And is this going to be a zeroable thing?
Not that much slower, though. The mechanics brought it up a little bit, and it's an awkward 0, Curry.
It is a really awkward 0. It is a front dragon, but it's a high tower. I think This is T103. The movement from Aquacorde to get around while Silverr decides to opt for the Pearl and is in a really weird spot now. Has to fully leave and is dead.
Oh my gosh.
Has to fully
It's not
leave
over
and is
yet, though.
dead.
The dragon's kind of low there with the double bed. Maybe having to
I
place a side.
I think
No, it should be fine. It
Aquacorde
should be
just
fine.
barely saved it and gets a
Wow.
very clean 3+2. And all of a sudden, Aquacorde, who in my opinion probably came into this as a slight underdog, is now up 2-0 against the person who picked him. And we're in another spot, Parker, where we can see another 3-0. I mean, Aquacorde has looked dominant. Sure, it's not the fastest time in the world, but that was not an easy seed. And the stronghold was incredibly far away. I mean, what a back and forth seed that was in the second half.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite matches here so far, and I'm hoping we break the curse of if one player gets 2 wins, it's an automatic 3-0. But I mean, Aquacorde's been playing well, you know, not giving Silverr any breathing room. That was you know, we've had 2 like really good, interesting seeds back to back here, both different in their own way.
That was like absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the thing that stands out to me is I don't know if I've ever seen 2 splits, Parker, with the difference being 0 seconds. Like, that is crazy. We've seen certain splits be 0 seconds before. 2 splits being 0 seconds, especially because look at how long it took to go from finding stronghold on to actually getting to the stronghold. It took over 2.5 minutes for both runners, and they took very different terrain. And somehow they're still both entering the stronghold at the exact same time. And just a little bit better nav from Aquacorde, and then much better decision making on how to approach that 0 tower ended up with the victory for Aquacorde.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. I want to see the third game. I want to see if Silverr can bring it back. I don't think you're terribly in the mental dumps after that, but it is definitely scary. You know, Silver's back is pushed up against the wall. Aquacorde's got this crazy momentum. You know, Silverr did die on the last seed too, so that can definitely affect how you're approaching this last match.
Yeah, I mean, it's always like a little bit like mind breaking when you mess up a 0, right? Even in a situation like that where it's just it's so awkward. It's so awkward, and it's just how do you kind of like, I don't know, approach that going into the next game. But before we go into the next game, we are going to have a very quick Fulham segment. We don't want to ice these runners for too long, but Fulham noticed something that he wants to bring to all of your attention. Let's see what Fulham caught in that game that we might have missed.
Just one small thing that I wanted to bring up today, guys. Kind of not really actually to do with the majority of the seed. Something that I think a lot of players missed. Let's cast our minds back to the start of this second seed. We've looted the desert temple here, and Aquacorde goes into this river and blows up a TNT to grab our flint. Now, if you guys remember, Silverr didn't do this. This is because Silverr found a ruined portal, and unluckily for Silverr, there was no light within that ruined portal. But notice during this entire split, Aquacorde does not notice any other, does not have any other advancements on. Now, Silverr actually looted that ruined portal, and it had obsidian inside, meaning that had Aquacorde have had the advancements on enabled for the opponent, he would have known that there was a ruined portal that was available on this seed to provide obsidian. Of course, it ended up only being 1 obsidian, and there ended up being no light. But let's say that flip-flopped to being something like 6 obsidian or 4 obsidian and a flint and steel. It would have allowed Silverr to enter so much earlier, and Aquacorde may have been behind due to that obsidian lack thereof in the Bastion if there was a struggle with trades, for example. Just one small thing that I picked out during that seed was the fact that Aquacorde doesn't play with opponent advancements enabled, meaning that we could see some quirks in this game, especially with multiple structure overworlds. But maybe it allows Aquacorde to lock in and focus on his own game as if it was an RSG seed. Of course, everyone's got their own reasons for doing these different settings changes. Don't want to ice these players. It is currently 2-0 Aquacorde, and Silver's going to need to reverse sweep to make sure that this is not going to be his last game within Season 8 playoffs. I'm going to send you guys back over to Curry and Recrap right now.
Thank you so much, Fulham. I mean, that's a great point. you see sometimes a lot of metagaming can happen. I think the most obvious situation of that. Sorry, I know I say situational. I'm trying my best to like not say it, and then I think about not
You're
saying
good.
it, and then I say it. So I know the chat's on me, but I'm trying my best. I really promise. Anyway, I think the most obvious example of that is you'll see people like in a ranked game or whatever, like someone's entering the end and your opponent's like entered Bastion, right? Like you don't need to force the 0. That's like the most obvious case of that. But it's a really great point from Fulham because that's something where if Aquacorde saw that, maybe plays the seed a little bit differently. But as we saw from Silverr, it actually ended up being a time loss because it was such a weird Ruin Portal and you don't even get Flint from it. And it just ended up working out for Aquacorde in that moment.
100%.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're just like
no,
too
you're
good at
good.
commentating. I don't know anything about
No,
Silverr.
you're good. You're good. I mean, listen, let's shut up and just go to round 3, dude. Like, I'm
Let's
ready to
watch
go.
the game.
Like, Ruin Portal, like, let's cook with this. This is the seed pick. It's like, Silverr is in this spot now where it's going to be tough. I mean, if anyone can do it, it's someone like Silverr who has arguably as much playoff experience as really anyone. Like, I mean, has been in so many and has gotten so far so many times. This is the moment where you got to lock in. I know Silverr is a very cerebral player, is going to try their best to really, like, reset the mental. And if you're on Aquacorde's side, it's like, dude, I'm 2-0 up against Silverr. Like, I'm just going to keep playing the game that I've been playing. I think Aquacorde's played fantastically, quite honestly, throughout these 2 games. And on some, again, like, on really difficult seeds compared to I think what we've seen throughout everything. And I'm excited to see what this Ruin Portal is going to be like. Is it going to be like one of those like completely free Ruin Portals where it's just like 20-second enter with golden carrots, or is it going to be something where we got to like use a bucket and we have no iron? Like Ruin Portal can be a myriad of different seed types within itself.
If it's anything like the last 2 matches, we're gonna get something awkward here, you know? I mean,
right?
you always hope for the speedy thing. I know, I think Silverr has had like the unofficial ranked world record get some like really low times. I don't think top speed is gonna be an issue for either player, and this looks great.
Oh,
no iron
so
pickaxe.
no iron pick,
food.
but I mean, this is kind of what I just said. Like 5 golden carrots is really nice. Like that is food that can take you through pretty much
it's
the
Silk
whole
Touch.
game. And it's Silk Touch, so it's a little bit awkward here. Are we going to see a grindstone play from both runners? I mean, they both grab 7, so I'm assuming we are going to see a grindstone play from both runners. Use the stone for stone slabs, and then we have the 4 extra stone for something. I don't know. Actually, what do we use the 4 extra? Oh, we just mine the extra stone.
Yeah, you
so
just
we don't
mine
have to
it
dig down
for
again.
essentials.
Bang! Look at that. It's beautiful. Really nicely played from both runners. We're going to see the stone axe come out. Just really only have to grab a bunch of wood for both runners. Get as many blocks as you're comfortable with. And then we're going to be hopping in the nether here. This is going to be a quick enter. But like you said, Parker, no iron pickaxe. So the bastion type is going to be really important here.
You are guaranteed 3 iron from a bastion, so they're definitely going to be able to make a iron pick, but it's just a matter of where is that iron in the bastion. You know, maybe you have a bastion like stables with chests all over the place, and it really matters where you go first. But if it's something like a treasure, maybe you just go to the top ramparts and almost always get the stuff.
Yeah, and it
we
looks
got a
like it's going to be a bridge, which is not the worst for no iron, but it's something, again, like kind of what we've seen in all these seeds. It's a little bit awkward. You don't really want to go to not the chalice first, but you have to route the bridge basically backwards to start with the chest, then go to the chalice, then go back to the chest to do all the trading. And as we see here, it's a pretty good seed though, Parker. This looks like it can be pretty linear after we get everything, but I mean, even when we're mining the chalice, like I would at least be like a little bit worried potentially about like getting the gold without like a blaze. And Aquacorde forgets
And look
to
at Aquacorde just forgetting that he doesn't have iron, and now he's going to be checking the right rampart instead of the left rampart. We know the left has iron, so if there's not also just randomly iron here in the right, it's going to be super punishing for Aquacorde, as Silverr is going to be on the chalice when Aquacorde just barely gets his iron. So he does get his iron there, not terrible.
Get the iron could have been an absolute disaster. Luckily, we're not in that type of moment on this seed. But I mean, Silverr already at the chalice. No blaze is making his life any more miserable, and it's just gonna be like, where are we gonna trade? Like, I would assume you just do like Donkey Kong here to the left because it's open. But I mean, maybe Silver's got some crazy double single cook route we're going to see. Aquacorde finally getting back to the chalice now. I'm very curious to see what route Silverr is going to decide to do. Looks like it is going to be on the right side. Well, to be fair to Silverr, actually, Silverr doesn't know that this is not a triple. because
That's
it was
true, actually.
Silverr actually has no idea. So I like the play. Very good, like backup single recovery setup that he has going on here. And Aquacorde is going to be doing like this very interesting double single route to get as many Peglins as possible. And because he has the knowledge of it being double single, it could be something where he makes up a little bit of time here over Silverr on this route.
Yeah, maybe he gets 1 or 2 more pigs because the route is slightly different. But I mean, Silverr
Yeah.
just does have a massive lead. Aquacorde deciding to make his hole a little bit lower here, maybe so that he's closer to these bottom pigs. He's already looted the chests. Silverr makes his
Yeah.
hole slightly higher. Now going for a pearl hang. So depending on the pigs here, he could be out relatively soon.
I think Silverr actually has a pig advantage. If not, like they're definitely like even. I don't think Aquacorde got too many more pigs than Silverr there. And even if it is like as close or even, like Silver's just so in the lead now. Already checked both chests, can just organize, has all the trades, can leave as soon as possible with everything going on. Has 20 obby, has basically everything. Silverr actually could just leave, I think. Is just going to pre-craft the beds and then
Yeah.
pick up the trades and then just going to leave. So in it, like this is a spot now, Silverr fully in the driver's seat, and we haven't seen that a lot from Silverr so far in this matchup, but this is a commanding lead over Aquacorde.
This is exactly what you need, especially if you're Silverr. You know, you're down. You have to win this match, and it's looking great. I think he sees, is that the spawner? Hits a spawner. Meanwhile, Aquacorde still having to check his trades.
Yeah, only 12 pearls. I think this is the difference. I think I was right. Like just less pigs, less trades. 9. Oh, maybe we didn't even check the trades. No, we just didn't check the trades. Never mind. I'm fully trolling. We have everything on
That's
the
okay.
side of Aquacorde. We're gonna be leaving soon, but again, wants to get the pre-craft pre-set up before heading to the spawner, and now is gonna be leaving, but also doesn't have a pearl hang, Parker. So that was even more time that Silverr was able to make up. And this is now a spot where Silverr is I don't know, maybe close to a minute ahead of Aquacorde, right? Like this is a great spot for Silverr to get back in this game.
And it's all just coming down to that Bastion, you know, the decision to, or the lack of this decision to go for Iron because he just forgot, and it's just so unbelievably punishing.
Yeah, absolutely. We also left you in the bridge Bastion somehow. You've been not
Oh,
allowed to enter
and
the
I
bridge
thought
because of
my
the camera.
camera issues were done, but I guess not. We'll be switching over to the webcam. It's okay.
No, it's okay. We have the backup preloaded. Like it's okay. You got the double single bridge, and we're doing the backup route right now. And there it is. There's the backup route. Wonderfully done. Flawless execution. And we're seeing on the side of Silverr all the pickaxes that Aquacorde had, all the gold pickaxes. Now Silverr has them. So everything that helped Aquacorde last seed is now in the possession of Silverr, and this is great. I mean, 12 eyes, 6 gold pickaxes, still has gold carrots. Aquacorde only 1 rod. I mean, if this is anything close to linear, Parker, Silver's gonna be right back in this game.
100%. You know, maybe we'll get an awkward stronghold, as we can always say. But Silverr looks like he's on. I don't think there's any mess ups he's having here. Drinking his fire res, heading back into the nether. 6 minutes flats. He has everything. Like you said, all the gold picks. I think it's 1,500 stronghold, so not like crazy far. He has the golden carrots. It's looking really great. Gonna be pearling onto this
terrain
lower
is
portion.
so open. Don't look now. This could sub 8 if Silverr plays this like flawlessly or everything just like works out. I mean, gonna be close to that. Are we close to the chords? No. So probably not sub 8, but definitely sub 9, low 8. Like this is really nice stuff from Silverr. A vast seed to get your kind of mental back into it. But Aquacorde blinding now, measuring the eye in a similar spot, is going to be able to, unfortunately has to throw 2 eyes, but is going to be able to leave shortly. And if any, like, again, this terrain for Silverr though, Parker, like not amazing, like really awkward. Like this is something where if somehow Aquacorde finds better terrain, I don't know exactly how we're going to do that, but if he does, I mean, this is time loss for Silverr for sure.
Yeah, like maybe there's some like slightly higher terrain that you can go to utilize gold picks more. Silverr was just stuck on that soul sand for a while, and when you only have a stone shovel and you don't run into that situation a ton, you gotta be on like the right side of the block to bridge faster. It looks like Aquacorde is kind of in the same spot though, so I don't think it'll matter terribly.
But Silverr didn't hit starter, so really weird to like get back to starter. Also, not loving any spike that he has, it seems like, because he's not committing to anything. Just trying to go potentially back to starter, but not anymore. Committing to a direction without ever going to starter. And all of a sudden, Aquacorde has to be close to Cords, I would assume, based on how he's digging. Yeah, digging down now, and all of a sudden, they're going to be in the stronghold at the same time. And Parker, we went from Silverr was dominating the seed to they're now in the same split, and the curse of the 3-0 could be very real. Is this the portal room?
Is this the portal room? But it
It
is the
is.
portal room. So assuming we don't have a crazy incident with the 0, Aquacorde does not have enough time to win on a 0v0. But if Silverr dies here, it's a back dragon. Pretty good tower, though. I think it'll be fine.
How high is that, though? That's a tall 94 to 99 here. Should be fine. This is comfortable for top runners. Gets it up.
Oh, but he
places the anchor
misplaces.
too low. Oh, my God.
Gets it off
Saves
fine, though.
it. But isn't
many
really gonna be
beds?
able to use that anchor for damage now. I think has 6. This is low. Should be doable. It is. And
Nice.
that's going to be Silverr getting on the board, not making it easy in the end. But the commanding lead that Silverr had in the first half of this game was enough to end up securing the victory against Aquacorde to make it 2-1 going into Seed 4.
Wow. Phenomenal play
Holy
from Silverr.
smokes.
You gotta be... Look at Aquacorde, though. He just hit a 2+2. You know, Silverr did have a worse 0. If they'd entered at the same time, it would have been bad news. But Silverr is still in it, and I am very excited. I want to see another Silverr win. Go to a match 5.
I mean, absolutely. The curse has been broken. Good job, everybody. We locked in. We had some fun. And now we get to see more Minecraft from 2 unbelievable speedrunners. That's what we want to see. This is freaking awesome. But I mean, look at these splits, Parker. Like, you could see it ended up being a thing where, like, Silverr actually Silverr actually made up a second. Or no, sorry. Aquacorde made up only a second finding the stronghold. So it looked like it was maybe more, like maybe Aquacorde did take better terrain, but no, that wasn't actually the case. But it was just finding the portal room. I think Silverr took so much time, like, in the back rooms of that stronghold. It was just really awkward for him. But thankfully, clutches out the 0 and is able to lock in and get himself into this set.
And here we go. That was good. You know, we had a bit of awkwardness from Aquacorde, a bit of awkwardness from Silverr in the stronghold, but not enough to where he's losing out there, and he's just barely holding on. And I love to see it.
I mean, it's great. Like, again, like, the thing though, if you're Aquacorde, you got to be thinking like, okay, like, I was really behind on that. Like, I brain farted. I was at the chalice. I should have been at the chalice. Brought it back though, and still hit the 0 and made it close in the end. So gotta be feeling good. You're still up 2-1. You're going into this. It's still match point for you. The pressure is still on Silverr. But if you're Aquacorde, I really don't think you want to get this to a game 5 against one of the most clutch players in the history of the MCSR ranked tournament. I think that's what you want to try and avoid. You want to try and close it out here in this game 4.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point to bring up. Silverr does have a history of just kind of just being able to clutch like really important moments. You know, I remember like if you think about the Kai Cenat moment, you know, 1 seed, he just like wins 10 grand on like a Thursday or something doing a stream. You know,
That's pretty
when
good.
Silverr
That is
locks
pretty
in,
good.
he locks in hard. You know,
Yeah,
we'll see if he
No,
can do it
that's-
here.
That's absolutely true. Let's see what the seed type is going to be. Very interesting because the bans are now off the board, and Aquacorde is going to pick the village seed type, which Silverr banned. But Parker, if we remember correctly, although this is Aquacorde's seed pick, when we were showing the stats for the seeds, Silverr had like a minute faster on village. So what do you think could be the reasoning for Aquacorde picking village? Do you think it's just like Silverr banned it, I want to play it?
I think that's gotta be it. You know, because like you're saying, like stats wise, it doesn't make a ton of sense. But I think mental wise, it is. It's like, hey, you ban this. All right, I'm gonna play it. If I win this, you're out. You know. Not sure if it's really gonna affect Silverr a ton. Maybe he's thinking about the stats a little bit more. But I think it just makes sense for Aqua here to just ban or pick village.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I'm excited to see. Always, again, kind of same thing with Room Portal. What type of village are we getting? Is it going to be plains? Is it going to be desert? Is it going to be snowy toolsmith? Like, let's see it. Like, I'm so ready to get some crazy villages. Like, I know the seed finders, the script writers, they're in their bag right now. They've been waiting to pull it out for like the first matchup that isn't a 3-0. They're ready for the craziest seed, and we're going to see it right now. It's going to be amazing. I'm so ready for the absolute wildest village seed, and it's
a plains. It's a plains. It's a basic plains.
Yep.
You know what? We like the plains village. You know, everybody's used to them. Let's see the iron situation. 5 iron plus an iron sword.
Yep.
Pretty standard. Gonna be killing golem here. Haven't seen a lava pool yet.
No, I have not seen a lava pool as well. Pretty early. It is nice because the golem always drops 4 in rank that these players can just instantly make shears. Don't have to think about that at all, which is going to be really nice for blocks. Sometimes you're not able to do that in a village, so really nice for them. But again, I don't even know, let alone the lava pool, Parker. I don't know where we're getting flint. Like, this could be a situation where, like, maybe we're woodlighting. I haven't seen a river or anything yet, so interesting to see what the players are going to do on that front. I do see lava on the side of Silverr, and it looks like it is somewhat near a river. So all of these things actually shouldn't be too bad, and it should be pretty linear going there, as Silverr maybe has like a 2-second lead going to this, but very standard so far.
But Aquacorde killed the golem in a slightly different spot, so actually didn't get the visual on the lava pool. So potentially he could be going the wrong direction here. Looks like he's still looking around, getting a ton of leaves.
wow.
If these trees
great
drag
point.
him in the wrong direction, the carrots are dragging him in the wrong direction. He's
But we're
just
seeing this
slightly
play again.
away.
Wait a minute. Did Silverr grab food? Like, I just totally just looked at Silver's inventory. I swear, did we just like...
Surely. I know
no, Silverr has no food.
Oh my.
Silverr
He's
has
made the
no
same
food.
mistake before in playoffs.
No, we're gonna
If I remember,
we're
in
gonna
the
kill sheep. We're gonna kill
oh,
sheep.
but it should
Oh
be
my god,
fine.
the
Okay,
triple!
okay.
Oh my god, I would have got so hyped if Silverr flint and steel on the sheep there.
It would have
Oh
been
my God.
cinema. It would have been
I
cinema.
actually want to talk about this a little bit. We saw this with Loki in the beef salad game, where beef salad went for the wheat and Loki went for the carrots. And in a situation where you have the extra gold, obviously golden carrots is so nice. We're seeing the same thing for Aquacorde, playing for the golden carrots. Silverr doing, I guess, a slightly safer variation of that with killing the animals here, but killing the animals, you're getting food that is just better than bread. So it's better for pearling. It's better for regenning. It allows you to play a little bit more aggressively. And this might be a meta shift we're seeing in real time from top runners of, if it's available, skipping out on bread could be the play.
Yeah, and it looks like Aquacorde didn't even grab bread yet. I thought he did for some reason, but he has the carrots, you know? So
Yeah, he has
both
the
like
carrots.
getting solid food here. Love the point. Looks like we're in a stables. Double, triple.
No, is it? Oh, yeah.
Oh, is
stables,
it?
you're
Never
right.
mind.
No, you're right. It is stables. I like missed. Wait, is it stables?
Wait,
Why are
no,
we-
no. I think
okay,
it's housing.
We're
I'm
actually
sorry,
so
my
bad. We're
bad,
so
my
bad.
bad.
No, you like. I was
No,
like, I
freaking.
was pretty sure this is housing, and then like I just double checked myself. I was like,
Yeah,
okay,
and then
anyway.
like you double yourself.
Wait a minute. Did you notice something about this housing, by the way, Parker?
Lava housing. We're getting some awkward seeds here.
It's not
looks like-
exactly
it's
lava
just
housing,
like-
but it's so. Yeah, we need to make sure to not open this terrain. That's what we
You
need
see
to
what
make sure. of.
Silverr did though? He
Yeah,
like
to
kind of
let
built
the
a
piglins
bridge
in.
on the side to let them in. Yeah, Aquacorde only placing one block, so maybe they can still pathfind there. Both seem to have a pretty solid amount of pigs here, so I don't think it matters a ton that we have lava there. I think both runners dealt with it pretty well.
Yeah, and that was actually kind of wild. I mean, if that lava flowed a little bit more awkwardly onto them, like both had piglins on them, it was very weird to kind of manage that. You want to make sure that you're not letting them in. You want to make sure you're not going in the lava. You want to make sure your piglins aren't going in the lava. So being able to play around that, really nice job from both players. And it now looks like we're in a relatively normal spot in this bastion. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen a fortress yet.
I don't think we've seen it yet, so maybe this will come down to some mechanical thing. You know, housing is really fast. They're gonna have to, like, Aquacorde's gonna have to craft golden carrots. You're gonna have to overlap finding the fortress, getting maybe like an iron axe and a bed. So there's a lot of things to do. And in a fortress or in a bastion like this, where maybe it's crimson, you have an extra pig or two, it could matter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to see Aquacorde grab everything now while Silverr is pie charting. So no fortress on the side of Silverr like that he saw. So has the pie chart, gets that done, is pre-crafting. Already had the 4 wool from the sheep. Doesn't look like it's going to make a massive difference here because we have so much string from the piglin so far. Actually, not as much as I thought. Actually could make a much comfier 0 for Silverr for later on in the seed. But Aquacorde seems to be leaving. But this is kind of what we were talking about. Maybe just pearl hanging. No, is going to be fully leaving and has 7 gold carrots. So is going to be fine. Has a bunch of food. Takes a ton of damage. So very nice that we do have the gold carrots. Is going to eat 2 of them though, which I guess probably doesn't matter because rank seeds are just so slow. But you don't have to eat the 2 golden carrots like that to get the full saturation. And Aquacorde much better pearls onto the fortress and is going to be in the lead here. While Silverr still has to pearl up with worse food as well.
Yeah, it's just a little bit awkward. I know Silverr has 2 blaze beds. You know, with the sheep from the overworld, maybe can like be more aggressive with that. But it probably doesn't matter a ton. It's like an open spawner here. both have an iron sword, so there's not going to be a huge difference in blaze killing speed. I think Aquacorde just like, if he can maintain this lead, that's really dangerous for Silverr.
Yeah, I mean, it's very close. Like I think it's really like within 2 seconds of each other right now. Aquacorde
I
having
mean, look
a
at all this
little bit of
hesitation from
weirdness.
Silverr.
Yeah,
He was like looking
hesitation
around
from
for another
both.
spawner, and it's just like
don't-
losing time. He gets the
And
blaze off and
blows
kills
up
2
the
blazes.
blazes!
It's so punishing. Trying to look for a second spawner just does not work out. And Silver's now like 3 or 4 blazes behind Aquacorde, and he got to the spawner slower.
I mean, I would have actually like he took more time to get to the fort, but they actually like pearled on the spawner at the same time. Like I think they activated it like almost identically. And
really?
the problem, yeah, the problem with that is that Aquacorde just committed to the blaze bed so much more. And I don't even think Aquacorde played it perfectly or anything. Had some hesitation with the blazes, but Silverr really misjudging the play to look for a second spawner. I'm not quite sure what was going through his head. I'm sure it was something that, quite honestly, I don't even understand, but is still going to blind first. Aquacorde 7 rods. I mean, Silverr, I'm not sure how many he has, but I'm sure it's not 7.
Yeah, I think it's like 2 or 3 that he has. And Aquacorde doesn't even like need to pick up his eye or worry about that.
No,
It's
it
I
has
mean,
nothing
Silverr
to
gets
worry
a
about with breaks.
stray here. Maybe that
I
helps
don't think
a little bit. There's
Aquacorde has a
another
lot of
stray.
beds, though. I think Aquacorde only has 4 explosives, which, I mean, we just saw him hit a 2+2. Silverr is going to have a 5th bed because of the wool. So that actually might end up being a way bigger play. Silverr actually has 6 beds.
6.
So I don't know how Aquacorde has 4 if the chat is telling the truth here.
Maybe it's
But-
like crafting the golden carrots. You got to sacrifice a couple of trades, and
And
if
that's
those are
actually a
if
great
that's a
point,
string
maybe.
trade, then that can be punishing.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the point. But I mean, Aquacorde's like here, has fallen off the soul sand twice, potentially some nerves happening in this end game. I mean, has so much time here compared to Silverr to really lock in and finish this off. Is going to be entering here, still 2 golden carrots, but are we going to see a 2+2 0, or is it going to be a 0 cycle tower where that's like nearly impossible?
And we've seen Aquacorde have some better strongholds than Silverr, but like, oh, look at
Oh.
Aquacorde. Does he hear it just digging straight down? Is it right here? It is. And if he hits this 0, Silver's out of the tournament.
Yeah,
Open
has-
terrain,
I think it's 4.
front
I
dragon.
think
Does
it's
he
4.
really
It
only
might
have
be
4
5.
explosives?
It might be 5. I think it's 4 though.
I mean, we did just see a 2+2, so it's not like
I mean, 99
it's
here.
not crazy. He's going
Has
for
to
the
hit it.
2+2, hitting the dragon twice. Great
That's good
damage,
damage.
but he maybe
has
just
to pull
barely.
a lot. Oh
And
my
he
god!
gets it! Oh my gosh!
god!
Wow!
Unbelievable arrows!
Look at the camera
to lower
shake.
the bed.
So
my God.
deserved. Oh my gosh! I can't believe he got 2 more arrows off on that second rotation, and he needed it
3
all.
arrows. 3
Beautiful.
arrows, all lowering the dragon down to the bed, and clutches it out with a 2+2 against a former ranked playoff winner. I mean, we saw in season 7, Aquacorde lost in the first round to Loki in a thrilling 5-game match. And back then, I don't remember if we were commentating it. We were talking about it in the break, Parker and I. I don't remember if we were commentating it, but it was a phenomenal match. It was one of my favorite matches of ranked in season 7. And the fact that Aquacorde comes back from that stronger, beats someone who's won ranked playoffs before, and closes it out with a sub-9 that has to be a 2+2 with all the pressure in the world is unbelievable, Parker.
Yeah, that was just a cherry on top of everything. It's so cool to see. I remember last season I was like, come on, let's see a 2+2. Let's see a 2+2. And it rarely happens, but now runners are really starting to push that with shooting the dragon more to get it slightly lower so that you can get slightly more damage. You don't have to do any crazy multi-block stuff to get good 2+2s like we've seen Aquacorde do in the last 2 matches.
I mean, that was just unbelievable here. I'm not sure if we are going to end up having an interview or not. I think we are. We are going to end up having an interview.
Beautiful.
So I'll wait until Aquacorde gets in here. But I mean, what a match. I mean, I can't imagine what's going through his head right now. Aquacorde just dominating, really, quite frankly, in this matchup against someone who I think a lot of people had going very far in this tournament, someone that I thought was going to be going very far in this tournament. And it's just a great set of matches to kind of be our third match of the day here. I mean, that was phenomenal.
Yeah,
Wow.
are we just waiting for Aquacorde to join, or are we yapping
Yeah,
a little bit more?
Aquacorde is in the waiting room. Probably have to get some stuff set up on the OBS
Okay,
end
okay.
before we drag him in here. And there he is. Aquacorde, congratulations on a really commanding 3-1 victory over Silverr. How are you feeling, dude?
Thank you. I'm feeling really good. I think I played really good, and I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
finally made past
absolutely.
the first round of something. Like I feel like I've been like I've been able to make it past the first round of like any tourney. I
Yeah,
finally
I
did.
mean,
Yes.
you did I mean, it was really phenomenal to watch it. I mean, like, I guess the first thing, obviously, before we get to the rest of the stuff, I mean, having to hit a 2+2, going all the way to 99, getting all the bow shots necessary to make it happen. What was going through your mind in that moment?
I mean, because first of all, I didn't realize I only had 4 beds, or like 5, I guess, with the blaze bed. Like I just wasn't like on the first seat too. I like didn't realize I only had 2 bed, 2 anchor. Like I was just trying to go so fast. I was like tunnel vision, like didn't realize how many explosives I had. But like I'm like completely comfortable with 4 bed at like 99. I, like with the bows, like you just like bow once the first rotation, then like do however many you need for the second. Like I'm pretty comfortable with that. And like crystal if like you need it. So like I wasn't like that nervous for that 0, but I was just like I was fully tunnel, but like I didn't like realize I had none, like no explosives.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it showed the confidence. Like you guys got some like weird seeds. You had like a crazy far stronghold. You had like a really low
Yeah.
explosive count on the first seed, and then I think on the third seed, the only like really big mistake that I feel like I saw from you was like going or like not remembering to get iron
Yeah,
from
I
that
forgot.
bridge.
I do that so often. I just like forgot I had
Yeah.
an iron pick. I was like gonna start mining the Child's gold pick, but like yeah, that lost me a bit of time. And I also like didn't realize I had like a decent amount of pigs. I thought I had like no pigs for some reason, but like I went to check the other thing and then came back and they're just like done pretty much.
Yeah.
So like Silver saved like a ton of time on that probably.
Yeah, definitely made that was definitely the one seed where like Silver had like a super commanding lead, like at least at that point.
Yeah.
Throughout that matchup. I mean, the other thing I wanna talk about is it seemed like from our perspective, especially the first 2 seeds that you won, were like really awkward seeds. Like that second seed in particular, like took like 2.5 minutes for both of you to go from blind to stronghold chords just because it was so
Yeah.
far and the terrain was so bad. Do you agree? Like those seeds were like really awkward. Do you play any differently in those seeds compared to ones that are more linear right off the jump? Like what kind of goes through your mind on seeds like that?
I mean, not really. I don't know if I'm like the best at playing those. Like, I think I don't know if the terrain I took was that good to get to strong. Like, I kind of like I ran out of pearls and I like couldn't pearl up to like the high terrain to like try to go further. So I like climbed all the way up and I was like kind of slack. I could have just like gold picked through probably.
It was really
Like I
yeah,
don't
that was
know.
the
Like it was just
I know
weird.
exactly
Like
what
I
you're
don't know.
talking about. Like that it was like towards the end of that thing. I was mentioning that like
Yeah.
because you had like 4 gold picks still, and
Yeah.
up until that point, you had actually like made so much time on Silver in that split, and then that was I think what brought you back down to earth a little bit because it was crazy.
Yeah.
Like you guys both blinded at the same time and entered the stronghold at the same time, and it was 2.5 minutes of you guys taking completely different terrain. Like going at the same time. It was actually wild.
Yeah.
I mean, again, great performance. You just beat Silver. You're now going up against Darvy, who 3-0'd Ral. Do you have any like initial thoughts kind of for that matchup?
I mean, Darvy is really good. I didn't see the first match. I was like sleeping still. But like,
Yeah,
it seems
totally
like all the
fair.
matches,
No, you
like,
gotta
really
rest.
close.
Mhm.
Yeah, Darvy's really good. I think I can definitely beat him, especially if I beat Silver. But it should be a good match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Parker, do you have any other questions?
No, just good luck on the rest of your tournament. It was a pleasure to see you play today. I think you played great. It was awesome seeing those 2+2, especially you saying you felt so confident doing it. I'm excited to see where you go.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. I'm hoping to see more of that in the next couple rounds. Best of luck against Darvy, and we'll see you next weekend, Aquacorde. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Well, I mean, what a showcase on those 4 seeds between these 2 unbelievable runners, and especially after Darvy's performance in the first game of the day, I'm very much looking forward to that game on Saturday between Darvy and Aquacorde. I mean, that will be awesome.
Yeah, me too. But you know what we have next? I'm pretty excited for this match, Curry. I don't know. We have one of our own commentators playing.
We do have one of our own commentators, but I'm not going to be biased because I dislike both of these next 2 runners about the same. I dislike both of these runners about the same. So I don't want to be biased towards anyone because I don't even know who I would want to root for between Infume and Feinberg coming up next. Rank 1 player last season versus rank 1 AA player of all time and forever and forever and ever. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup between these two. Very excited to see kind of how it goes. I mean, before we go to break, Parker, because we're still like 70 million minutes ahead of schedule, any like beginning early thoughts on the matchup between Fine and Infume here?
I don't think so. I like I mean, to the point of like not knowing who I think the longer that we do these playoffs, the more we can see these storylines of different players of like, oh, they've won before, but they've won here. You know, Infume coming off of this like getting out in round 1, being the rank 1 player, you know, he doesn't have that curse of being rank 1 anymore. He's rank 2 here.
True.
Sitting in a really good position to play Feinberg. I mean, Feinberg's somebody who does well in tournaments, has a lot of history doing well, but like Infume, just like kind of one of those demon players. I think it'll just be a really good matchup.
Yeah, I think it'll be a great matchup. Again, we talked about these two runners, Silverr and Aquacorde, had a very similar, I think, play style. I think Feinberg and Infume also have a very similar play style. Much less reliant on mechanics and much more reliant on just their unbelievable decision making. So very excited to see that matchup. And thank you, Oliver, for switching it to the bracket, because we could also talk about this for a little bit. I mean, congratulations, Infume or Feinberg. You get to play Loki if you win. So that's fun. That's really enjoyable. I'm sure they're both really looking forward to that. But I mean, looking at our other quarterfinals, we have some great matchups. I mean, personally, definitely excited about Darvy Aquacorde. I mean, one of those runners will be making it to the semifinals for the first time ever. So that's always exciting. Hax Vstrid going up against each other, both technically winning in upsets. I'm very excited to see how Hax is going to go up against Vstrid, with Vstrid being maybe the most experienced ranked player and Hax being maybe the least experienced ranked player right now. So that's going to be exciting. And then, of course, Dugile Mongey and then Infume Loki or Feinberg Loki. The bottom of the bracket, Parker, is just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, would you agree?
I totally agree. We got some big names there. You know, not to discount the top of the bracket. We've had some great matches. I'm really excited. There's just so many good people to root for, so many awesome runners. I love this whole community and ranked playoffs.
That's so true. I mean, you're absolutely right. There are so many people to root for, which makes it even easier to not root for Infume or Feinberg. Like, it's actually just perfect. It just makes my life even so much easier. But in all seriousness, I mean, this matchup between them is going to be amazing. I can't wait to watch it. But before we do that, we're going to be heading over to a break. I'm going to be double checking as I stall. Yes, good thing I double checked, because I can tell you what we're going to be going to in this break. Don't go anywhere, because not only do we have this awesome match coming up between Infume and Feinberg, we have Automat, the inventor of Automat Halfbow, to tell you all about N-Fight's multiple-time ranked playoff participant Automat. Very excited to show you guys this video, show you all about the cool N-Fight strats. And yeah, when we come back from all of that, it'll be me and Parker again for Infume versus Feinberg in our final match of the day. So don't go anywhere.
Hello guys, I'm Automat, the Polska Gurom guy, and today I'm gonna show you how we speedrunners deal with the Ender Dragon. 5 years ago, when 1.16 just came out, we were kinda clueless when it came to end fights. I remember trading for arrows, going for all the crystals and bowing down the dragon. It was slow. Way too slow, because we didn't understand yet how the dragon actually works. But given some time, we figured out our first real strategy. One cycle. We all know now that dragon has two basic behaviors. Either it tries to fly around and shoot you with a magic fireball, or decides to approach for a perch at the middle of the island where the fountain is located. When it perches, we can deal some damage to it before it flies away, so on average we would need like 3 to 4 cycles of perches. Doesn't sound optimal, and it's not, so speedrunners decided to reduce this number to only 1 perch cycle. The idea is very simple. We build a setup with an indestructible block, wait for the perch, and with every single explosive bed, because that's how this game works apparently, we deal loads of damage and knockback simultaneously. So with Dragon taking damage, it also gets pushed up a little, so we are able to place another bed and repeat the process. Sounds like a great strat, right? Well, speedrunners weren't satisfied. Waiting for perch was RNG. And even though in Ranked we have a guaranteed perch after 3 minutes, it's still not good enough. 3 minutes in a 10-minute speedrun is a lot. So, to help ourselves, we brought an old friend to the end again. bow with some arrows to perform a half bow, which is helpful because destroying a crystal actually gives us a higher chance for a perch, so we tend up to build up few blocks, destroy 7 to 8 easiest of crystals, avoid the dragon breath, and try to wait for the perch afterwards. Don't stand close to the fountain though, dragon likes to shoot you more the closer you are to the fountain. So yeah, having a pearl to TP back instantly is very helpful here. But even though the chances are in our favor now, it's still not fast enough. Give him more speed! But how? We know dragon can either shoot us or perch. There's no other state it can be in, right? Well, I'm very sorry to all the viewers listening to my TED Talk, but I lied. There is another dragon state. The starting one. You see, every time we enter the end, the dragon spawns about 70 blocks over the fountain and immediately starts flying towards one of the towers, circles downwards for a while, and flies away. How is it helpful? Well, it's always same 4 spots it chooses. It either goes diagonal towards us, the front tower, or further away from us, the back tower. And if it rolls an 1 in 8 dice roll, it disregards the diagonal approach and goes for one of the straight towers. Hence the 1 in 8. With all this knowledge now, the big brains of the MCSR community plotted a revolutionary plan to defeat the dragon. And they called it the Zero Cycle. After many trial and errors, Minecraft professors managed to come up with universal setups that we can use for every single tower. So with the right knowledge and good mechanics, you pearl up to the tower, build up certain amount of blocks, and at a certain Y level build a setup resembling what we did on the fountain actually, and deal damage with beds and anchors to the dragon. Every single blow also gives dragon a knockback upwards, same as in the 1 cycle, but this time it's way harder to time a good knockback because you can explode your bed too late and dragon flies too far away up, so it weakens our next bed damage, and also you can explode too early and dragon will get low, and yeah, it's not an easy one. But with high risk comes great reward, because Zero Cycle is a very fast way to kill the dragon, getting the whole end fight split consistently under a minute, very often under 50 seconds if you use techniques like double bedding with bow and arrow, which takes advantage of invincibility frames the dragon has after getting hit once with an arrow, so we can after a precisely timed short delay destroy 2 beds quickly and get loads of damage. The only problem is, Zero Cycles are hard. Yeah, you have to have enough HP to begin with. Oftentimes it requires a hunger reset in the portal room, and then have enough pearls to get on the towers, and then have enough blocks to build up at least 5 explosives, or even more for harder side setups. I mean, there's a lot of things that might not line up for you to perform a successful Zero. But if you're a diligent speedrunner, you are always prepared for a backup strat. A ground Zero. It's slower than normal Zero, but most times faster than half bowing. This time we go to the fountain, build a very specific setup, which allows us to shoot a crystal and set the dragon straight to the strafe mode. It wants to shoot us, but it can't see us through the iron bars. Stupid. So it's gonna circle around us, getting lower and lower every rotation, and in the right moment we strike with beds and anchors. We can't get the dragon too low though, because when it happens, it's too close to us and it flies away. Heals up, and we can easily fail the strat when it happens. So, another risk, but with at least 8 explosives, a comfortable win. Okay, that's enough of me for you today, so have a great rest of the tournament, guys. Bye!
good. Welcome back to Season 8 of the MCSR Ranked Playoffs. This is Day 2. We've had 3 games, and I have a tab open that is playing my audio, and I would like that to not happen, so I'm going to move that around. Beautiful. There we go. Okay. Anyway, we're back. It's me and Parker commentating. And Parker, we have a great matchup between 2 runners who have been in the scene for like almost 5 years each. Maybe over 5 years, actually, for both runners. Maybe. At least for Feinberg, I think, for sure. I mean, what are you looking forward to in this matchup?
All of it. I don't know. Anything and everything. They're both just like titans of the game. I really like the Infume storyline where like did he even play before like 3 seasons ago or something? Or he wasn't like at the top level.
Didn't play ranked at all.
Okay, yeah. But he's just like, he just came onto the scene. He got rank 1. You know, last season didn't go his way. This season, he's still ranked 2. And I'm just very interested to see a close, good game between 2 top level runners, you know?
Absolutely. And before we get to see the top game that we're all waiting for between these top 2 runners, have you guys missed the silly little content? Because, oh boy, do we have some silly rank content for you between Infume and Feinberg doing a bunch of little mini games between each other, like mental mini game things. I don't know exactly how to describe it. I haven't personally seen it, so I'm very excited to watch it. I think that's why I had the tab open that was playing audio, because I'm just like ready to watch this. But we're going to go show you guys some very silly content between Infume and Feinberg before we get into this matchup between them.
This is wavelength. Infume's going to pick a number 1 through 10. I'm going to have 3 questions to try to figure out the number. Number's going to be on the screen right now. Close your eyes if you want to play along with us. Here we go. Question 1. Give me an item that you would find in your inventory during a speedrun.
I think I'm gonna go with obsidian. I think that's
obsidian. Okay. I feel like that just has to be a high number because I feel like you'd say like Eyes of Ender if it was like 10. But Obby's got to be up there. Obby's got to be like 9 or 8 or something. Okay. This might not give me that much info, but.
There goes Feinberg.
Did you hear my second question?
All I heard was this might not give me enough info, and then
yeah. Give me a Bastion route that you would do in like a ranked run.
Dude, honestly, the difference between RC and ranked is like, oh jeez,
crazy different answers.
Yeah. This might be a troll, but I want to say triple to gap when it's divorce double triple.
Okay, that's some info. Okay. Let's say you're entering the end first. What 0 tower would you be?
Ooh, I think it's a good answer. I think just say front 94, open front 94.
That's so good though. So many of the basic zeros are just like so easy.
Yeah.
It's hard to like is that different than you saying front cage? Like probably not. Obby's like a 9. That 0 answer is like a 9 or a 10. But why would you say divorce double triple instead of just saying like single triple? Like what? There's just no way Obby's an 8. There's no way that it's gotta be 9. It just has to be 9.
There you go. 9? Yeah, it's 9. It's 9.
Oh my god, yes. Now we're playing Guess the Mob. I chose 1 mob out of these 10. Infume's gonna have 3 non-Minecraft related questions to try to figure out the mob that I chose. Let's get into it.
You know, although you don't have your license, would you feel safe on the roads knowing this mob was at the wheel?
I'd feel really safe, yeah.
Okay. Golem seems way too big. I have like actually not really any no's. If this mob were in school, would they be turning their homework in on time?
I think you'd be getting some submissions that are late, but it's always a work.
Okay, I just want to ask a question. I think it's funny how it sounds. Does this mob resemble characteristics and traits of Jesus Christ? Do you want me to like say why I'm asking that, or I just want to get like
Sure, you can elaborate your question.
Okay. I'm just saying, you know, is this mob like a shepherd type of, you know, like?
I think I see what you're trying to ask. Yeah, I think this mob does a pretty good job at these sort of Jesus Christ tendencies that you are maybe trying to ask.
So because that is your mob that you selected a wandering trader.
It is, yeah. Yeah.
So I learned something from that, Parker. I learned that I'm never giving Infume a microphone for anything for ranked ever again. That's what I learned from watching that That's what I learned from watching that thing.
Hey,
What was
to
it-
be
what was it
fair,
for-
like makes sense. He was on the line of the wandering trader.
He was on the line. He's definitely on something between that. I mean, I don't know what they were on. There's no universe. Like if we're doing like betting lines, like if the over under is that was recorded at 3:30 a.m., I'm probably taking the over. Like that's like a 4 or 5 a.m. situation
my
for both of
gosh.
them. I don't know what was going on, but wow. I mean, what a better way to introduce these runners for what I'm expecting to be quite the matchup between these two. I mean, let's just throw it over and then we can yap about these guys. I mean, best rank time 6:52 for Infume, 9 wins to 3 losses over Feinberg. I mean, these stats are pretty overwhelmingly in Infume's favor, I would say. But Parker, I mean, Feinberg is Feinberg. Like, what else can you say?
That's a great point. I think like confidence wise, I know Fine has said he gets nervous in this sort of thing, but he does just like have more experience than Infume. But at the end of the day, I think it's just gonna be a fun match between two friends. You know, that little video there. There's some good laughs. You know, at the end of the day, we're playing a game together. We're watching together. We're having a good time. You know, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely, 100% agree. What do you think the more important player spotlight stat is on either side here? Do you think it's the LeBron Leve fan on the Infume side, or do you think inventory of crafting tables world record for Fine really brings it home for you?
You know, personally, you know, I did a video on like inventory of like blast furnaces, so I gotta go inventory of crafting tables. That's just like funny, goofy. That's what I'll go for. What about you?
I mean, I listen. Infume has competition on being the #1 LeBron fan. I mean, I'll just say that. Like, I listen. Unless Leve is sponsoring the tournament, like I'm not really invested in the Leve arc for Infume. I'm much more invested in the LeBron arc here. I mean, both accomplishments on both sides. I mean, like you could definitely make the argument that Infume is just the best pre 1.9 player of all time. Like, I don't know if it's like universal, but definitely in the conversation. And I think the thing that's been most interesting about Infume's kind of arc and rank is how he's so adaptable at so many different skills. And I think that's his biggest strength as a player. But I would also argue, Parker, that's probably Feinberg's biggest strength as a player, is just being so adaptable to so many situations, being able to think on the fly. Like both of these players have such a similar thought process and play style, but they express it in different ways. For Feinberg, it's through all advancements mainly. And for Infume right now, it is through ranked, which is, I guess, what we're playing. So maybe that is a little scary for Feinberg.
Yeah, I think that's a phenomenal point. Infume still, didn't he have second place in AA at some point? Or like he's also
I think Infume might also still be second place in AA.
Okay, yeah, so he's also like really up there.
I don't know. With Thunder, without Thunder, it gets like a little weird. I'm not fully up on the AA with Thunder, without Thunder leaderboard. Infume is like 4th, 5th, 4th. Okay, chat doesn't also know, so that's great. Not
okay,
second
that's
anymore.
okay. That's okay. Ranked wise, though, I think Infume does just like have the better stats. You know, he's in a better position. Obviously, he's ranked 2. Feinberg is rank 9 or 11, something like that.
Rank something. I mean, also, why are both of them in the chat right now? Like, can you guys lock in? Like, I'm just gonna ice both of you for even longer.
They're having a good
time. I'm just gonna ice both of you for longer. I mean, we're not supposed to go for 20 more minutes. Like, I could yap for a while. I mean, let me tell you. Okay. All right. Anyway, here's the
Don't
next push him. I mean, these are some pretty good stats from Infume. I mean, 843 ruined portal is obscene. Like, I think that's the fastest average time we've seen of anything. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous. And sub 10 on everything is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some good stats on Feinberg's side too, with a lot of 6, but like. Not a single 70, and Infume only has all but 70%. That's just like a little bit scary if you're Feinberg. You know, the stats. I know Feinberg's a stats guy. Like, he has some sub 10 averages, but Infume only sub 10 averages and a sub 9 average. That really is insane.
Yeah, and it's not even like it's like it's 858, it's 859. Like 843 is crazy. Feinberg saying in the chat, didn't look at these beforehand. Maybe that would have helped a little bit. I already know what the bans are. I mean, we could just throw it over to the bans. Let's get these guys out of the chat room so they actually can focus on their match, because I know what the bans are, and I'm very curious to see what everyone's opinion is going to be on the bans, because I mean, looking at these stats, I mean, Feinberg 68% win rate on Desert Temple, his best by far. 60% win rate on the two things that aren't, or on all the seed types that aren't Ocean. Meanwhile, Infume has 70% on everything except for the one seed type he has a sub 9 in. Like, I mean, that's tough. That's just tough. I mean, it's
tough.
Infume has the stats of like, I don't want to pick anything. I think it's one of those things where you just want to pick what you're maybe most comfortable with. And Feinberg bans Desert Temple. So let's just get it out of the way. Feinberg hates Desert Temples. I'd like that to be shown on the record. And Infume banning Village. So we are going to be going to double Ocean Seed and Ruin Portal. Parker, what are your thoughts on that?
Honestly, I've never been a huge fan of like the stats. I'm kind of the guy that's like, show up and play it. Maybe a little bit iffy, like if we get some Ruin Portal, I like it from Infume starting off strong with that. Like, I still can't believe that average. That's insane.
It is like, I mean,
good pick from Infume.
You got to be feeling good. Like, I'm starting on Ruin Portal. I'm gonna, hopefully get a sub 9. I'm going up against Feinberg, like feeling good. Like, especially I think this first seed for Infume, I think is so important because of what happened to him last season. Like losing when you're the 1 seed, coming back now, this first seed, you really want to get off to a strong start, especially against someone like Feinberg. You don't want to give them any leeway because Feinberg could just like dominate. Either of these players could end up dominating. I mean, we've seen 3-0s like every seed. So, I mean, it would not be uncommon at all for what we've seen today. You really want to get off to a good start if you're Infume, and we could see that here with the Ruin Portal pick.
Yeah, let's see a 2 on the board. We've only had 3s and 1s.
Yes, that is
like
true.
A Solver Portal.
It is.
Axe?
Looting. Let's
No
see it.
food.
I don't know.
Is it
I
looting?
don't know what it is. I didn't actually see. It's knockback 1. Very useful enchantment. Very impactful. And we're already seeing both these players pretty much playing a little bit differently actually at the start. I mean, Infume getting the cows first, Feinberg getting the wood first. Going to go for the cows now. Don't really think it ends up being too much of a different play. I think I've heard like the micro is you want to go for animals first because animals start to wander away because they just pathfind around, but they spawn together normally like a little bit more clumped. And Feinberg killed the cow.
Yeah, maybe if he went for animals
food.
first, that would have happened. That really is the only decision there because Infume is already on the fortress at 46 seconds.
I mean, this is a pretty good seed. Like, I see the Bastion. I see the forts. Feinberg's me entering here. We have 5 stake for Feinberg. Not exactly sure how much we have on the side of Infume, but I would assume it's similar. This is a nice looking stables. It's very open. Even if this side of the stables isn't a triple to gap, it looks like it is because this isn't a section you can tell on the left side here if there's like a giant like crater in the wall. But even though it is like buried by the terrain, I'm not really seeing that here. So I think this is a triple underneath or a good gap, underneath the triple. So runners will be able to go for that. But they need iron first, and Feinberg getting the iron to do so, as well as Infume from the triple.
Yeah, maybe this is slightly better for Feinberg. Checked an extra chest, although Infume might just go out that direction, start his route, go through that chest to pick it up. So maybe slightly different, but both getting the iron from their chests.
I mean,
so many pigs. And it looks like it. He gets that chest, dealing with these pigs pretty well. He's just got a whole fan base chasing him, letting in the pigs.
He's going to go for the double gap here. Also, a great mine through to
damage.
Get a piglin. Very low. Feinberg going for a similar route. Also changing difficulty. I don't know actually how much that matters. Very interesting there. Didn't see Infume do that. We could see maybe a potential difference in pigs. Feinberg also getting low, having to eat. And this is now a thing where like both players, like there could have been maybe a little bit more of a food advantage, but Feinberg taking so much damage and also having a stray piglin down here, not helping at all. And we could see the difference in food now. Infume 6 stake, Feinberg only 3.
And I think that's going to be the big storyline for the seed. The fact that he didn't get that cow off Feinberg early on, that could be the entire thing. Maybe he has to hunger set. That's like just that little amount of time can really matter.
I mean, absolutely. This is really tough for Feinberg to make up that food. I mean, we're gonna have to pro the fort. It's very open terrain. There's a piglin down here, and Feinberg is dead. Oh no, that is a disaster. And we're immediately going back. I don't know how much.
It's not terrible.
Back? Did we not have to boat down? Oh no, because they took different terrain. So Feinberg went up here. Infume boated down. I was looking at the Feinberg or the Infume side of things. Is going to be able to pillar up here, but is so low, Parker. I understand the reason to like, I want to go back immediately. I want to make it happen, but like, I feel like just punching like 3 logs just to have something to go off of just makes your life a little bit easier here because you're going to take so much damage getting back as well, and you don't have a lot of food in the first place.
Yeah, like the only thing I could see is like maybe you've got all in the trading, so you want to get it into Nether as fast as possible to like start loading that. But like I think it would just be better to get a couple logs. I mean, he had to mine 3 planks anyways. He's now just building up with planks. It's awkward. He doesn't have gold armor. Meanwhile, Infume is just in the fortress at like 330. This is a
it
fast
has
seed.
been in the fort at 330. At the spawner, 345. And the thing is, yeah, sure, Feinberg has some trades going on, but the piglin in the hole that killed him is going to have all the gold blocks that he just mined. And look at how many crossbow piglins are mad at Feinberg. Like, oh my goodness, has to place a block over the head, has to deal with this guy somehow, has to literally punch it out. Does end up doing so and gets all the resources back. But again, this is a commanding lead for Infume over, I would say, like a minute and a half or so ahead of Feinberg. Just so much time lost there. And again, someone like Infume who is super consistent and especially now gets to play a little bit safer knowing the lead that he has. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, this is what you want if you're in Infume's position. Do you remember, did last season, did Infume get 3-0'd or did he just lose?
I'm not sure. I want to say it was 3-1, but I could be wrong.
Okay,
But
okay.
yeah, 3-2 actually. 3-2. Thank you, chat room. Didn't have it in front of me.
3-2.
3-2. Yeah. So I was gonna say I didn't think it was a 3-0. We're seeing Feinberg now get the resources, a very clean inventory. This is the thing. I want to try and point out some differences in the runners. Something to watch out for at all times. Watch Feinberg's inventory. It is, in my opinion, the thing that allows him to keep competing at this ridiculous level for as long as he has, because his inventory management from playing all advancements is so ridiculously good. But not going to help right now because Infume is blinding.
And he only has 16 obby too. He's getting bounced around. He's getting a 3. It's so bad.
It is
He's
so
on
bad.
the
Checking
same
this
food
chest
as
now.
Infume, but a whole split behind.
Yeah, this is not great here.
And he playing
Leaving.
home portal?
Can
Looks like he's
home
playing
portal,
home portal.
yeah.
Not terrible. I mean,
Mm.
you spawn on the fortress, so it's definitely it's got to be the good play here because maybe he lost a gold block to the piglin incident, so he just like
I mean,
can't
it's
get
not
those
horrible.
trades.
Like, Infume went so far for where the spawner was compared to where the home portal is. So Feinberg is going to have to go. Like, I mean, we see where Feinberg has to go in this fort. Like, it's all the way down this way. Then it's going to be all the way to the left. So he's going to try and throw a pearl hang to his portal, which is not a bad play at all, but it's just a little bit awkward. It's not exactly how you want to play these seeds. Going to open the door for a little bit more silliness potentially in the fort, getting all the way down here. Well, Infume just gets to play a much more standard seed and is leaving to go to the stronghold at the 6-minute mark with a great pearl hang. And Feinberg now has to try and find the spawner on low RD. Thankfully does.
Yeah, so I mean, it's looking like Infume's gonna be winning this seed, but again, stuff can always go wrong. It's fast though. Infume building his portal, sub 630.
I mean, if Feinberg can apply pressure, like we talked a little bit about the metagaming in the Fulham segment before. If Feinberg can apply a little bit of pressure, maybe blind, maybe force Infume to try and go for the 0 cycle, because right now, if you're Infume, like, why would you really go for it? You know, like if it's a hard 0, you're not going to push yourself to do that. I mean, obviously, if it's super easy front, open 94-0 or something like that, like, sure, you're going to go for it. But if it's a back 0 or something, if you can apply that pressure to make it a little bit more challenging, maybe that's what you want to do. It is going to be a back 0. It's going to be a low first pearl, but it is a very easy tower. And this is something that Infume should feel incredibly comfortable with. Just going to head to 80 or 95 probably here. Just call it nice and easy. And this is looking like Infume is going to be able to take this first seed.
Yeah, beautifully set up. He has the health. He has the explosives. But
And
the dragon flies.
I mean,
so, like, the door maybe is a little bit cracked.
It's really hard to get to 99 on this 0. Like, really, really hard to get to 99 on the 0. So I don't think Feinberg is going to be able to do that. Now, obviously, maybe somehow Infume's PCA explodes and we mess up the 1 cycle. But, like, we have... Wait a minute. How many beds did we use?
We have 4 beds, one anchor, so we should be fine.
Yeah, I think five explosives is totally fine. I was like looking, like when we had to place the crafting table, I was like, wait a minute, like are we actually fully fine here? But we are. Feinberg still needs 1 more rod, potentially going to get a perch soon for Infume, but he's just going to kind of stand back. Knows that the dragon flies on 99 again, or knows the dragon flies on 95. Excuse me. Can kind of metagame this a little bit again, and it is something where Oh, it looks like the Dragon's just going to perch. Doesn't even matter what I'm about to say because this should be a seed 1 for Infume.
And a very solid time. Mid 8 minutes. Beds look great. Oh, the damage. Actually, okay, maybe.
I mean, we made it. It was for the content.
He's typing "lol" in the chat, but it shouldn't matter.
It was for the content. It
It's
was for the
fine.
content. It was a beautiful 1 cycle. I mean, listen, these top runners, they don't really even know what a 1 cycle is anymore. They basically just do 0. So sometimes it gets a little bit silly, but hey, there we go. We got done there. And I mean, pretty quick seed for both sides. I mean, it would have been a little quicker if the 0 was doable, but I mean, yeah, like 1 minute Fortress Enter, 123 Bastion Enter for Feinberg, but unfortunately, not too much else because of the death.
Yeah, kind of just hard to see, like, was it close, was it not? When you have a death in there, it's just like kind of everything's out of the window. Nether Enter, the Fortress Enter, literally the exact same time. Oh wait, no, but it's just weird because you spawn on the fortress, so it's just it's just so hard to tell based on these stats.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, I will say, I think Feinberg has one of the better mentals in MCSR. I think that has been one of his biggest strengths over, like, the years, improving on his mental. I think this is something where losing this first game, you're probably like, all right, I died, you know, awkward seed, whatever, like, didn't go my way. Can kind of bounce back into this. I'm very excited to see how he does that. And what we were talking about with Infume, like, getting this first seed on the board, especially after what happened last season, has to feel great to get a sub-9 on the first seed.
I totally agree. I mean, starting off really quick, you've got the momentum going, and we've seen it in so many of the matches. Is it going to be a 3-0? Maybe. I'm hoping for not a 3-0, but he's got momentum.
I'm hoping for not a 3-0 as well. Feinberg's got to lock in. I mean, he's been doing about as much complaining as us about the 3-0. So if he wants to make it not happen, it's now. It's literally in his hands.
It's in his hands. It's in his hands.
It's in his hands. Feinberg, you need to make it so that we don't get another 3-0. Let's figure
see
it out.
Give us some quality content.
What's the seed type going to be? We're going to pick Shipwreck. Feinberg did say when we were on the seed, seed stats screen, Feinberg did say, oh, I didn't realize my buried treasure was that bad. So maybe that's why Feinberg is picking Shipwreck. Is going to take that pick.
That makes sense.
Going to see how it goes. I mean, Shipwreck is one of those seed types, Parker, where a lot of variance in not only the iron, the resources that you get for tools and stuff, but also the variance in food type we could see on this seed.
100%. You can even get some quirky stuff like a TNT. We saw that, I think, day 1 of the match.
Yeah, we saw, I think, Loki and Beef Salad like craft a TNT, so you can get it or you can get gunpowder. So it's very interesting.
And it's like the same deal with like searching a magma ravine as the BT, but maybe find just a little bit more confident with the awkward food situations or lower food. Maybe it doesn't really matter. Regardless, we're going to be playing it in just a few seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Very excited to get into this seed here. That means the last seed will be buried treasure. Feinberg. I mean, I always find it interesting when we go to like the ocean seeds here. Like I think that there is like I don't know the right term, but like I think it is very different to play an ocean seed in your head in the overworld compared to playing something, especially like a ruined portal from the last seed. So a good mental reset for both runners here. Let's try and stay locked in for Infume. Try and forget about the last seed for Feinberg. And here's the Shipwreck. We'll see what the resources are going to look like from Feinberg first. And that's a lot of iron.
17 iron.
I mean, that's shears, that's everything, and pretty good food. 11 bread from a Shipwreck is pretty solid.
Yeah, this is one of the better Shipwrecks you can ask for. I don't see any kelp floating on this. A ruined portal. Oh, maybe there was a ravine off to the left. I can't tell if that was a ruined portal on Infume's screen. Have you seen maybe there's some kelp?
I haven't. I'm actually trying to figure out what is on the cape of Infume right now. I know it's normally LeBron in some capacity. I cannot tell what LeBron it is currently. I'm assuming it's LeBron. I don't know if anyone is familiar with what is on the back of Infume's cape right now, but I cannot tell what it is. Is it the bang emote? Is that what it is? Is it the bang emote? Oh, that's awesome.
The bang emote.
It's the 17 me. It's the one of LeBron going like this, and then boom! It's that one.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what's on the back of Infume's cape. Anyway, back to the game. Sorry, that's my fault. Both runners heading to a ravine over here. Dolphin actually for Infume. Yeah. I mean, this ravine looks pretty far. I mean, it doesn't even look that great. We'll see if it is real. It is for Infume. And the fact that he got the Dolphin there is going to be a nice boost over Feinberg. Is going to get down here now, but I mean, Infume again, like this is going to be like a 10-second lead entering the Nether, similar to last seed.
Yeah, but we might be able to see here if Feinberg doesn't die, we'll be able to see really how close this gets. Maybe he can make up some time elsewhere. You know, he's down a little bit here, especially when you're playing the rank 2 player. Not great. Don't think we've seen a fortress yet. Interesting terrain. We have a Stables Bastion.
Very open terrain as well. I mean, this nice little pathway to get there. I think I just saw the fort on Infume screen for a split second to the left, but I could be wrong. It could just be silly bitrate. But this is a really nice looking housing bastion for Infume. Very open. I don't know if it's going to be.
Oh my gosh! I called it a Stables again. I'm trolling. I'm so bad.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You're on a long break from speedrunning. It's okay. We'll get you back in the bastion lab.
Yep.
We're going to be doing top down here. Again, a little bit awkward on this lava. It's not going to be lava housing per se, but definitely a situation where you don't want to get your piglins caught in the lava. You don't want to accidentally get hit into the lava. So just be very, very careful of that. Both runners taking a different approach to this top section. We can see Infume towered up a little bit more, avoided going through the inside of the bastion, while Fine did kind of take the terrain that Infume was going on now. And Infume is going to be starting here a little bit quicker, again, just due to entering the nether faster. And this seed is pretty linear so far, especially if that was a fortress in the distance that the runner saw.
Yeah, I know all of those top chests had no guaranteed obby. In ranked, you're guaranteed 5 obby in one of the bastion chests. So it's not a bottom double. It could get a little bit interesting, you know, having to go out into the manhunt section. If it's not in that easy chest to access, maybe one player finds it and the other doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
We'll
I mean,
see.
if I made up a little bit of time here, but not anything substantial. The main thing is going to be, how do these runners manage the inventories? This is a moment where Fine can get a little bit more into the game here if he's able to do so. But Infume also very skilled at that. It's one of his strengths as well as a runner. We're going to see the pre-craft stuff start to come through. There's the wool craft. Have we even checked this chest yet? No, we're going to check it now. How much obsidian are we looking at on the side of Infume?
0.
We have 7 total. I mean, that's not a lot. It's just from the top. I mean, rank trades will probably be enough, but it could get a little bit awkward potentially. We're going to see here when Infume checks the trades, kind of what we're looking at. But again, Feinberg's inventory, so much more organized already. Obviously hasn't checked all the trades yet, but is going to be able to check everything a little bit more smooth, a little bit more clean. Infume only at 16 obsidian. We're waiting here. 17. I mean, is Feinberg going to be in the same boat here?
I'm going to be checking the manhunt chest, I think. If it's not here, this is where it can start to get dicey. You know, maybe you see a chest that your opponent doesn't. Do we get obsidian? And we get obsidian. We're at 21. So now Infume can leave. Feinberg also checking the same chest, also going to be at 21 obsidian.
I think Feinberg actually made up quite a bit of time just again on the rough inventory management. Both players leaving.
Yeah.
I think Feinberg's pearls are actually a little bit better here, but takes a lot of damage on the tree pearl and is going to be a little bit slow to regen because of it only being bred. And because of that, Infume back with a 15 or so second lead, but Feinberg not far behind, entering the fortress now. It could depend on how the strays go for Infume. Lowers the render in the Soul Sand Valley. I'm looking for the spawner on the side of Feinberg. I don't see it exactly. And Feinberg has to deal with 3 Wither Skeletons that Infume did not see at all.
Yeah, maybe it pays off if Feinberg can get a lot of strays, but it's not what you like to see. It's always better to have that blaze spawner just blaze bedded for consistency. It is a good fortress though. Like, we have some Soul Sand Valley. We're over lava. We could get a lot of good strays. See, Infume, he was at the spawner and deciding to play for strays. I think he's on like 4 or 5 rods. He gets another there. Another there. These are good rates, Curry. I think he might just be fully able to go out.
I mean, that's like not what the Feinberg believers wanted here. I mean, yeah, I mean, Infume played this phenomenally. 5 rods. We can spend this time just pre-crafting everything that we need, organizing our inventory, getting our bed set. We don't really need to blaze bed at this point because there's so many more consequential things we can do for this end game when we only need 1 more rod. Is going to craft everything, is going to set up the portal, and is going to be leaving and has blazes to kill when he goes back through to the nether. Meanwhile, Feinberg also caught up with 5 rods and is going to be crafting his explosives now too, and has blazes to go for 6 before blinding. It's actually much closer than we may think, Parker.
I completely agree, especially if he gets it right here. No, still on 5 rods.
No.
Not sure what the rates are like. He has another here. It's a double spawner, so rates
still doesn't
probably
drop.
don't matter a ton.
I mean,
maybe,
I don't know how many
killed a couple cents.
Yeah, I don't know how many more Infume has killed, but I mean, these might not drop for Infume because of what we just saw on the side of Feinberg. Is this going to drop? No,
he's got 2 more.
2 more blazes. I mean, Feinberg killed 4 and none dropped. And it's the same for Infume. So Infume has to
Wow.
wait here. They're actually even on blaze kills, I believe. So Feinberg has to go back through here. The spawn comes through for Infume. Feinberg, the spawn comes through for Feinberg as well. Which rod is going to drop? Infume's drops first. Feinberg has to kill at least one more blaze. There it is. Feinberg now leaving, but Infume had a phenomenal pearl hang and is going to be able to overlap crafting the last 2 Eyes of Ender while navigating the terrain. I'm not sure exactly how far the stronghold is, but Infume's building portal now.
A little bit awkward having to break some of these warp blocks. Is he getting hit? What's he getting hit
And
by?
has a piglin as well. Like getting hit by a piglin, a little bit awkward. Gets it sorted with the Crimson Pig. Hits the piglin as well. If there's a sword guy coming through, no, it's just crossbow guys. But Feinberg having to deal with a
Oh,
hoglin.
Feinberg has a
Hoglins don't like
hoglin?
portals. And there's a mine shaft in the
Mineshaft.
stronghold.
Oh my.
So this is not free nav. I do like the spike on the side of Infume. I'm curious to see if it ends up working out, though. Feinberg getting a similar spike. Infume not figuring out how to get to it. Maybe this way. This looks good. The light's there. It's the portal room for one of them. Feinberg needs to lock in and find it now. It is this way. It's to the left, but Infume's going to be entering the end, and it's open.
Wow. They made very similar decisions there, but it's just coming down to this micro. You know, only a couple. Infume going
Infume's
to
going to be
zero.
really low on this pearl. Infume
Oh
is
my gosh,
really
low
low
health
on this
too.
pearl, and it's going to be 95 universal side setup. I think this is a really tough 0 for Infume. A really tough 0 for both
I think
runners.
he should be okay. I think we have a good amount of explosives. This should be a great double bed. Dragons at less than half health. Can also get a double bed here for some great damage.
Oh yeah,
And
this
he
is
just
nice.
needs one
No,
more
it's
bed to finish it
C103.
off.
It's a pretty standard 0, and Infume is not going to hit it. Infume's not
Wait,
going to
what
hit it.
happened? What happened?
It wasn't enough damage. Kills it now. And I think Infume still wins because
Wow.
the recovery explosive. That got so scary. Infume should still win, and Feinberg's Dragon had to do an extra rotation anyway. But Infume
Wow.
almost making it
Good end
a
fight.
very different set going into the third game. But wow, that was an unreal backup save on a very low dragon to keep himself in the lead with a 2-0 series lead so far. Wow.
And it looks like a lot of that seed just came down to the enter. You know, there's only 2 splits that were above 10 seconds. All very close. And like Infume, like what, got a dolphin, so maybe he's slightly faster in the overworld.
Yeah.
They like Feinberg made up 4 seconds on the entire like nether split.
Yeah, I mean,
5
that's
seconds.
absurd. That's just absolutely absurd. Like, that's just crazy to go from entering the nether, entering the end, 4 seconds of difference. We did see a little bit of variation with finding the stronghold, but that was mainly because of the differences in how they played that fortress. And that was a very difficult fortress to play. We didn't really get to touch on it because it was so quick. But I mean, it's so difficult to pre-craft everything, manage strays and a spawner and build your portal and organize all that in the amount of time that these runners did. But now, I mean, Parker, it's 2-0. It's not looking great. It's not looking great for any game 5 believers here. Infume is now on match point against Feinberg to win his first ever match in playoffs.
Yeah, Infume has been pretty commanding with this. You know, Feinberg died the first seed, so that's kind of over. This one, Infume just was ahead on all the other ones, so if he keeps up at that same pace, like, I mean, 3-0, Feinberg, come on, it's in your hands. Let's see a match 5.
It's quite literally in Feinberg's hands. I mean, what's it been? 7 years since Feinberg uploaded a YouTube video. Maybe this is the arc. Maybe this is the arc. Like we go down.
Yeah, you start down,
2-0.
sort of like the jumper who arc in mid-off.
Yeah, exactly.
You
And
start
then we
down so you can
bring
have a
it
good
back.
video.
Yeah, bring it back, and now we're gonna get a Feinberg YouTube upload out of this. Like, I see
And
the
then he goes
vision.
all the
I
way
see
and wins the
vision.
whole tournament.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. So, I mean, we're gonna see what the third seed type here is. Feinberg, Buried Treasure. I mean, this is something that I think Infume is going to be a lot more comfortable with. It's probably why Feinberg picked Shipwreck on the last seed to try and get that win in there, because Infume plays a lot more RSG than Feinberg does. But with that being said, Feinberg has been playing a decent amount of RSG recently, so we might see that coming into play a little bit more. I mean, when these stats were collected in season 8, Feinberg hadn't really touched any percent in a while. So maybe the recent kind of surge of playing any percent will help Feinberg out a little bit here. But I mean, again, Buried Treasure Overworlds, it's less about maybe finding the Buried Treasure for these top runners and more about making sure we see the ravine, we see the enter. And if Feinberg can maybe not enter the nether 10 seconds behind like he has the last 2 seeds, I mean, put himself a little bit more in this position. I mean, that's the difference between winning and losing on that last seed for sure, too.
Yeah, even if he only it's down 6 seconds, you know, would have tied up the seed last time. Maybe this is his sleeper pick. Maybe he's been training in his off hours, grinding out RSG, preparing for this very moment, Curry, because
think
he's
so.
pushed up against the wall. This is where
Let's
we need
lock
to
in.
see it. Can Feinberg turn this around and keep himself in this tournament?
I mean, that's what I want to see. I want to see at least we get to a game 4, a game 5. I mean, I want to see both of these runners do well. I mean, we both know both of them pretty well. I want to see a good game between the two of them. Let's see how this game goes in this third matchup. BT pretty self-explanatory here. Infume deciding to stay on the terrain while Feinberg decides to swim a bit for it. I think this will work out a little bit better for Infume. And there it is. Also Kelp on the side of both runners. I'm assuming that Kelp is going to be real. So both getting it around the same time.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit more of experience on Infume's side, saving seconds, just being able to run on the land. I did see Kelp, but I'm not sure I saw... Like, was there magma at the bottom? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I didn't.
It probably
exactly.
is. It looks like good kelp, but like the terrain just didn't look that great. But
I
we'll
100%
see-
agree
we'll
with
see
you.
what
Like
they do.
I didn't see like any magma and stuff, but like the way the kelp gen and stuff, I was like, that's probably real. We're seeing a pretty standard crafting from everything. I mean, I thought Feinberg was doing this pretty quickly, but I mean, Infume's just already gone. This kelp is going to be real. It looks like Infume is committing to it. And yes, it is a real magma ravine. So this is going to be what the runners are going for here. And it's a very fast buried treasure enter. I mean, Parker, this should be a ridiculously fast seed. I actually don't really know who this plays into a little bit better. I mean, Infume's PV is like 652. Feinberg's is 723. So maybe it favors Infume a little bit. And there's the chalice. I mean, this seed looks like it could be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, very linear seeds. Quick here. Not a ton of. So,
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, there was. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! That would have been the biggest like throw. Oh my gosh!
I mean, wow. I mean, I know Infume loves LeBron, but let's not shoot a 3-pointer like that, please. Like, let's really not do that. Oh my god, it's a little scary there. But we're both at the chalice. I mean, Infume doesn't have to deal with the gas that Feinberg's dealing with right now. But that is just a crazy, like, I mean, obviously you don't die from that, but that definitely gets your heart racing if you're Infume.
Yeah, hopefully it gets your heart racing in a good way. Maybe gets more blood pumping. You lose a little bit of food, maybe a little bit mentally shocking. Looks like Infume is still pretty locked in. I think it was just unfortunate. He had like, he like ran out of a stack of blocks at like the worst time, and then like an accidental like block over just fell down a hole.
Yeah,
but now
I
they're
mean, that
close.
was
Like
rough.
Feinberg, that allowed Feinberg to make up a little bit of time, both playing the same route here.
Yeah, a little bit different
see how many
variation on the
picks we
DK, but pretty standard stuff from both sides. No weird beef salad, mind the block, punch a piglin hole. Pretty standard stuff here on the side of both runners. Now, I haven't seen a fort, but that doesn't mean these runners haven't seen it yet. I think I might have even actually, like, now that I say that, I think I saw something slightly to the right, but I could be totally wrong with that. We're seeing a good bit of obby already from this double. I mean, with the ranked obby trades, it looks like this could be something where we don't even need to check the other side. Feinberg is just going to be straight up Pyrain for the fortress. I think he knows the direction, so that's going to be good. Another gas on the side of Feinberg as well. Having to deal with so much more like random garbage on this seed so far than Infume. Mods, can we get like at least a gas on Infume side so we can kind of bring this to a seed 4 a little bit? But Infume going to be checking the trades now. Feinberg going to be checking the rest of his trades soon. Is going to be able to leave pretty much soon and should actually just be out in a second here.
Oh, no, just getting a Pearl Hang. Maybe Infume like saw the fortress. I don't think he did any pyring, so maybe he has a bit more information, but is now just going to be out. Hasn't crafted like an iron axe or anything. Splashing Fire Res, good decision. Don't want to die in lava.
Out. Feinberg also out. Another
Not far
gas on
behind.
the side of Feinberg. I mean, I don't see the 4. I mean, Image is at the spawner immediately. This is a 3
And there's a second spawner.
Activating both at the same time. The one difference, though, Infume hasn't crafted an iron axe yet. Now, it's not a big time loss, but assuming the rates aren't like flawless, we're going to be in a kind of a predicament here where we're going to have to craft another one at some point. Also, very curious to why we're not playing the other spawner. Like, it looked like there were still blazes on the other side. Maybe those just spawned in. I'm not exactly sure, but Feinberg activating this one. I don't think he saw the other one yet as well. So maybe just going to be playing the spawner. Infume already having 2 rods, obviously having killed a little bit more blazes. And what is Feinberg going to be doing to try and make up time here? Having the 2 strays here in this hallway is definitely a help, but Infume already has a blaze bedded spawner.
Oh my gosh, and he's getting even more strays down here. Yeah, it's a bit interesting. They're both kind of running a little bit low on
building
food.
a portal. Feinberg is just building a portal.
Okay, how many?
So Feinberg
rods
just
is he on?
has.
Oh my gosh,
I think
fighting
he has 6.
demons.
I think
to
Feinberg
build a
has
portal.
6. No, Feinberg has 7 rods. Feinberg has
Wait,
7
what?
rods,
How did he
Parker.
get 7? Wait,
We
Infume only has
blinked.
4. What?
We blinked. Feinberg got so many strays, played the first spawner, went to the second one without either of us realizing, and now Feinberg is in a commanding lead, and we're so back. The script writers have decided maybe the 3-0 isn't in the cards. The measuring's happening at the exact same time, but Feinberg has the rods that Infume doesn't. This measurement needs to lock in for Fine. Do we have to throw a second eye? No, don't have to pick it up because we got 7. There's a sheep in the nether for Infume. Can't get the food. Oh my god, does somehow
There's
get
another
the food.
sheep.
There's 2 sheep. Oh my goodness.
You know, this is good news for Infume. I'm not sure how far the stronghold is. I don't think either player has their Ninja Brain bot on screen.
No,
But
we
if
gotta
it's far,
actually get
that's
them to
definitely
lock in
gonna
on that.
favor Infume. I mean, both purling the same direction. I don't think we're gonna have any mismeasures here.
No,
But
I mean,
Feinberg,
when
I don't know how he made up time there. Like for a second, I thought Infume maybe like just passed a couple of blazes because he like pearled to the second spawner.
I think Feinberg got
quick.
way
I just
more
don't know.
strays when he originally entered the fort than either of us saw. I think that's what ended up
Mm.
happening here. I mean, both runners are heading towards the courts for this. I actually think that this food from Infume is actually a massive time difference that we're seeing. I mean, they're building the
Oh
portal
my
at the same
gosh,
time.
this is
They
so
are
close.
both gonna have
And
to
it's
hunger
sub
reset.
6 stronghold, Curry. This is fast.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very fast seed. Infume being able to throw
Ooh, good
pearls a
spike.
little bit more aggressively because of the mutton saves a lot of time. Also having a gold pickaxe over Feinberg, which could also save time. And they're committing to different directions. Feinberg, nothing. Bat. This is not going to affect the preemptive. Nothing here. Is this going to be it for Infume? Going the same direction.
This is the
Feinberg finds
final.
it. This nav seemed a little bit awkward. I'm not
Just committed
exactly
a little
sure where he
bit
needs
better
to
to
go.
that spike. Infume got the spike first, but decided to backtrack for half a second. Backtracking again. I think it was down that
Beautiful
same
eyes.
direction. And Fine is now in. This is a fast seed.
This is a really fast seed, and
What's the
Infume
zero?
can't find it. I mean, Feinberg has 75 beds in his inventory. Like, this is a completely free 0. If he's able to get there, 94 has to do universal side setup, I think, here. This is going to be a little bit tough, but again, the fact that we have so many explosives here, this also is technically ranked PB pace for Feinberg. Has to load the crossbow, gets the thing down, gets a good double bed. I mean, these beds aren't amazing, Parker, but we have so many explosives. The problem is not going to be the explosives. It's going to be, is Feinberg going to have enough health to get all these explosives off? And there's one more bed to go.
Oh my gosh.
And there it is.
Not the cleanest 0 ever, but maybe a ranked PB. I think he had a ghost crossbow for half a second, so maybe missed up on like damage he
did
was
have a
really
ghost
relying on,
crossbow.
but gets it off.
It's not going to be a ranked PB. It's going to be the same time, I think. Oh, it is ranked PB according to Feinberg. I thought it was the exact same time. I thought his other one was 723. Maybe he knows the decimals, and this is a faster 723. But that is incredibly impressive.
Wow.
Locked in on a seed. And also, again, remember, had to deal with the 2 different gas in the in the bastion. Definitely, like, did not have the easiest path to get there. But look at how close the seed was at every point up until the stronghold. And that nav for Feinberg really locked in, allowing him to tie his ranked PB.
I mean, I'm just saying for the YouTube video, this is pretty good.
It's really good for
That's
the
a
YouTube
great way
video.
to come back. You know, you're down 2 seeds, hit a ranked PB against Infume. He just played the fortress so well, and that really showed.
I mean,
Not that he even like was ahead by a ton, only 2 seconds, but he just committed to that spike a lot better than Infume and just found the portal room. Infume didn't.
I mean, yeah, that was great. Really good job to trust the nav. I think that's actually something that Feinberg does really well compared to other runners. Like, I mean, we talk about hesitation, but a side factor of hesitation is like the trust that you have in the plays that you're making. I think Feinberg really never is second guessing himself on any plays that he makes, like really feels confident in the decision making that he does. And that's because he is one of the best decision makers in the world in this game. So that is just really impressive. I mean, it is funny though that it's a 9-bed. I mean, how often do we see a 0 cycle that takes over a minute? I'm looking at enter to end 620, match win 723 is pretty funny. That's pretty rare that actually happens. But I mean, listen, if it works, it works. I mean, it's a tough 0 as well. Like, I want to see anyone in the chat laughing at Feinberg for doing a 9-bed there. That's tough, especially in a tournament format like this.
True. Yeah, you can only laugh if you could actually hit that 0 level. You know, we're still talking about the upper echelon of gameplay. You know, even though it wasn't like a crazy 3 rotation or anything, he got it off. He got to the side setups. He did some crossbow beds. Well played by Feinberg.
Absolutely. And now we're listen. I'll say it for the chat. We're now in a situation, Parker.
Yep.
We're going to a game 4. We didn't do that a lot today. We haven't done that a lot today. We're going to a game 4. It's going to be great. Now, what is your prediction for this? Do you think Infume's going to take it here, or do you think Feinberg is going to send it to a game 5?
I think I gotta say, like, I'm a YouTube guy for the YouTube video. Feinberg,
figure it out here. Come on. Definitely want to see Infume do good, though. Like, again, like, this guy's second ranked seed. I want to see a great game. I don't want to see any deaths. Feinberg got the only death. We can laugh at Feinberg's death. Let's have that be the only one. Let's see a great game 4. And it's going to be really interesting because the bans are off the board. We're going to Ruin Portal. I was really hoping for the Desert Temple pick. I was really hoping for it, Parker. That would have been great. I mean, if you're Infume, though, you're feeling good. Ruin Portal, you got a sub 9 on the first one. Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you. It definitely makes sense.
You know, this is the redemption for Infume. If he wins this, he's not going to be out in the round of 16. He gets to move on. This is the Ruin Portal with his sub 9 average. You know, his last seed got an A4. Honestly, all these seeds have been phenomenal times. I think this is a really good setup for Infume here, though. I think he has a great shot at taking it home.
Listen, if you would have told me that the Feinberg Infume matchup would have sub 9, sub 8, I don't know if I would have believed you. But we're seeing some really awesome gameplay from both of these runners. I'm very excited to see what this Ruin Portal is going to look at. I mean, the last Ruin Portal was pretty solid. Can we hopefully get enough iron in this one? Maybe we can get some looting 3 like people are saying that they want in the chat. I mean, maybe we get a sub 6. We go from sub 9 to sub 8 to sub 7. Who knows?
That would be kind of cinema, you know? And then the last
cinema.
match, let's just get a ranked world record while we're at it.
Yes.
You know, keep going
Piglin
down.
from half court. Bang! Cuts lead to 42. Thank you, Oliver, for getting that on the broadcast. That is a phenomenal meme reference. And we're seeing here 20 nuggets. So not enough for anything that we want iron pickaxe wise. But we do have some pretty good armor. We have a gold axe, which is always nice. We do have a village, but I highly doubt either runner is going to be going to the village for any reason. And we're just going to be going over here on Feinberg's screen to get wood, get some animals. Looking pretty good on the side of both runners.
Yeah, honestly, I was liking Infume's decision to get the cows sooner a little bit better, but Fein did just get a really nice batch of pigs. They were all really close to each other, very speedy. Maybe he's in a slightly different position where it's harder to get trees. Yeah, because Infume's just going to be entering here, so a little bit faster. But I think, no, Feinberg has even less food, so it was better to go for the cows. 8 steak versus 6 pork chop.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty big difference there. I mean, we're also seeing not only the difference in food, but I mean, the difference in entering. I mean, Infume's going to be in, again, like 10, 15 seconds faster. That matters with how close these games have been. These runners seem to be on the same level right now, but Infume just really commanding on the overworld right now. And I think that might be because of how much Infume plays ranked and how confident he is in his own gameplay right now.
And really putting the pressure on Feinberg. You know, you've come off a new ranked PB, but here you're just like 30 seconds behind on entering. That's not going to feel great. And I think it was just that decision of where to get animals ran a little bit farther for wood, and it's just a little bit slower.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And again, we're seeing a similar to the last game with Silverr and Aquacorde. We're seeing a bridge bastion with no iron pickaxe. So it's going to be really awkward for these runners to have to go to the chest, then go back to the chalice, then go back to the chest to trade again. And Infume is going to see if we can get a little bit lucky in this single chest, get the iron that we need. We do. Also, double types of obby as well is really nice. And Feinberg's, again, like, this is a pretty commanding lead from Infume only 2 minutes in, Parker. It's going to be tough for Feinberg to get back into this, I think.
Yeah, not giving him any space to breathe, having phenomenal movement there around the trees, and even just getting to the bastion. I like the decisions that he made here. Feinberg going to be doing the same chest as Infume, but like 20 seconds behind. It is double single, so we'll see what kind of routes each player runs.
Yeah,
maybe
I also
you make
really
up a bit
like
of time
this.
there.
Yeah, maybe. I really like the axe craft from Feinberg as well. Just like pre-firing that, has it ready to go. Like that could be nice.
100%.
Like maybe we're gonna kill a hog here as well. Like Infume gonna try and go for the right side route. Are we gonna see a triple? I'm not exactly sure. No, it's double single. I can see it on Feinberg's screen. So gonna have to go down here, do the pivot route for single. Infume digging down, gonna switch to hard mode, try and get as many piglins to fall down as possible, and is gonna be able to check this chest, mine this gold block, and get as many piglins into this hole as possible. While Feinberg is actually gonna opt to do single DK route here.
Yeah, so we'll see which one ends up being a little bit faster. Infume digging a couple more blocks than I typically see with this route, but he's got a lot of pigs here. He's at the chest that he needs to get the check last. Maybe it doesn't matter a ton because we've already got the obby.
Wow.
But Feinberg is at the chest that he's already checked, so he's not going to be getting as many resources. Yeah, only getting arrows and like a chest plate from there, so probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, I think it's very interesting that, like, the nice thing, I guess, about double single is we saw Infume kind of just be sitting in that hole for a while. Like, you don't really have to take so much time to check the chest. You can kind of spend as much time as you want, like getting as many piglets as possible, because that is really the bottleneck here, especially on a double single situation, especially if we did already see the fort. So I really like this play from Infume. I think it's better to do the route that he did compared to Feinberg, but curious to see if that ends up actually being the case in practice rather than just in theory. But it looks like Infume is going to be able to leave here very shortly once he gets the 20th piece of obsidian.
Yeah, and one thing, I think I saw Fine mine some backup blocks as he was on his way back to the trading hole. So that was an interesting play. Have we seen the fortress yet? I forget.
I think we saw the fort on the enter. It looks like Infume is just heading over there, going to mine a little bit more wood first. Again, Feinberg's inventory looks beautiful before picking up all the items, but it doesn't matter much when Infume is just leaving to the fortress. And again, another fast seed. This is going to be a 430 fort enter for Infume, basically. Feinberg still has to check trades. Maybe can leave and be a little bit better positioned with Pearls leaving here, because it is back towards the direction that like Feinberg's rampart is.
Like he's on the right side.
Has a nice Pearl hang, and that is going to make up some time on Infume. Maybe it's going to be tough to find the spawner here because it is a buried fortress entering from different parts. This is the variance that Feinberg needs to get back into this game, Parker.
100%, and we've seen it matter before. Infume's still looking for this. Looks like he's
mending the gold axe.
That's awesome. That's awesome. He's been making great use of that axe, getting a couple more logs on the way to the fortress because he used up all of his dark oak making his route. Double
Really
blaze
like
bed.
that. I didn't realize that the axe was mending when I had mentioned the Feinberg axe craft. Yeah, I mean, Infume keeping the mending gold axe, it's just quick, it's fast, it's really nice to have. It's nice when you're crafting, nice for anything that you need to really do. Feinberg just now finding the spawner. It's the same one as Infume. It's going to be tough to make up this time against Infume with so much linearity here. Maybe Infume has to throw a little bit more eyes, but Feinberg definitely not in the driver's seat right now compared to Infume. It's going to be tough to make up time with this little left in the seat, especially when it's match point for Infume.
100%. I mean, we've seen Feinberg make up time in this matchup, so he's going to need that to happen again if he wants to stand a shot against Infume. Infume already at 5 rods, Feinberg at 3, and behind on the crafting.
Yeah, behind on the crafting as well. That's the big thing. Like, Infume can make the gold pickaxes, can craft all the explosives, already did. Building the portal now, Feinberg still having to kill all of these blazes. Maybe is like a rotation ahead, or like maybe kill the stray. I'm not 100% sure. At 5, no. So he's just a raw, like, full 40 seconds behind, potentially, on the spawner cycle, depending on how long it takes for this next one to spawn. There is a blaze, a 2 spawn for Feinberg. Is this going to be enough? It is. That's 6 rods. Do the eyes break on the side of Infume? I'm not sure. He's picking them up. So no, they don't.
Both are fine.
It's not going to be a situation where Feinberg needs to break it, or to mine any more, or to kill any more blazes, excuse me. But also didn't get the boat eye off in the portal, so has to do it now. Infume should be getting the rod off of the second blaze. He is, and is going to be leaving to Cords now.
Not giving Fine any time on that eye split. Nothing went really wrong. Fine also throwing 2 eyes, so it's probably going to be pretty similar times there. We are in a basalt, so if you make a wrong decision terrain-wise, you could get really punished. Even if you have the gold fix, you can't instantly mine if you run into just some nasty basalt. So we'll see how Fine manages it differently from Infume.
I mean, I thought Infume had made a mistake, but this actually looked like really good terrain nav once he got to the high ground here. Feinberg taking completely different terrain, I think, much lower at the start here. Infume is now low, like now, after getting through all of this, but Feinberg looks like taking much different terrain, much more open terrain. Even though the terrain that Infume took was good, I think the terrain that Feinberg took was perfect. And now look at this. I think Feinberg's actually closer to the Cords. They're about 10 blocks or so off. I don't know which one is actually correct on the Z-axis. It looks like Feinberg is a little bit closer. I mean, they're going to be building the portal at the same time. Infume gets the first obsidian off just a bit sooner. But Feinberg definitely close enough. If this nav is close, like, we need to see Feinberg nail this nav here. What's it going to look like for Infume? No immediate spike at all on the side of Infume. Is it any different from Feinberg?
Maybe
I'm not seeing anything either.
No. So same situation.
For Infume, and there's the portal.
Infume sees the portal.
And I don't think Feinberg went this direction. Or I don't think Infume yeah, I think Infume and Feinberg went totally different directions. This is not good. The instant nav, it's a pretty clean 0. It's back small boy.
The dragon can fly, though.
Assuming
It's not
the
a super tall tower. That's what Feinberg needs here. I think Infume, very confident with the zeros. He could
Can
kick
we
Feinberg
push to
out.
95?
Okay.
We're pushing to 95. With plenty of
Gets
time
it
to
off.
spare. Gets there. The dragon doesn't fly. Feinberg's in the portal room now, but it doesn't matter if Infume finishes us off with this 0. And there it
Wow,
is.
beautiful 0.
Infume winning on the 4th seed to knock Feinberg back to the booth. And that's going to be a dominant performance from Infume after the
Look at
3rd
him
seed.
shaking. He's
Very
so
happy
excited.
to get to the
Nice
next
work,
round of
Infume.
playoffs. Oh my goodness. What a comeback.
Oh,
from
he's so
last
excited.
season.
He's so excited. Good work.
Wow.
Great matchup. Phenomenal 0 there at the end. That was a really good match, Curry. We were back
That
and
was a
forth,
really
making
good
up time
match.
here, losing time there. Feinberg, that terrain to stronghold on that last match, that was really well played from Feinberg. Almost
That
gave
was
him the time he
exactly
needed, but Infume locked it out.
That was exactly what Feinberg needed, but then just the nav not getting a great spike, losing the 50-50 on where to go when you're just not getting a spike, and it just ended up being a great performance from Infume. I honestly think both runners played incredibly well. Besides that, like, first seed death from Feinberg, like, the quality in these matchups were really high. I mean, all these seeds were incredibly fast. This 901 is the slowest out of all of them, and it was just such a back and forth. And this seed was not easy as well. So just really great performances from both runners. And I'm excited to now see what Infume can do now that he's out of the first round in his 2nd ranked playoffs ever.
100%. And, oh, I forgot about this. Even on the YouTube thing, we're probably going to get a commentary video from Infume. Sorry,
That's
I'm
true.
Just, like, excited. This is going to be great.
That's
This is gonna be
great. That's great. More YouTube content in MCSR. We'd love to see that. Amazing. We're also going to hop in very shortly once we get it set up with an interview with Infume. So very excited about that to see what Infume has to say. I mean, I'm sure he's elated. Infume, welcome into the booth. Congratulations on making it out of the first round in your 2nd ranked playoffs. How are you feeling?
Dude, I'm like so shaky. I'm like, dude, it's just, it's so bad. It's so bad.
Hey,
my
you
God,
did
I'm
it though.
talking
You
as
hit a
well.
clean
No,
0 at the
it's-
end there.
I know, dude. Oh my God. Did I lose time on the terrain nav in the last one?
Yes,
I
yes, you did.
definitely. Oh yeah, no, of course it did.
Yeah.
Obviously.
I mean, it wasn't like you took horrible terrain or anything. Feinberg just took like the perfect god terrain. It was the only thing that kept him in the game in that
was
game.
it low? Was it low with the better
yeah,
like
he
low
went low,
right?
he went low.
Yeah, I figured that makes sense.
Yeah.
Dude, oh my God, dude, oh my God, I entered struggled on that one because like I knew I'd be ahead, and I was just like, please be easy nav, please be easy nav, and there's no spike, and I was just
Yeah.
like, fuck it, whatever. Nav king this shit, as my goat Poundy told me. Just nav king that.
Shout out Poundy.
Mid,
that's gonna be the only time Poundy's ever
mid,
mentioned on the ranked
never
broadcast.
fails.
Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, that's what we were saying at the end there. Like, you both just didn't get a spike. You both had the 50-50 and you just hit it, and it ended up working out. You put yourself in a position where you just are able to win that seed. I mean, talk to me about, like, all of these seeds were really fast. I mean, this was the slowest one at 901. Like, Fine got a 723 on the 1 seed you lost. Like, do you think these super fast seeds played more into your advantage? Or do you think that's something where you prefer, like, more of those, like, weird 10, 11 minute, like, crazy bad seeds?
I mean, I think honestly, I think I'm good either way, honestly, because I think with those fast seeds, it's just about being confident in your decision making, and I think I honestly, I probably am less confident in those types of seeds because there's less variance with the decision making. Like I know it's very linear, so like I think I could still do better in the decision making, but it's less variance with like those slower seeds. I am more confident that like I'll make like there's a lot more choices to make, so there's a lot more variance from runner to runner.
Yeah,
How are
absolutely.
you feeling like mentally over this whole like matchup? Like starting it, I know like last season you didn't do as well as you wanted. Was that affecting your mental going in here? Were you fine? I know we were talking about Darvy. He was feeling like having fun with it. Were you stressed out? Did you feel like you had expectations? Because you clearly played well here, and you have the stats and you have the skills to make it really far in playoffs.
I mean, dude, it's like honestly, it's like weird because like I remember, like I swear, my gut is always right on like how I feel before it starts. Because I remember like in the last night and like this morning, it's just like I'm like I was confident I was gonna win, and I won. But like last playoffs, I had like there's like a gut feeling it's like you're gonna lose, and Simply's another regionals. There was like a gut feeling, oh, I'm gonna lose. It's like I just like I don't know. It's so weird. I don't know. Maybe there's honestly probably some psychological thing I could do better with, but like it's yeah. I mean, I think it also helped. I felt on the first seed the start of that. I felt good. And then it was like I started crafting and I noticed I was like obviously I'm watching my mechanics. It's just like, oh, I'm a little shakier than I thought I would be and I would like to be. But it was just I think it also helped like kind of playing against Feinberg and doing our bread basket type games. Like it helps like it feels a lot more relaxed and kind of helped me with that a bit as well.
That's good.
I mean, yeah.
And what is
that's
your gut saying
right.
now?
Dude, I didn't
For
think
these
I
upcoming matches.
dude, I don't know, bro. I've like
Fair
dude,
enough.
the
Yeah,
last
you
time
don't
I
need to
played
know.
a tourney and I got this far, I haven't gotten this far in a tourney like this in like 3 or 4 years. So it's like I'm not prepared for what's next. And I know I need to because I'm going against Loki, so it's just cooked. So it's okay.
Listen, I mean, someone's got to take him down. Why not you? You know, someone's got to do it.
True.
It could be you. You played really good today. Any closing thoughts? You're the last interview. Any like ranked playoffs, season 8, weekend 1 done. What are you gonna do for this next week to prepare against Loki?
Dude, I don't even know, man. I might have to go to the bathroom after this, and I'll think about it. But like, dude,
You know,
I don't know.
That's
you know,
fair,
you
that's
go do that. Thanks for sharing that with the booth and the thousands of people watching. Really appreciate that.
Also, my mom might be
Congratulations
watching.
on the
Hi,
victory.
Mom.
Shout out Infume's mom if Infume's mom is watching. Yeah, I mean, great job today. You locked in. You did the job that you needed to do, and I'm excited to see what you do next weekend against Loki.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, Parker, that's going to wrap up our first weekend of ranked playoffs. We started with 16. We went down to 8. Let's have Oliver move us over to the bracket. Let's take a look. What do we got to look forward to for next weekend? We have V-Strid Hacks, Darvy Aquacorde, Infume Loki, Dugile, Mongey. Parker, what stands out to you?
All of them. I can't, bro. I can't. The Darvy line, I want to see him play. I really like how that match goes. I'm excited to see Hacks coming back into it after not playing for so long. Obviously, we have Infume versus Loki, like a crazy player against our number 2 seed who's just winning for the first time. And then we have Dugile and Mongey, who are just like 2 players that have been here a lot. I don't know. They've surely matched up a couple of times.
Yes, the last time they played, I think, was season 6, and Mongey lost 3-2, and it was really, really close.
So they're just all good. We're whittling down to the top of the top, the cream of the crop. These are going to be even better matches than we've had this weekend. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we did have a lot of 3-0s, but we did see a lot of incredible Minecraft this weekend, and I'm very excited to be looking forward to next weekend. Where we're going to have even more Minecraft. We're going to be crowning the Season 8 ranked champion. I mean, personally, I'm super pumped for the rematch between Dugile and Mongey. I mean, I love the contrasting styles there. I love watching Mongey play in ranked playoffs. It's always just like the thing of like, this guy makes up 15 seconds somewhere. How? I'm super invested in the Darvy storyline after today. I mean, Aquacorde beating Silverr. We have so many storylines that we can talk about going into next weekend. And I think that's the best thing that we could have asked for after all of the games this weekend.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Oliver, put us back on the screen. Let's wrap it up here. I mean, shout out to all the people that make this happen. Shout out to Parker. Shout out to the other commentators, Nerdi and Feinberg. Shout out to Feinberg for always playing, putting up a prize pool, and commentating the trifecta. Of course, shout out the refs making these games happen. Shout out all the phenomenal editors helping with the videos that we get to show you so the intermissions are not as boring. Shout out Oliver. I think Oliver has maybe slept for 2 hours in the last 48 hours. Like, I don't know how Oliver is even alive right now, quite frankly. Shout out Fulham for locking in. We didn't get to see a lot of Fulham this weekend, but we got to see him do the commentary for the show match. That was awesome. Hopefully we'll get to see more Fulham next season, because unfortunately we will not be with Fulham for this next upcoming weekend. So it'll be a little bit of a loss, but we will move on. We will persevere for Fulham. And shout out everyone else who's making this happen. I'm sure I'm forgetting a myriad of people, but just also shout out all the runners for playing, giving it their best. I'm really, really, really happy that we all get to be a part of this, have some amazing Minecraft gameplay, and I'm great to have it happen again next weekend, Parker. We'll be back.
Yes, sir.
It'll be
yes,
so much
sir.
fun. Amazing.
Shout out all the
Shout out
viewers. Thank
Redline.
you guys for watching. This is awesome. This is
Yes.
a really cool community.
I forgot to shout out Redline, of course. Shout out Redline, who
Shout out Redline.
made some really cool stuff. I think we're good here, Parker. I think we had a phenomenal
think we are
weekend of
too.
games. I think it was great to see. Download Ranked. Guys, download Ranked. Give Feinberg money and support Ranked and tell your friends about Ranked and tune in next weekend. And if your parents own a multi-million-dollar or billion-dollar company, have them get in contact with us because we'll shill it out for like $10,000. So thanks so much for watching this season of Ranked, or no, it's not the season. Thanks so much for watching this weekend of Ranked Playoffs. And we'll be back next weekend with some more games for quarterfinals and beyond. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next weekend. Bye-bye.